first day of qualifying at the 2025 Sports Car Club of America National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco live from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Sunoco 260 Thursday is brought to you by Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA. This is the 62nd running of the Sports Car Club of America National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, and they're brought to you by Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA. Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA. Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and IMSA, a proud partner of the SCCA. Now at today's Sunoco 260 Thursday qualifying sessions, here are Dan Bullis and Greg Ginsburg.
For more than 6 decades, it stood as the ultimate proving ground for American club racing. The SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where dreams are realized, legends are written, and the best in grassroots motorsport gather to fight for one thing: the right to call themselves a national champion. And this year, the 62nd running takes place at one of the most historic stages in all of racing, Road America. Stretching 4 miles across the rolling hills of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America is a cathedral of speed. From the launch into Turn 1 to the pounding run up the Moraine Sweep to the fearsome commitment of the kink in the Challenge of Canada corner, every inch of this track tests bravery, precision, and endurance. Few circuits command as much respect, and few provide as fitting a stage as fitting for crowning champions. 23 national titles will be determined, and each one represents the culmination of a season of sacrifice and effort from drivers, from teams, and volunteers who make grassroots racing what it is. To win here is to etch your name in the history of the Sports Car Club of America, joining the ranks of those who came before and building the legacy for those who will follow. I'm Greg Ginsburg, and sitting alongside me is Dan Bullis for 2 days of qualifying here from Road America. And welcome, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning, Greg. How's it going?
It is going incredibly well here today. And because I think a couple people were asking in the chat, Dan, I'm going to put up here real quick the weather at the National Park of Speed, Road America. We've got temperatures rising, about 61 degrees, thanks to Brian Straczynski, who we're going to see out in qualifying a little bit later today in Formula V. He's told us that the track surface is right about the exact same level, and it should be a great day of racing for us here at the racetrack. We have had nothing but great weather through 3 days of testing, as now everything is getting underway.
Yeah, the weather has been fantastic up to this point. Big changes, though, coming for the rest of the week here, Greg, as the weather's actually going to be getting a little hotter than it has been.
Indeed. And so we've got our first of, I haven't done the math, but I think it's somewhere along the lines of 18 different qualifying sessions today. And each qualifying session is a 21-minute session. And first up today is Touring 4, Dan, and we have our drivers out on track now for their their out lap. Just to give everybody a heads up, much like last year, the checkered flag for these drivers is going to be displayed, I believe, on the backside of the course, heading down towards Canada corner at turn 14. The turn 13 flag station will hold the checkered flag here for qualifying, and then things will move to the front straight for race days.
So here in T4, it's going to be an interesting class. I know Scotty B. White has been turning some heads with the Mustang over on the West Coast.
Yes, and it seems like the Mustang might be the car to have this weekend. There was a big surprise when practice started on Monday morning as our reigning national champion, Matt Lozano, and last year's pole sitter in the class, Matt Spicuzzi, Alex Lozano and Matt Spicuzzi, Spicuzzi being the pole sitter, did not make it all the way to the checkered flag last year, but they both ran Mazda RX-8s, as did Mark Cefalo. And this year, Spicuzzi and Lozano show up, roll off the trailer with a pair of Mustangs. Exactly. And the feeling across the Touring 4 class is that car might be a bit of an overdog. Of course, we do have Scotty B. White with that same Mustang V6, and we'll see how things play out Again, the RX-8 was very strong last year. I believe it's had a little bit of weight put on it. And, of course, the MX-5s, probably some of the best handling cars in the field. But I think the feeling is with the Mustang, given the three very long straightaways here at Road America, that it may be the car to have.
And it's been Mustang so far in practice sessions. We've had 4 practice sessions over the last 2 days, 2 sessions on Tuesday, 2 sessions yesterday, and a little different setup this year for testing and for qualifying. Typically, we have qualifying throughout the week, and then we do a 3-day race weekend once we get there for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. A little different this year, Greg, though. That's going to throw some wrenches into some people's plans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with only 2 days and 2 sessions to get it done, there's going to be a lot more pressure. And, we think it's going to be a little bit warmer tomorrow. So this may be the day that poll, the tire rack poll, is set for each one of these classes. Now, I have just received word that the start-finish line, the timing loop, is actually between turns 13 and 14 over a Canada corner. So much further down than it was last year, giving drivers a much longer run out of the kink in order to set their fast laps.
Yeah, and throughout practice, it was Lozano having the top time both sessions on Tuesday, a 2:35.2 followed up with a 2:34.5, and Spicuzzi was able to drop down to a 2:33.1, so make some changes overnight Tuesday night. And right now it is Scotty B. White leading the way with a 2:35.9, so I believe this might be the earliest that they've ran so far this week.
Yeah, and so the word was on during Tuesday's qualifying session that they both Spicuzzi and Lozano were close to a second underneath the existing track record here. So again, one of those things that we're definitely going to want to watch here. Of course, you can't set track records during qualifying in the SCCA, but we will definitely want to see where things come out here at the end of qualifying here over 2 days.
So you mentioned the weather yesterday, 74 and overcast in the afternoon. Today we're looking at temperatures 80 and sunny. I don't see maybe a little high cloud right now, but a lot of blue sky. And tomorrow, the hottest day that we're going to see for the week, 89 degrees is what it's forecasted as. This weekend it'll cool down a few, but still be in the mid-80s for both race days. So the difference in temperature from earlier in the week till today and tomorrow should be interesting to see what kind of where things shake out.
All right, and so I'm bringing up our track records now just so we have it and keep in mind. And it was set at the event here last year by Alex Lozano, a 2:34.208. So at the moment, as our racers are working their now third laps, we're about 2+ seconds off of that. Scotty B. White, currently your fastest driver on course, with a 2:36.918 in his Ford Mustang, currently 0.7 of a second up on Matt Spicuzzi, with Mark Suffalo in his Mazda RX-8, currently your third fastest driver. Now, if you want to see some great timing and scoring information, if you go to scca.com/live, you'll see the multi-sector timing and scoring that Dan and I use here are going to be using all day long. And we'll give you the breakdown. You'll have a little key there on the side of the screen to let you know where each of the 3 sectors are. And also we've got the timing loop, so you can see the maximum speeds that these drivers are carrying. That's coming down the hill going into turn 5.
And right now, Alex and Matt just went flying by nose to tail with those 2 Ford Mustangs, and close in tow, one of the MX-5s of Kevin Fryer. Fryer trying to stay in that big hole that those Mustangs are punching going down the front stretch. Already, it looks like we're down into the 33s. So Alex and Matt already a 2:33.0 and a 2:33.6. So Lozano leading the way right now in qualifying. That is below the track record. So
yeah, so there you go. And it's 3 seconds in the span of a lap or so as these drivers are getting their tires up to speed. That's pretty amazing. So as you mentioned, Kevin Fryer out of Durham, North Carolina now, just moving back to that area from the Chicago Chicago area. I think his wife took a job, if I remember correctly, at Duke University as a professor. And Kevin, although in a Mazda MX-5 and NC Mazda, that is a new chassis from last year. That he had an incident at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, last year, going into turn 10, and again, new chassis, but he's campaigned this new chassis all season and has looked very strong in it.
It'll be interesting to see if the MX-5s have anything with this big front stretch here. Like I said, they're going to be looking to get any kind of draft they can off those big Mustangs. Mustangs punching a pretty big hole through the air. So, like I said, right now, 2 drivers in that 233 range. It's got to be a little off the pace with that 236, so we'll see if he can find some more speed. He's out running by his lonesome, so Scotty not having any drafting help down the long front stretch here at Road America.
Yeah, that's going to definitely make things very difficult for him, as you mentioned. He really just has not managed to improve. Whereas we've seen Lozano and Spicuzzi all week long in testing, essentially looking like spec Miatas with locked nose to tail all the way around this racetrack. And certainly they, nice big wide cars. They draft pretty well, and they're running almost identical lap times, only 75 1,000ths of a second separating the two teammates out of Brighton, Michigan, and Waterford Township, Michigan.
Looks like both of them that time by setting their fast laps respectively, a 33.003 for Lozano and Spicuzzi down to a 33.078. Once again, still nose to tail.
All right, real quick, Dan, because things are moving pretty quickly. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. B-Spec racers, please head to the grid for your qualifying session. All right, so we've got now about 8 minutes, just a little touch over 8 minutes remaining. And yeah, we know we've had some questions from a number of folks here in the chat as far as camera access. Unfortunately, much like last year, we are not going to have live cameras or trackside cameras, let me say, Dan, around the course. It's you, me, Dan, and our listeners and the little marching ants going around and the National Park of Speed. We'll mention that we do have a number of racers who do have some in-car camera feeds across some classes. I think we're going to actually have a few in B-Spec in just a little bit, and we'll definitely bring those up and give you guys a little bit of variety here on qualifying day.
So right now, looks like we got, like I said, the different classes of cars. The RX-8 of looks like Cephalo jumps up there, so he's able to just by about a tenth and a half get ahead of Scotty and break up the 3 Mustang contingent up there on top. But it is Mustangs followed by the RX-8s, followed by the MX-5s. So I believe you mentioned last year's track record was about a 2:34.1. So like is tracking well under that. They'll be racing, I believe, Saturday morning.
Yeah, so Touring 4
Sunday.
They're gonna be the first race of the day on Sunday morning. So we're gonna kick off our festivities at 8 a.m. and they will be taking to the track for their national championship race at 8:15 a.m. Again, that is on Sunday morning. That is gonna lead off the second and final day of Hagerty Race Days here at the National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
So as Matt and Alex both flash underneath the starter stand here right in front of us, it is Matt now jumping to the top spot, a 2:32.9, so able to shave off about a tenth of a second there, and that will give him the first 2:32 we've seen of the week. So those Mustangs hugging that wall down the front stretch here at Road America.
All right, so just a little bit over 5 minutes remaining. Matt Spicuzzi He was your tire rack pole sitter in 2024. He is currently the fastest driver on track. Fast lap 2:32.956. He's extended his margin over teammate Alex Lozano, Dan, to 47 one-thousandths of a second. But I think the most notable thing is they are almost 4 seconds clear of the next fastest driver, Mark Cephalo, 3.8 seconds back from the Mustang pair.
Yeah, it looks like the move to the Mustang was the right move here for 2025. Scotty B. White in the pit lane just in front of us as the crew goes to work and does some tire pressure checks. Not sure if he'll be calling it a day or not.
Yeah, I mean, given the length of the track and what it would take to do an outlap here, he might get, if he goes out now, could probably get one final lap in, Dan. But from the looks of it with his crew, they're taking their time checking tire pressures and what have you. I think he is likely done for this morning's session. Currently sitting 4th fastest.
Yeah, Scotty's not one to run a full session anyway, so that is no surprise if we see him head back to the hauler. Scotty, we're going to see in 3 different classes this weekend. One of the multiple drivers that we're going to have running multiple classes, we'll see Scotty in another Mustang in T2, and then he'll be out, actually his Viper in T2, and then another Mustang in T3, so we'll see him in just about all the T classes this weekend.
That's right. That's right. He is he knows the folks in tech very very well. As he during the week he will try different chassis across. He'll bring multiple cars to test out. I think he had 2 different Touring 4 Mustangs that he was checking out this during testing, and this particular, the silver machine, is the one that he settled on, the V6 car, and well, we'll see. Hopefully he can find some time tomorrow, as we now have just about 3.5 minutes remaining. Let me do this, Dan. Let me make another call to the grid for our B-Spec drivers. Attention in the paddock, second call for B-Spec. B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And as I was doing that, Dan, we had the Mustang pair of Spicuzzi and Lozano head down the pit lane. Also, Brad Childs, he's from Dude Bro Racing, by the way. Brad Childs came down the pit lane. He is 9th fastest at the moment in his Planet Miata Mazda MX-5. He's out of Jupiter, Florida. Great story, Brad. He is a fishing charter captain down in Florida, and he has an open invitation to Mr. Belansky, my Super Tour partner, and I to come down and head out onto the not so high seas after, I think, Sebring this coming year. All right, so now it looks like most of the racers are starting to head down the pit lane. And look, if we take a look at our Flagtronics map, we do have Kevin Fryer still out on course, running what may be either his last or second to last lap. We also have on course Connor Thomas out of Loveland, Colorado. They are running 7th and 8th fastest at the moment. And coming up the Road America straight right now towards us here, and looking at his pace, I think he may have taken to the pit lane. We'll see in a moment. Both the 28 machine of Ethan Barker, who moves up to 3rd fastest, and I think Mark Cephalo as well. Both of those RX-8 drivers on the pit lane.
Yeah, Barker with that late move dropping down to a 2:36.4. So the gap between first and second and the rest of the group that you said, about 3.5 seconds. Behind that, though, it's a good tight pairing.
Very tight. Between
Barker, Cephalo, and White. So, like I said, once again, it'll be interesting to see if White, if he can hook up with the other Mustangs, if they can try maybe do a 3-car breakaway. So,
yeah, well, we'll see. So as we look at the timing there, and you have it on the left-hand side of your screen, about 0.3 of a second separating Barker in 3rd to Mark Cephalo. In 4th, another 15 hundredths of a second or so, actually 16 hundredths back to Scotty B. White. and then another 4. Then there's a pretty big drop off, about 4 seconds back to Richard Mooney. I'm a little surprised to see where Kevin Fryer is today, Dan. He has won. He has taken the win in Touring 4 here at the June Sprints 5 times. So a little bit off the pace, but I think it's also showing, the difference between the MX-5 and those Mustangs. Last year, for example, Mark Cefalo brought both an MX-5 and an RX-8, wanted to look during testing which one was going to be stronger after campaigning an MX-5 all year long, and he chose the RX-8. He didn't make that choice, or he didn't need to make that choice again this year. He brought just the one car.
Yeah, and it seems to be working out. Like the Mustangs, the speed down the front stretch, they seem to definitely have the legs, especially coming down here on the front in front of us. So it looks like we do have 2 cars left on course. The 129 of Connor Thomas, who's sitting back in P8, and right behind him, the 98 you mentioned of Fryer. As it looks like checkered flag is in the
Yep, I think checkered flag should be displayed, and again will be displayed down on the backside of the course, heading down towards Canada Corner, as both Fryer and Connor Thomas are heading into the carousel now. So just a couple corners remaining for them.
Well, today is a special day, isn't it? As it is Sunoco 260 Day here.
That's right, Sunoco 260 Thursday. Here, before we take a break, let me tell you all about Sunoco 260 Thursday.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
All right, well, that's 260 Thursday for you, and our first qualifying session of the day is in the books with Matt Spacuzzi, your provisional pole sitter in Touring 4, heading into the second and final day of qualifying tomorrow. Provisional pole time 232.956. That's 47 one-thousandths of a second up on 2024 national champion Alex Lozano, his teammate, with a 233, we'll call it a 233 flat. Then Ethan Barker, your 3rd fastest, and Mark Cefalo, your 4th fastest. All right, before we take a quick break, Dan, let me make a call to the grid for our next qualifying group. Attention in the paddock, final call for B-Spec Racers. Please head to the grid. B-Spec Racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from Road America. It is the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
The International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Mazza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Wines and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
Welcome back to the National Park of Speed, Road America, where it is the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dan Bullis. And next up, Dan, it's B-Spec. This class has grown so much over the years, and more importantly, the racing is so close in this class.
Speaking of close, it's going to be find your dance partner. We've already seen, as cars releasing out to the track, a couple pairs pulling off and getting set up. So this is going to be find your dance partner, find them early.
And I figure since we don't have the trackside cameras, Dan will say, actually, getting a little stuttering there. We've got some, believe me, cell coverage here at Road America is somewhat difficult because it is a big, huge park with lots of trees. But I want to give everybody a view, at least here on the outlap, of what the National Park of Speed looks like all all 4 miles of it, as we're on board with Kent Carter. Kent driving this year a Mazda 2, and believe me, this car is much more exciting seeing it from the outside. It's it looks like, for those of you that are IMSA fans, like Rexy or Roxy, it's got big dragon's teeth on the front of the car, and it's intimidating for a little Mazda, as he is now making his way down towards turn 5 underneath the Sargento Bridge here, as these drivers are going to be working to get some heat in the tires, primarily on the front tires, Dan, because all of these race cars front-wheel drive. And, of course, the most important thing, not to get heat necessarily in the rear tires. You want the cars to be able to rotate. You want to be able to get heat in the front tires and also get heat in the brakes. This track very hard on brakes, especially going in the corner like this, turn 5, as you're running downhill after such a hard run, and then having to go uphill underneath the Corvette bridge to turn 6.
It is B-Spec, so I'm not sure how much brakes they use.
Still
a little bit, but not quite as much.
Yeah, I mean, the key with these cars is truly really keeping up the momentum, using the brakes as little as possible, opening up the corners, dialing in as little steering input, really as any input as possible, in order to reduce friction, keep these cars rolling.
Being an autocrosser, the discipline that I come from, yes, all about momentum. And in this group especially, you're going to see a good mix of cars. And that's been kind of the thing the last couple of years here at Road America is which car is the best car to bring. We mentioned that in T4 in the last group. Same thing here in B-Spec, probably even more so. As you have the Chevy Sonic, you have the Mazda 2s. The Honda Fits might be the car this year.
That's what I'm hearing. So leading the field out was Rich Roman, who is our defending national champion. He's got the number 1 on the door. He ran the last 2 years in a Mini Cooper. Not a Mini Cooper, but a Mini Coupe. And he's made the change this year to a Mazda 2, but he and his teammate Dan Conway, they were talking to me yesterday. They said the Honda Fits were pulling anywhere between 6 to 7 miles an hour more than the Mazdas on some of the straightaways here at Road America. The Mazda 2, one of the lightest chassis, very nimble, but not exactly a speed demon in a straight line.
Already cars making their way past us. Josh Schmidt, the first one to make an appearance here out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. He's got a little damage on the door. It's been an interesting.
It has for Josh, Babyface Fabrications. Josh with a big history working in NASCAR as a fabricator, went and struck out on his own a number of years ago. Actually, has I think built the majority of the cages in these B-Spec cars. A lot of the racers do come to him. And Josh is debuting a brand new chassis this weekend, as he had received a newer Chevy Sonic and unfortunately got caught up with another car during practice on Tuesday morning. And thankfully they were able to, the car is still fairly straight and fairly quick. It's one of the big bore cars in B-Spec here, Dan. One of the Chevy Sonics, a 1.8 liter motor versus the 1.5 that most of the other cars have. I'm going to see if we can jump over real quick. If we've got some of our other in-car video, I'm going to jump over to Chris Taylor, who was frozen up a little while ago, because we saw going down the front straight on this first opening lap the importance of the draft. As we have somewhere around
9 cars I counted.
Yeah, all nose to tail trying to keep up. And we saw what happened in T4 with Scotty B. White when he didn't have a draft partner. It's magnified in B-Spec, given the horsepower output. And you really need somebody to cut a hole in the air for you ahead of you in order to make quick times, especially here at Road America.
We were talking about the difference in cars. Now, there is one car that kind of sets itself apart from the rest, and that is the Toyota, the Yaris of, I believe that was Joseph?
Joseph Kurtz.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a 4-door sedan.
The actual only sedan we have out there.
Yeah, and so Joe, for a number of years, ran a hatchback version of the Yaris, and a couple of years ago, we had couple of drivers bring the sedans out, and the thought was that they're actually a little bit more they're a little bit more aerodynamic than the hatchback versions, but they're also a little bit harder to draft off of as well. They don't put as big a hole in the air back behind, so it kind of makes sense there. Here we'll switch over to Kent Carter. I think we're having a little bit better luck with Kent's camera now as they go through the high-speed kink. I guarantee you in these cars, they are not lifting through the kink, Dan, if they know what's good for them. But you can see here the amount of ground you pick up in the draft coming out of a high-speed corner like that and then going hard under braking in the Canada corner.
Yeah, and you'll see as they come up the hill, they're going to be crossing the timing loop here as they'll be getting their first flyers in already, first 3 cars, and there they all start to pop up.
Yeah, so as times are now coming in after 1 flying lap, Josh Schmidt in that Chevy Sonic, currently your fastest driver with 1.3 seconds on Joseph Gersh. Rob Pekarchik in the number 99 Honda Fit out of Brunswick, Ohio. Eric Yeagle, who's had very good luck here at the June Sprints in the number 46, we'll call it the Coca-Cola machine. It looks like the Coca-Cola little wave and everything, but when you look close enough at the side of the car, it actually says cake.
My wife's at home, probably just got her really hungry back there on the window.
Yeah, sorry about that, hon.
So in practice, like I said, it's Tuesday and Wednesday we saw the practice times. On Tuesday, it was 2:55s. On Wednesday, it was 53s, 53.6s by both Gertz and Patry.
Yeah, and we should note this because he was very quick yesterday. Caleb Patry, who just now goes to the top of the leaderboard here with 0.2 of a second on Miles Gertz in a Honda Fit. Caleb had been running in the STL class for the last couple of years. He's made the move over to B-Spec. This is his home track. He spent many years both doing lapping and also racing here at the National Park of Speed. And I think he was one of the people that certainly Dan Conway was talking about when he was worried about how fast the fits were in a straight line. And a lot of that is frankly because Caleb Patry is so quick on corner exit with those cars, with that Honda Fit as well.
Well, we saw that 9-car group come past us again, and the first 4 are all fits, and it's all Mazdas behind them. So the Mazdas is definitely trying to keep up and keep in that draft as best they can, using those fits as the pace cars coming down the long front stretch.
All right. Also here up at the top of the order, or near the top of the order, we've got in the first of the Mazda 2, Stephanie Anderson, who still calls Racine, Wisconsin home. She spent a number of years down Texas way, and she has had a very good run, 2 years doing very well at the June Sprints in her X Factor Racing Mazda 2. That's the black, white, and pink machine. As Josh Schmidt now moves his Chevy Sonic back up to 3rd fastest, displacing Anderson. He turns in a 2:55.7.
And he's running by his lonesome. He's one of the few out there that is all by himself. And you mentioned Stephanie. Her and Gail Corley have hooked up, so the two of them are using each other as they little off by themselves. They're making their way through, I think, through the kink right now. So the two of them teamed up as they're going to try and stay towards the top of the list here. Ambrose now jumping up as everybody, that big 9-car draft, to make their way across the timing lights.
All right, real quick here. Dan, let me make a quick announcement that we've just gotten from our event organizers. Attention in the paddock. You can join SCCA's Vice President of Road Racing, Eric Prill, for a pair of unscheduled town halls today on Thursday at 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. at the Road America Center. That's behind Turn 5. Again, at both 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. today. And this is a great opportunity for the racing community here to interact and discuss the SCCA road racing program. So again, 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. today, town halls with the Vice President of Road Racing, Eric Prill.
That time by that 9-car draft, begin to see some distance as the fits are beginning to pull off just a little bit from the Mazdas. But right now it is Mazdas holding down second through fifth, with Miles leading the way in the fifth. So,
and of course, Miles, this is his home track. Well, no, it's not his home track. I don't know where would your home track be if you're from Waukee, Iowa.
I drove through Iowa, but that's about it.
I think we'll have to check with Miles, because honestly, I don't know where that is. Well, I know where Iowa is. I don't know where his home track would be. Maybe Hallett?
Maybe.
I don't know. All right, so we've got, we're about midway through the session here. Dan, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for GT3U and STU. Please head to the grid. GT3U and STU racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
So right now, the Fitz sitting on pole, but sitting back in 6th and 7th. Once again, the Mazda's 2's up there in the mix. And the first Sonic back in 8th for Stuart Black. So not a lot of Sonics. Seems like there was quite a few. The Minis have kind of disappeared, only a small portion.
Yeah, and so I think a lot of this, and I was talking with Frank Schwartz, who has raced Minis in B-Spec for a number of years, has an arrive and drive program available through his company, Grass Paddock Motorsports, and he was kind of lamenting this because apparently I think a larger restrictor, or smaller restrictor, I guess it would be a larger restrictor, has been placed on these cars. And in talking with Gary DeBate, who was last year's SCCA Worker of the Year for Tech, he had mentioned that the ride height requirements are a little bit different for the Mini than almost every other car in B-Spec as well, that they've got to run, I think, a higher probably a lower ride height than the others, which may complicate things as well here. And I'm sure somebody will let us know if I'm full of it or if I heard incorrectly. But I think we had, 2, maybe 3 Minis come out this weekend, and I think, let me see who else we may have. I think Lee Davis Lee is the only one that I saw during testing, and indeed I think he is the only Mini currently in the field. And David Daughtery, who should know, multi-time national champion, including multi-time B-Spec national champion, said I'm correct. Thank you, David. It's probably the first time ever I have been.
We'll have to make a timestamp for that.
That's right. Let's go and clip that one for the record.
So like it says in practice yesterday, the fastest times were set, and that was at a 2:53.6. We're already under that with a 2:52.9 from Richard. Once again, Mazda 2s. We talked about the Fitz having that straight line speed, but right now it's Mazda 2s in first and second, with Richard and Ricky leading the way over Eric and Blair. So.
Yeah, and so for Blair Deffenbaugh, who, by the way, is a member of the marketing team with the Sports Car Club of America, had some challenges during the first day of qualifying. Actually blew head gasket on his Honda Fit, and he and the Racing for ALS folks were working on getting the head replaced when they rolled the car out Tuesday morning for its first test session of the day. They then discovered an oil leak, so they've been working furiously to keep up with that car. But he's turned in some great times. The Sylvan, North Carolina driver in the number 87 machine, now sitting 4th fastest behind Eric Yeagle, and he is only 0.04 of a second back from Yeagle in 3rd. So, very, very close running. But should note, Richard Roman, who is your defending national champion in the class. He's got the number 1 on the door. He was both your 2023 and 2024 champion. He is, despite how quick everybody says the fits are, he is currently your provisional pole sitter with almost a half second on the rest of the field.
Yeah, and he's the one that's tucked right up behind Kent Carter. So you have the in-car up on the screen right now, and those are the two they're trying to track down right there in front of them as they all flash by, and it is 2 fits with a Sonic, and then comes that second batch of Mazdas.
Yeah, and it looks like Ken Carter's got Chris Taylor
behind him.
They are teammates both from Chris Taylor Racing Services directly behind. Real quick, Dan, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for GT3U and STU. Please head to the grid. GT3U and STU, please head to the grid. So the track record in B-Spec was set here at the runoffs last year by a Honda Fit driver, by Rob Pekarczyk, who currently is sitting all the way back in as 15th fastest. The track record was is a 251.889. So Patry, who now goes to the top of the leaderboard with a 252.721, he's still almost a little bit less than a second off of that track record.
And nose to tail, Caleb and Miles, and literally not even a piece of paper between them as they come down the front stretch. So definitely using that draft as best they can. We mentioned dancing partners earlier, Stephanie and Gail. The two of them that last time by had about 6 car lengths between them, so not utilizing the draft as best they can. That could be why they slipped back to 12th and 13th right now. We'll see if Gail can catch back up to the tail end of Stephanie this lap by and see if they can get that draft working once again down the front stretch.
And a little surprising, I want to check here on our Flagtronics machine to see where the Mazda 2 of Dan Conway is. That is the green number 98 machine, the Brondon Foot and Ankle Empire Pizza machine, because that is Rich Roman's teammate, and typically they will run nose to tail.
He's back there at the tail end of that 9-car draft.
Yeah.
Looks like the 19 came in. That was Josh Schmidt, who was out there running by himself for the first half of the session. We saw him flash down pit lane for a moment. He jumped back out there at the tail end of that 9-car, 10-car train that they have. So he figured out maybe it's time to find some dancing partners and see if he can use some draft, as now he's back at the tail end of that group.
Yeah, so that's good, because that was definitely an issue for him, as he was not able to affect the draft with anybody here, as Rich Roman now moves back up into second spot. He is only 6/1000ths of a second off of Caleb Patry, with Miles Gartz now about 1500ths of a second back from there. And just as I was asking, where's Dan Conway, Rich Roman's dancing partner? He now moves up to 4th, albeit he is almost 0.3 off of his teammate Roman.
So that time by, leading that freight train was Stuart Black in the Sonic. So the Sonic, probably, I hate to use the word bigger cars of the group.
Well, again, from an engine perspective, yes, it is. It's slightly torquier, and the thought always was that they perhaps had more straight line speed at most tracks than some of the other chassis. The handlers were the Mini Coopers, or the Minis, pardon me, and the Mazda 2s. Interesting to note, as we were talking about, there only being one Mini here this weekend, is that the Minis are the only B-Spec cars, I believe, and this is where David will correct me again if I'm wrong, but I believe the only car in the class with an independent rear suspension. That the majority of the field have the twist beam torsion rear ends to them. But then again, as my good friend Roger Troxel says, the rear tires on a front-wheel drive car, they're just to keep the muffler from scraping on the pavement.
So that whole group is now beginning to close up on the back of Joseph in that Yaris. Yaris has been, Joseph's been out there running by his own for the last couple laps.
Yeah.
That freight train coming up behind him now, you'll see on the in-car that they are going to start working towards him as they come through the carousel right now. And it sounded like we are on standing yellow down in 1, as it looks like the number 8 car has pulled off.
Yeah, exactly. That is, as you mentioned, the number 8. Is that the 8 machine?
That's Caleb.
Caleb Patry in the Honda Fit, our provisional pole sitter at the moment. giving a great opportunity if the track has really started to come in, giving Roman and Gertz an opportunity. Of course, this actually probably is not the best thing for Miles Gertz, since Gertz and Patry were working together, and Gertz no longer has a dancing partner, as the checkered flag is now out on the session. And so these last flying laps, they will count as we look here with still on board with Kent Carter, and he's given a wave to the flaggers here. I think they've already taken the checkers. They're coming into the final corner, so they're going to be heading up, not staying to the left on the Road America straight, but heading to the pit lane on the right.
So the looks like we have a car coming to rest right now. Is that the red K car? I believe it was coming up on pit lane as well. So a car slowed off on the right. Big thing with the yellow flags, though, is if you do not slow down, all your times can be thrown out for the session.
Yeah, so all of the same screen that we're watching here, this Flagtronic screen, these transponder units do track car speeds, and that is something that race control will be watching. If drivers enter a local caution zone and do not show, I will call it, appropriate deference to the incident and get out of the throttle, they run the risk of having every single lap from the session tossed out. As we've got all of our B-Spec cars coming down, crews taking a look at tire pressures. Of course, all of these B-Spec race cars run on a stock Goodyear tire, and the fine folks from Goodyear are checking tire pressures now for the drivers. But that's going to wrap things up for our first qualifying session this week in B-Spec. Your provisional pole sitter going into Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day tomorrow is Caleb Patry in his Honda Fit with a time of 2:52.721. That's 6/1000ths clear of defending national champion Rich Roman. Miles Gertz is third fastest, Dan Conway fourth, and Ricky Holstrom in a Mazda 2. We didn't talk much about Ricky. He is your fifth fastest driver going into the second and final day of qualifying. All right, Dan, let's make a quick call for our next group, and then we'll take a break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for GT3U and STU racers. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. GT3U and STU, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us. Welcome back, everybody, to the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dan Bullis, or as I sometimes call him, Brian. And next up is our first combined qualifying session of the weekend, Dan. By the way, I don't know, did we mention that the B-Spec racers, they're going to actually have our very first race of the weekend, the first of two Haggerty race days. B-Spec, who we just saw out, will be having their championship race 8:15 on Saturday morning. But now, out on track, GT3U and STU, or Super Touring Under. And it's been an interesting watch for both myself and Brian Belansky across the Super Tour events this year. Is the plan is to combine these two classes next year, and so this has been a great opportunity for the club racing board of the SCCA to essentially do some balance of performance adjustments prior to that combination happening. And but we've seen some very interesting changes here over the course of the year. Some changes in GT3U to street tires, and when I say street tires, I call them DOT tires. And some other big changes, some GT3 cars that have now been classed in STU, and one of them is sitting on the pit lane directly in front of us. That is Chip Herr, who has who has won the last two STU national championships in the same Audi A4 all-wheel drive machine that he ran in Pirelli World Challenge almost 25 years ago in the touring car class. And he brings the new shiny thing. Yeah, a new weapon, an Audi Audi, was it RS3 LMS
RS3,
TCR car. And we've got a couple TCR cars this weekend making their first appearances in STU at the national championships. Besides Chip Herr bringing this Audi, we also have Petey Cunningham, and Petey had a great week of testing, of course, this being his home track, and might have more laps at Road America than every other competitor in STU combined. He is in a Honda Civic TCR, as is Taz Harvey, as is Rylan Hazelton as well. Hazelton, who spent the past number of years racing in the STU class in a Honda S2000, has had to this week adjust, although he's done some testing on the West Coast, has had to really adjust to some of these very long sweeping corners in a front-wheel drive car, and it hasn't been the easiest for him.
As all the GT3 cars making their way past us, they were the first group to be released, and the STU cars following up. In GT3U, it is a battle of Mazdas with that lone, pesky Honda Civic.
That exactly, and that is and we'll call it pesky because it is being driven by a driver. Well, we're going to see him many, many times here this week, I'm sure, or this weekend in multiple classes. That is Tony Ave, who is Sports Car Magazine's pick to win here in a Honda, this tube frame Honda Civic coupe. And that car was running very strong last year at the runoffs until it wasn't. And actually in what was GT3 last year, I think marked by a lot of attrition from a lot of racers.
Yeah, definitely an interesting race to watch last year. It was kind of the race that nobody wanted to win, it seems like, at some point.
Yeah, for Tony Rivera in this beautiful Mazda RX-3, car that has so much history, also didn't make it to the end. Rivera quickly out of the gate was second driver off the pit lane. Last year, taking the win in GT3U was Michael Lewis in his second-gen Mazda RX-7. Took the win over Blake Wilson in another RX-7 with George Chicone in a Mazda RX-7, finishing third fastest.
You mentioned Tony. That's a car special to my heart because being from the Pacific Northwest, I grew up watching Mr. Bachman, along with a host of others, Monty Shelton and all the guys from Portland. I grew up with my dad watching him up from the East Bank. So
Gary Bachman, just so much history with that Mazda RX-3. As a matter of fact, a number of years ago when we had the runoffs at Indianapolis, the B-Spec racers, going back to our last group, all decided to come out with these throwback liveries for their race cars, usually like NASCAR liveries, what have you. Kyle Keenan, who was the 2014 B-Spec National Champion, came out with a Mazda 2 with the same livery as the Bachman RX-3. And Kyle saw him as a mentor, and also, like you and your father, really looked up to the racing that he did.
Gary was a mentor to so many in the Pacific Northwest. We've had so many good racers come out. Him and, like I said, watching him and Monty Shelton, the Shelton Chicano, of course, named after Monty, up there in Portland. But you mentioned last year's winner, Mr. Lewis, sitting down there. He's already pulled into pit lane and sitting there patiently. His crew, one of the hardest working crews with that RX-7, being they change motors for classes.
Yeah, exactly. That Mazda RX-7, besides running in GT3U, will also be, I think that car is also, so was a GTL car, now is running in F production. As GTL has been, we'll say, kind of consumed by F production this year. But that car and his crew nonstop. And of course, we'll see Michael a little bit later in qualifying for touring GT1 as well in his Jaguar. So with now a couple minutes in the books here, about 7 minutes down, Tony Ave in his Honda Civic, your fastest driver in GT3U, with Jeff Durnell running second in class. And Durnell was your, believe, in GT3. Had him down as the 20. And a matter of fact, again, with the racers who didn't want to win, I think Jeff Durnell ended up with the national championship in 2024 in what is a beautiful third-gen FD Mazda RX-7 in this burgundy color, yellow numbers, which if we had cameras, we'd be able to show you right now. I think there was another question in the chat if this is going to be it. And yes, it is. But we have a local caution now down at turn 5. And looking to see... And we'll try and get the number on the...
I believe it's a 74.
Okay, and that car now has started to make its way up the hill towards turn 6. Well, now
That's
maybe
where he's
not.
sitting just before the bridge, it looks like.
Yeah, as he's pulled off just before the Corvette bridge going up the hill.
That's going to be the BMW of Michael Kuna, car number 74. So he is stopped right now. Looks like driver's right just before going up the hill, so losing momentum going up. But we mentioned GT. It is, like I said, the Honda leading the race right now for Tony, and then all the Mazdas behind him. A little different story, though, in STU. It's a different fight with a whole host of cars, including one car that's not quite like the others.
Exactly. And so talked about Chip Herr, your defending national champion. He was very quick out of the gate yesterday in testing. Currently your fastest STU car with a time of 2:24.32. P.D. Cunningham moves up to second fastest. He's in the white with orange liveried Honda Civic TCR, and he's stringing together a flyer here, Dan, where he's got overall best Sector 1 and Sector 2 times, puts in a personal best at Sector 3, and that's not enough to leapfrog Chip Herr. They're separated by 0.17 of a second. And then we've got Richard Estacio, who's in one of the two Krug Speed Lotus Exesias. There are two of them out there. There's Estacio, and then we also have Anthony Garacci. Estacio from Wilton, Connecticut, third fastest at the moment, but almost 2 full seconds off of Chip Herr's provisional pole time in STU.
Yeah, once you get past Chip and Peter, the rest of the group kind of just evenly spaced out. You mentioned the pole sitter in GT3U, Tony Ave, sitting across from us. Lewis still sitting on pit lane.
Yeah, very surprising, has not turned a lap yet. He went out did his outlap. Apparently didn't like what he saw or what he felt and brought the car down the pit lane and has not left yet. So I would think at this point now, as we're just about halfway through this 21-minute qualifying session, that may be where he stays. And with us getting halfway through the session, let me make a call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. E-Production Racers, please head to the grid. E-Production Racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
So in practice yesterday was a fast time set by Chip at 2:25.7 in the morning and a 2:25.0 in the afternoon. 74 car looks like is still under the caution and has now just vanished into thin air. So they may have got him clear. It looks like we're still under yellow for...
They just zapped him from above. Oof, he's gone.
Airlifted, I didn't see the copter, but 5 still under standing yellow, it looks like. Once again, we talked about it earlier. If you do not show significant slowdown in a yellow zone, which means all these laps right now, guys, we should
saw,
not see.
Right, we saw a number of drivers setting like personal bests in Sector 2, which would include that portion of the track. Now, we are still showing the local caution, and there you go, the 74 just reappeared. There we go. So the local caution has just now been cleared at turn 5. Most of the racers have seen that number 74 car off to the side of the track for 2 laps or so. Game on here as we've got the drivers heading. Now I think we'll start to see some fast laps put in. Interestingly, now, we talked about Richard Estacio, who was running 3rd fastest in STU in his Krug Speed Exige. Anthony Garacci, who had been running 9th fastest in STU, now moves up to 4th. And the 2 Exige drivers separated by about 0.2 of a second. Jose Osiris Pena, who in the STU class finished 3rd at last year's national championships. He now moves up into 5th position in class.
And especially in the CRX, a car that is, for all purposes, a little more dated than some of the TCR cars around.
Well, certainly more than a TCR car.
Yeah.
But the CRX for its time, and these are 2nd-gen Honda CRXs, they've got an independent rear suspension. They've got a double wishbone front suspension. They handle incredibly well. And for a track like Road America, where you've got these 90-degree turns in so many places around this track, having that very short wheelbase, a much shorter wheelbase than almost any other STU car, really will help you get the car rotated as well. And as long as you can get the power down, it's a great chassis to have. And Pena is very, very well attuned to the CRX chassis. Yes. As he was, I believe, last year's STL champion in not the same car, but another 2nd-gen Honda CRX.
Yeah, and he came from the twin he ran a few years ago that he got his first trophy in, and that was back at VIR. I remember talking to him in Victory Circle when we were doing the podium stuff. But we mentioned the difference in cars. So Chip leading the way once again in the Audi RS3, the Honda Civic of Cunningham in 2nd. A couple Lotuses in 3rd and 4th, then the CRX of Jose. But behind him, you have a couple of TCR cars. You have an M3, an MX-5, a Ford Mustang, a 300ZX, and a Supra, plus a Dodge Neon.
Yeah, I mean, such amazing variety in the chassis here. And, we should mention that Dodge Neon that is being driven by Alan Orband, that is a car that was driven by Mark Liller for a number of years. It is a Neon SRT4, so forced induction car, very, very quick in a straight line. Doesn't have the best handling, doesn't rotate very well, but still very, very quick. As we are watching now, it looks like Michael Lewis, as we look across from us here, Dan, Lewis no longer on the pit lane, and as we track here on Flagtronics, he's now making the run down the Hurry Downs out of turn 7 going into turn 8.
And oddly enough, the 74 is rolling again. And we are covered under white. Looks like on the backstretch for a slow vehicle could be We're trying to figure out who the
Well,
slow
we've got
vehicle will take the
it's
31.
actually, there's an emergency services vehicle over by Canada Corner, and trying to see what car he might be responding to.
The 31 also moving slow. So still covered under white through 11 as Taz comes in.
And interestingly enough, the 74 car that had spent so much time sitting on the hill going up to turn 6 apparently got the car fired back up. He's coming through Bill Mitchell Bend right now. I would assume that car is probably going to end up on the pit lane. As you mentioned, that's the BMW of Michael Kuna, currently 8th fastest in STU.
Turn 6 and now a place to make a pit stop for half the session. So we'll see. It looks like the 65 going to make a call to pit lane. Currently sitting second there in GT3. As Lewis flashes by, Lewis now will start his first flyer. The rear hatch on 31 has popped up. And as he rolls by us, the whole rear section of that Lotus is up.
Yeah. They've got the engine cover up, and they're taking a look at the back of the car there.
The engine cover was up when he came past us.
Oh, was it? Oh, my. All right, real quick here, Dan, while we're checking that out, we've got about 4 minutes left in the session. Let me make another call for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call for E-Production Racers. Please head to the grid. E-Production Racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so a number of drivers besides the Orange Lotus Exige of Anthony Garacci taking to the pit lane. His teammate Richard Estacio has as well. And we've got a couple of other drivers on the pit lane now, like Pena, Durnell, and another one of our RX-7s, the 93 of Rick Klein.
So I think I see what we may have been under flag for a moment.
Okay.
The 31 of Anthony, the right rear has made contact with something. As it looks like the rear wing is missing most of the rear wing. He's got damage to the right rear, which is probably why the rear deck lid popped up on it as he came through. So that's why that's what the the white flag was covering him coming down. It may have been actually back in the kink.
All right, and it looks like we've got a local caution now over at turn 14. That is for the number 20 Supra of Peter Federlin out of Austin, Texas, running 14th fastest in class. And he now has gotten that car underway. And he just went by us now as well. So looks like he lives to fight another day or another lap.
So a quiet session is now turned kind of hectic here in the last minute.
Very, very much so. All right, so let's recap here very quickly in STU, where Peter Cunningham is now moved to provisional pole in his Honda Civic TCR. He has 54 one-thousandths of a second in hand over Chip Herr's Audi RS3 LMS TCR car. Estacio in the yellow Exige, who is on the pit lane at the moment looking at some damage. He's about 1.8 seconds back from Cunningham and Herr. Over in GT3U, it's Tony Ave with a second and a half over Jeff Durnell. Then Rob Warkaki in his third-gen Mazda RX-7, another 1.4 seconds back from Durnell. Tony Rivera. And Michael Lewis has taken, as we mentioned, took the car out. He is currently sitting 5th fastest in class. And it looks like he's starting to get up the speed. He just set doesn't surprise me that he would have set a personal best in Sector 4. But he just, as he works his way now out of Turn 3, he turns in a personal best now in Sector 1. But his trap speed's quite a bit lower than Ave and Warkaki and some of the cars ahead. Only turns in a little bit less than 141 miles an hour. But this may be his best last chance to turn in a good lap, as we've only got about 40 seconds left on the clock.
So, yeah, it looks like Lewis once again jumping up to 5th. That was his first flyer. He did have some traffic to move around. between 3 and 4. Looks like he was able to get by that pretty quick as the number 1 comes to a stop in front of us on pit lane. So Chip's crew going to take a quick look at the tires. He'll be calling that quits. Once again, a 2:23.8 personal best right now for Chip to that 2:23.0.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Cunningham putting down a flyer there.
A heck of a flyer, goes and turns in an overall best sector 2, personal best in sector 3, and he's now increased his advantage over Chip Herr from just a couple thousandths to almost 3/4 of a second.
Looks like we are checking under the session, so we should probably make a call to grid.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll make a final call to the grid for our next group is Michael Lewis. Actually, let's make that call, and then we'll talk about Michael for a moment. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call for e-production drivers. Please head to the grid. E-production racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starting in just a few moments. And we said that Michael Lewis would have maybe one lap to set a fast time, and he turned in, I think, a very respectable lap for not being able to maybe get tires up to optimum temperature. He turns in a 2:27.29, which is still 2.5 seconds off of Tony Ave's fastest lap, but it moves him up to third fastest here in GT3U. It drops Rob Horkaki in his Mazda down to fourth fastest. And Tony Rivera, who was looking very strong early in this session, now is your fifth fastest driver in GT3U. Over in STU, Peter Cunningham, your provisional pole sitter after one day of qualifying with a time of 2:23.083. Chip Herr, 3/4 of a second back. He is your defending national champion. Richard Estacio, Anthony Garacci, fourth and fifth fastest in their Lotus Exiges. All right, so that's going to wrap things up now, Dan, for GT3U and STU, as you've heard us calling. Next up is going to be E-Production. But first, we're going to take a quick break, thanks to some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, more qualifying action here at the Runoffs. Please stay with us. because of the mode I'm in. Let me come back over here and bring up that display. There we go. Maybe now people know what we're doing. Chris Haldeman, who last year ran in Touring 4 in a Mazda RX-8 and for years has been a Spec Miata racer, staying true to form and true to brand. He's racing. He qualified in E-Production this year. He is also in a championship-winning car. He's driving the Mazda Miata that Matt Reynolds took a couple of championships home with in the last number of years, and was also very strong in practice.
You know, race cars don't retire. They just transfer to new owners, it seems. So right now, first lap already in the books. Tyler Ladd leading the way as they're just getting their out laps and getting up to speed. 2 days, once again, of practice. It was Haldeman and Hainsworth on day one. Fast time of that day was a 2:28.6. Nobody else able to get down to that. That was set in the first session by Haldeman. 3 sessions after that, nobody else into the 28, a 29.5 by Haldeman on session 4 yesterday, the 4th practice session of the week. So we'll have to see kind of where everybody shakes out. If Haldeman can hang on to that top spot, Hainsworth at a 2:30.3 and Brocky at a 2:30.4 were our other fast sessions.
That's right. As a matter of fact, we've got Max King, who is, I think, the faster brother in the King family. Drives Club Fords and Formula Fords back on the East Coast. He is here cheering on John Hainsworth in that number 95 machine. And that was really so unfortunate last year for Hainsworth. He was running a pretty close second to Tyler Ladd last year, had a front suspension failure going down into turn 8, had to retire that car early. I'm sure looking for a much better result here this year. As we're still waiting now for first lap times to come in for the remainder of our drivers. They should be, if we take a look at the Flagtronics, a lot of them. Yeah, and some final ones coming through the kink now, and I think some of the last cars off the grid are just now coming through the carousel. But most of the times coming in here, Tyler Ladd jumping out to an early advantage over Chris Haldeman. Ladd turning in a 2:34.27, almost 0.5 up. But again, early days, first lap in the books. I think part of that first flying lap is probably the drivers still trying to get some heat in the equipment and get things up to speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's 9:35 here locally. Good headwind. We haven't mentioned the wind this morning. Very good headwind coming down the front stretch. So we'll have to see if that plays an issue with any of these guys trying to put, especially with the roof cars coming down. I know you mentioned Bradshaw, a couple of guys with the roof cars in the RX-7s, the BMWs. So that battle up top, kind of the battle it was last year with the Z3 and then the Miata, or excuse me, the RX-7 at Hainsworth. So, and then Haldeman and the Miata, like I said, have been the fastest. So kind of which convertible is going to be the top of that heap?
Well, you know, and maybe throwing a monkey wrench. And this is somebody I didn't necessarily expect to see up towards the top of the field here. Cameron Walgren in his BMW 328 IS out of Denver, Colorado. He now moves up to third fastest at a 2:32.2. So still about 1.8 seconds off of Ladd's times. But again, I think a lot of these drivers, you know, again, with only they're only working their second flying laps right now. I think there's a little bit of time there. Speaking of BMWs, the pizza delivery car of Tim Schreier out there again as well. Tim driving the white number 38. It's an E30 BMW that when he was in high school, he actually used to deliver pizzas with. And the pizza delivery car is his current race car. He's been racing that machine for a number of years.
So we're seeing the times now drop down finally. Brocky to the top spot at 2:28.1 for that Z3. So the local boy getting it done here early. That is the fastest time that we've seen. He's the first one in the low 28s. Ladd went by at a 28.9 that last lap, which would have hit him that second fastest lap of the weekend. But John really throwing down a flyer there at that second lap.
Yeah, that is very, very strong in his BMW Z3 in the red number 89 machine. Wow, again, 3/4 of a second there over Ladd. We'll see. Obviously, have to see if that holds up. We've also got one of the drivers definitely want to take a look after is Peter Norton in his Caterham America, the Pelham, North Carolina driver, currently running 7th. And when you talk about aero-dependent tracks, you don't necessarily think of a Caterham or a Lotus Super 7 out here, those big exposed motorcycle fenders in the front. But obviously the lightest car in the field and the best handling, I think, in the field as well. If you've watched Peter Norton take that Lotus 7 through the carousel, you know what that car could do. It's much quicker through the carousel than almost every other car out here.
Yeah, and he's looking for anything he can find down that front stretch here to tuck in behind and use that draft. Another car that I'd love to watch, one of my favorite cars here in the class, is the Green Triumph GT6 of Anthony Parker.
Yes.
Just such a classic car. He was making a move around one of the MGs here just a second ago. Or there was the Healy, actually, of Rich Olson. But that GT6, so pretty, such a good-looking car.
So here, and good to see John Bauckham bringing out the Fiat Spider again. That car is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. And I would expect for him to find a little bit more speed right now. The Monroe, North Carolina driver, currently sitting 12th fastest in the class. And you were talking about the interesting cars to watch here. So let's talk a little Star Wars for a second, if we can. Actually, you know what? Let me make a call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll talk a little Star Wars. Attention in the paddock, GT1 and Touring 1 racers, please start heading to the grid. GT1 and Touring 1 racers, please head to the grid. So we've got two cars that are out of the same shop, and they've got a Star Wars, not Star Trek theme about them. First, we've got Yuri Kolossos. He is in the number 77 first gen Mazda RX-7. And I honestly, I can't remember what the name of that particular car is, but I know it has a theme. Yuri, we've talked about him on the Super Tour. He is a huge Star Wars fan. He is also, I believe, he also has a hand in the 2005 Mazda RX-8 that Tom Burt is driving. Tom brought this car out, brand new livery. As a matter of fact, he goes right by us on the front straight here, the number 0 car. And when you look at it, it is he's calling it not an RX-8, but the RX Wing, as it actually, the livery is very much like an X-Wing fighter from Star Wars. And the 0 on the side of the car, when you look at it closely enough, it actually resembles the Death Star. So it's and you've got X-Wing fighters flying towards the Death Star. It's a pretty cool little thing. Tom Burt, sponsored by 1280 Financial Partners and also Safecraft as well. And he said he ended up qualifying this year in an underpowered and underclassed an ITS class Mazda RX-7, and so has brought this out. And Tom, we've seen he's out of the Central Florida region. He's driving a number of different cars this year. I think we're going to see him a little bit later in the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
Yep. So it looks like no change at the top right now. It is still John leading the way. Mr. Hainsworth, though, jumping up to P2 around Ladd. He'll grab second spots by about a 10.5 over Tyler. Haldeman back in 4th. Once again, Haldeman, one of our top guys from practice. He needs to get back down to the low 28s to see if he can move up to that front row right now. Peter Norton, you mentioned that Caterham, all the way up to 5th now for Peter. That's a good run for that car.
That's right. And so good friend Beans Forster in the chat reminds me that Yuri's first gen RX-7 is named Kylo Ren.
Very fitting name. We're got to give a call out to number 70 back there, certainly sitting in 19th, Mr. Mark Weber, a gentleman very synonymous with people here as he'll be probably handing me out trophies. As looks like a little 3 wide action going down the front stretch.
Well, that's not going to be the fast way through turn one, certainly, and you can see that there at the bottom of the bottom of your screen on the left-hand side.
Yeah, that was the number 89 trying to make a double move.
Yeah, on a couple of slower cars.
So John with that front stretch, that straight line speed for that Z3, having to work through traffic here in qualifying.
Yeah, I think this will be as good a time as any. Should mention sitting currently let's talk about first John Brackey, who just reset fast lap at a 2:27.3 and still about a second and a half now up on John Hainsworth. Mark Webber driving the number 70 E-Production Mazda Miata, SCCA Hall of Fame member Mark Webber, and I think one of the greatest motorsports photographers I've ever seen. He is racing this weekend. This will be his 700th race start, and I believe his 70th and 71st SCCA National Championship Runoffs starts as well, that he's going to be racing this weekend, I believe, both in E-Production and F-Production. Mark, huge into numerology, and he made sure that we mentioned that here this weekend. He is currently running 19th fastest in E-Production. As and Tim Schreier, we were talking about a little bit earlier, from Dubuque, Iowa, currently running 8th fastest in his BMW with Cameron Walgren, who for a time was 2nd fastest, currently 7th fastest. So those two drivers sitting a little bit further than halfway through the field. Austin Bradshaw, who we talked about, he now moves up to 6th fastest in the white number 41 machine. That's the Goodyear tire, a Mazda RX-7 out of Dundee, Oregon.
Yeah, I look for Austin and Peter to kind of be hooked up. Like it says, I think once we get to the race, if Peter in that category is going to be looking for any car he can get behind on the front stretch. So if he can get behind somebody and stay there, he can maybe time some stuff once we get later in the race. But will anybody have anything for Brackey? I mean, that's a 2.5 gap now.
That's huge. Absolutely huge. Good run so far. Bryce McGuire driving the number 27 BMW Z3. He's out of Cary, North Carolina. For those of you that saw last week's Inside the SCCA podcast with my good friend Brian Bolansky, Bryce was his guest. Bryce originally hails from South Africa and first got behind the wheel of a race car last year. This is his 2nd year of racing, had been doing some Spec Miata racing, and moved into this BMW C3 and has raced very well in the Southeast Division this year. He's sitting right smack dab in the middle of a very strong E-Production field so far. As we've got a car off, Dan, I think coming out of turn 6, coming underneath the Corvette bridge.
Yep, and we're going to be on yellow coming up the hill. So as we have about 6 cars sitting in front of us, I just saw Hainsworth heading back to paddock along with Brackey. So
yeah, we're trying to get the number on that car. As soon as we have some more information, we'll let you know, since pretty clear that you see a couple of the racers out there, we don't have their car numbers in our Flagtronics database. So unfortunately, I can't tell you who car 11478 is, but as soon as we find out, I'll let you know. Tell you what, Dan, while we try to figure that out, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention the paddock, GT1 and Touring 1 racers, please head to the grid. GT1 and Touring 1 racers, please head to the grid. Talk about numerology, Dan. Jay Font in the chat said Mark Webber also had 0 DNSs during his runoffs from 1982 to 2016. He entered in 66 races and is still running strong. There you go.
He's also won because he'll be actually joining me in Victory Circle, handing out some trophies here and there. So
yeah, and it's interesting, is I talked about in my opening about the racers and crews and how big this week is, but of course the SCCA National Championship Runoffs wouldn't be possible without all the volunteers that make these events happen. And Mark has been here since Sunday morning. He is part of the load-in crew that is essentially each time a racer brings their rig through the front gate of Road America, he is guiding them and helping them get their truck, trailer, or whatever they may have into their paddock spots. And there's a whole team of them here, by the way. But when he's not on Sunday night, I saw him here. I didn't leave until almost 9 p.m. He was still here, bringing racers to their paddocks and helping them get set up in the middle of the dark, in the dark of night here, and that and prepare to race in 2 different races. Want to thank him, and of course, want to thank all the great volunteers that help makes the runoffs possible.
Yeah, lots of folks in whites out there. You're going to be one, actually.
Yeah, I was
weekend,
working on the grid during the first 2 test days, and I'll be down there on race days as well, on both of the Haggerty race days, Saturday and Sunday.
That's one thing we especially as announcers, we tend to sometimes overlook, is we forget that there's so many. Every track that we're at, it's all volunteers out there. So, like I says, and especially at runoffs, you get volunteers from all across the country that make the trip all on their own dime because they want to come here and just be part of the family that is SCCA. So, big thanks to all those, especially the ones that have come from so far to join us this weekend. We'll have the big dinner going on, of course, tomorrow night, the worker dinner. So.
All right. And so E-Production Racers, they're going to have their national championship race on the first day of Haggerty Race Days, 9:15 a.m. Central Time on Saturday morning. And you'll notice, Stan, as we have our racers going out for qualifying, what we're trying to do is have them go out both today and tomorrow for their qualifying sessions around the same time that they would be racing on over the weekend, so that so a lot of the setup that they're doing hopefully matches the weather conditions. And what we've seen here, frankly, this is the cloudiest day that we've had in 4 days, and there are just these tiny wisps of clouds through the air. But beautiful, beautiful weather here at Road America, about 65, 66 degrees, but a much also, as you said, big winds running here, at least on the front straight from turn 1 all the way back towards the start-finish line. It's by far the windiest morning that we've had here all week.
Yeah, and for those of you that are just joining us in the chat, the weather to this point throughout the week has been on the cooler side. It's been in the 70s, but as we get closer to the weekend, we're going to be seeing the hottest day of weather tomorrow, which will be up at about, right now the forecast shows for 89 degrees out here at Road America, and then the mid-80s both race days. So the hottest weather these drivers are going to see throughout the week is going to come during the race weekend. So it'll be interesting to see if that does change some setups and see who can dial in their car best for probably new conditions that they haven't seen yet.
Exactly. All right, so that's going to wrap up our E-Production qualifying after 1 day of qualifying. John Brackey is your provisional pole sitter at 2:27.293, the provisional pole time. John Hainsworth, about a second and a half back in his Mazda RX-7, the Vineland, New Jersey driver, gives us a 2:28.749. Tyler Ladd, our defending national champion out of Clearview, Kansas, in his BMW Z3, manages a 2:28.862. That is 1.6 seconds off of the provisional pole time. Chris Haldeman, about a 10th back from there, 4th fastest, and Peter Norton, 5th fastest. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for E-Production. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. GT1 and T1 drivers, this is your final call to the grid. GT1 and Touring 1 drivers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. Hopefully, you'll actually hear the ads over the stream this time. And we'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action from the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Haggerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Haggerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire X Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club has plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome back, everybody, to the National Park Speed Road America. It is the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bullis. And next up, Dan, is another one of our combined qualifying sessions. This is going to be Grand Touring, or GT1 and Touring 1, as they are finishing up their out lap. They're going to be starting their first flying laps here in just a moment, as I think the very first cars are making their way into the car. Actually, the very first car off the grid was, I believe, Michael McAleen in his
Huracan.
Yeah, his Lamborghini Huracan, and he's already out of the kink and on heading down the Canada corner. But most of these races, they'll be starting their first flying lap here in just a moment.
Yeah, Michael's one of those Northwest guys that I'm familiar with. He came from a very quick BMW a couple years ago and has been running the Huracan last, I think, year or two. And he and this car have come to terms real quick, so he's going to be one to watch this weekend.
Yeah, he's been blazingly quick on the Super Tour for the past couple of years. I think he would definitely be my pick to win if we had pouring rain here. But as we saw last year, given the long straightaways here, I think if the weather stays dry, I think your traditional GT1 cars, like the Chevy Camaro driven by Tony Ave, I think they have a much better chance here than the FIA GT3 cars, like McAleen's Huracan, like Taz Harvey's Acura NSX GT3 Evo, which I think is an X real-time car, and those cars, they've got ABS, they've got traction control, they've got all these things to make driving in the rain amazing. But driving in the dry at the long straights of Road America, yeah, maybe not so much.
Trap speed's already coming up, and you can already see the difference between the Lamborghini and those true GT1 cars. The Lamborghini at 164, both Tony and David at 177 plus.
Hence my my comment here when they're doing almost 15 miles an hour faster here on the straightaways. They've got a huge advantage there. Of course, Ave, multi-time national champion, Pinteric, our 2017 GT1 national champion as well.
So, once again, this is going to be one of those combined groups as we see GT1 and T1 both out there. So, the T1 cars, a little more factory, or a lot more factory, you may say.
So, I'm going to take a look at that. I don't think that's current. As we went to go on board with James Candelaria and his Chevy Corvette, who is definitely on track at the moment. Let me switch over and see if we can bring up, there we go. Let's bring up Drew Delmonico, who is out of the West Coast, I believe the San Francisco region, where he is driving in the Touring 1 class, a BMW M4. Not only is it an M4, but it's an M4 GT4. Car, an FIA GT4 machine. And we saw him on the Super Tour with this car at the new circuit at Buttonwillow, race very well, where he picked up his very first SCCA Majors win. And he's been very strong with this car out on the West Coast. 50-year-old who just started racing this year. And so we'll say he's got a lot to learn, but he's got a great coach. Greg Leofoge is his we'll call him his personal tutor, and Drew's been doing a great job on track. And every time that I've seen him, looks like his camera system, however, not doing such a great job. As we've got all these in-car video systems are using cell service, and there are many dead spots around Road America. We'll try and pick him back up in just a few moments here.
The Carousel being one of those, one of the prettiest cars, I think, in class. The 07 of Ryan McManus just went by. The black and orange Chevrolet Corvette just went by, currently sitting back there in 7th as our first time's coming up. It is Tony leading the way, Ave with a 2:03. In practice, 2:02 was the fastest we saw from Tony. These guys yesterday afternoon, though, had some issues. Last session of the day, they got one lap in.
Yeah.
before we had a very large oil down yesterday afternoon, and this was after about 5:15.
Yeah, it was they were the very last of 10 different test groups yesterday, and that's how we ended up the evening.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, not a lot of additional time. And yesterday during the test day, because of throughout the week, as more and more drivers filter into Road America and we do more testing, we go from having 4 different groups getting 4 sessions a day to 7 groups getting 3 sessions a day. And then yesterday we had 10 different groups. There was a morning session and an afternoon session for each of those 10 groups. And as you said, unfortunately, this group only got 1 lap in the evening. So not a lot of information from that for these drivers, as we've got one of our Mustangs coming down the pit lane now. I believe that was Daniel Spear in the number 70 machine. We'll see if he goes back out. It looks like he might have taken that car behind the wall, as he was just did an outlap, and that was it.
One of the classic Trans Am looking Mustangs just making their way past. That's the number 13 of David Jans and that red Ford Mustang. Great looking old classic Trans Am looking.
Yeah, and there are so many, again, so many of these traditional, when you think of Trans Am, the GT1 cars, essentially Trans Am or TA1 class cars with the Ave Motorsports machine. Dave Rouleau, who is racing in a Chevy Camaro as well. I believe that is another Ave Motorsports prepared machine as well, and currently running second fastest. And then Dave Pinterick in the red, white, and blue American flag liveried Ford Mustang, currently running in third. And it was neat to see. I think it was last year they had Pinterick's car at the Goodyear, above the Goodyear booth at the PRI show, hanging from about 20 feet up in the air. I certainly would have been afraid to walk underneath it.
Not sure I'd be the one to want my car hanging up there either.
No. No, certainly not. But it's neat to see it there. And so Rouleau's your defending national champion, and he just now moves up. Well, again, moves up the second fastest, albeit 2.5 seconds back from Tony Ave now, as he is just putting a stamp on this qualifying session. Dan, he's down to a 2:01 and change, and in GT1 the track record to put things in perspective here, Dan. Ernie Francis Jr. set the track record in GT1 back in the last time the runoffs were here, back in 2020. He ran a 2:05.282. So Ave is now seconds underneath that track record.
And it looks like we're under yellow for a car that has come to stop back, looks like back by the beach right now.
Yeah, I was coming out of the carousel, heading down towards the kink. That's Rocky Ellie in a GT1 Chevy Corvette. And it sounds like he might have gotten a bit of understeer coming out of the carousel. Might have actually impacted the wall on the exit over there. So, of course, that is now going to affect a lot of these drivers, their ability to set fast laps.
Yep. Well, it looks like Pinterick and Ave already on pit lane in front of us. Pinterick getting ready to head back out. Not sure his crew got the message that we may be under.
And we're going to a full course caution here, rather than bringing the cars down the pit lane, which would remove even more time. So we will have a safety car heading out on track, but that's going to slow down and compress the entire field here, as we're just about halfway through this qualifying session. Should mention that GT1 and T1, they're going to have their national championship race Saturday morning at 10:15 a.m. That is Central Time, of course. And so definitely don't want to miss that. Again, both of these classes, not only are they qualifying together, but they will be racing together as well. Yeah, Dan?
I was going to say different speed varieties when you have these two classes combined. So traffic, T1 is one of our, unfortunately, smaller fields, only 6 cars entered. I think we have 5 that have taken time so far this morning. So the GT1 cars lapping about 20 seconds a lap quicker, which means they will get into traffic once we get into the race trim. So how quick they can work through those 6 cars, 5 or 6 cars, could be a thing, as lots of cars coming down pit lane right now. So,
yeah, indeed. And so, real quick, Dan, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call for Formula Continental and Formula F. Please head to the grid. Formula Continental and Formula F racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And so, yeah, we've got, looks like Carl T10 in the chat, wants to know how many in total for T1 and GT1. We have had so far 13 GT1 racers, 5 T1 racers set times. And so James Candelaria at the moment, he is your fastest T1 driver. He was the pole sitter for the National Championship Runoffs in 2024. Unfortunately, race didn't, I think, go as well as he would have wanted, and he did not finish on the podium. Andrew Aquilante, who took, I believe, his 4th straight Touring 1 win last year, and his 13th national championship overall, took the win. Tony Ave, who ran not in GT1, but ran a Mercedes, well, actually did run in GT1 also. The 2 races were separate last year. But Tony Ave finished 2nd on the podium in a Mercedes AMG GT4. And then Mark Bowden, also in an AMG GT4, rounded out the podium. Now, interesting thing to note, we talked about, Aquilante winning his 4th straight Touring 1 win, Dan. That's a record that is going to snap this weekend, as Andrew Aquilante not racing here in Touring 1 or I think GT2 this weekend. My understanding is that he's going to be down my home way, down near Charlotte. Everybody always jokes about Andrew Aquilante hopping curbs, and I think every single photo shows one of his cars either 2 or maybe 3 wheels in the air. Typically, he's going to be doing some Mustang Challenge racing on the Roval this weekend. It's a big NASCAR weekend down there, and Ford Performance, a big component of the Charlotte Motor Speedway experience down there. So good luck to him. And we'll see here as we've got kind of who we thought, Candelaria, Stewart, and Delmonico, your top 3.
Yeah, Delmonico, one of the fast cars we've seen throughout the week in practice. Not a lot of the T1 cars out here in the practice days. So Candelaria, of course, very familiar with the track. Right now he's got that 1.6 advantage over Stewart, who is back in 2nd. So very interesting also for me, I race a C6 and autocross, a cam car, seeing a very stock, no wing, no nothing on it, very, very stock appearing C6 Z06 out there when you have Stewart behind him with the big wing on the E46 right behind him. So,
yeah, I should also mention Michael Pettiford, 4th fastest in Touring 1, and I believe this weekend will be Michael's 50th runoff start. He's out of Louisville, Colorado, and I've seen Michael racing a number of different classes, but always very strong in his Chevy Corvettes, after also spending some time in some of the other touring classes in a Pontiac Solstice, and I know he's put in a lot of time in what was formerly known as Pirelli World Challenge as well. All right, Dan, it looks like we've got a little bit less than 5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I'm not seeing I think we're probably going to be done with the session here. I don't see them getting cleaned up. Looks like they are still on scene back there in 11, getting everything cleaned up, or at the concrete or at the beach back there. So
yeah, and as we look at our Flagtronics display, I see 2 vehicles moving on the track surface. And 3, and they're all pace cars or safety cars, which
big shout out to Mazda, because all 3 of those are the CX-90s. So.
Yes. Yeah, the big boys with the V6s, and those are V6 hybrids, I think, as well. Yeah, beautiful and very, as we've seen today, Kent Prather and the pace car crew here, very, very quick in those non-traditional pace cars in the SUVs.
I was sitting up on the hill in 8 yesterday afternoon during the lunchtime when they were doing their pace car rides and coming through the hurry downs. The pace cars are definitely getting a workout this week. So,
all right, real quick, Dan, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Formula Continental and Formula F. Please head to the grid. Formula Continental and Formula F drivers, please head to the grid as we now have just about 3 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. We are under a full course caution, and to the best of our knowledge, all the drivers brought their cars down the pit lane, and we will be going. There we go on the starter stand. They are displaying the checkered flag, officially bringing an end to our first of 2 qualifying sessions for GT1 and Touring 1. In GT1, Tony Ave, your provisional pole sitter after day 1, with Dave Rouleau second, David Pinteric third fastest, and Michael McAleenan in his Lamborghini Huracan fourth fastest. Todd Peterson in a Ford Mustang, fifth fastest. In Touring 1, it's James Candelaria in a Chevy Corvette, your fastest driver, with Hugh Stewart, Drew Delmonico, your top 3, Michael Pettiford, and Ron Lombardo round out your top 5.
Well, it's a good thing. GT1 cars, they don't normally run a full session anyway, so giving them a few less laps, I'm sure they won't.
And I mean, hopefully this is enough to give them some more setup hints as far as what is going to be necessary tomorrow as part of Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day, and as our drivers will go out and to set their tire rack poles. All right, that's going to wrap things up for T1 and GT1. We're going to take another quick break. When we come back, more qualifying action with Formula Continental and Formula F. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
The International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on scca.com and live in person here at Road America.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Mazza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Wines and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America driven by Tire Rack can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco here at the National Park of Speed, Road America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dan Bullis. And next up, Dan, it is another one of our combined qualifying sessions, 2 Formula Car classes, our first Formula Cars of the week. And it is Formula Continental and Formula F taking to the track for their first of 2 21-minute qualifying sessions. And, of course, this is Sunoco 260 Thursday.
Yeah, the weather we've talked about a little bit. Right now, the headwind coming on the front stretch looks like it is blowing even a little stronger than it was earlier here in the morning. So we're going to see 2 very different types of cars out there.
And this is interesting here, Dan, as we already have a car off. This is coming out of turn 1, making the run down to turn 3. And we're showing it as being, is that the 98 machine or is that 96?
Looks like it's the 98 machine. So.
All right. Let me see if we can get a number. And I'm going to go and sort this by class for us. We'll see if we can pick these out. Yeah, that is Brandon Lavender out of Indianapolis, Indiana, in his Van Diemen RF95. That's one of our Formula F racers. And we've got safety workers heading there now. Actually, you can see from our electronic system, they are already there to respond. But we are essentially starting this qualifying session off under full course caution. And they have now deployed the safety cars. Looks like one of our safety cars has picked up a good portion of the field now, heading down into Canada Corner.
Looks like we actually have all 3 of our safety cars on course, so definitely going to have 3 different groups of cars once they get matched up. But Formula Fords and Formula Continental, or Formula F, it slipped.
What did you call it earlier? Formula Fonda?
Formula Fonda, yes. Once again, another thing we talked about earlier is under yellow flag conditions, if you do not show a significant downgrade in speed through those sections, you are in danger of losing all your laps, not just your fastest lap, but all your laps from this qualifying session. So,
yeah, and we're getting word that a lot of the drivers are coming down the hill out of turn one, and apparently have not recognized that there's a full course caution out, and maybe over driving. So hopefully they'll slow down a little bit here. As at this point, though, the first of the safety cars now bringing a large portion of the Formula F field down the front straight.
So very different speeds we're going to see out here with Formula F and Formula Continental. The Formula Continental cars that are probably as closest to the fastest open wheel cars we're going to have here this weekend. Very, I hate to say it, IndyCar-like as far as their setups. Formula F is a class of car that we have seen for many, many years here in SCCA. One of the best races we're going to have.
Oh, without a doubt. And the Formula F machines and those 1600cc motors, no wings, very minimal side pods on the cars, not a lot of aero downforce to them, and always incredibly close. I always tell everybody that probably the best runoff race I ever watched or ever saw was the 2017 Formula F race at Indianapolis, where the top three drivers, I don't know, there must have been somewhere around 40 passes for the lead. It was absolute mayhem for 40 minutes or so. Now, last year here at Road America, taking the win in Formula F was Tazio Stefanelli in his Honda-powered Spectrum, with Matteo Naranjo, who has moved on to racing in SMX this year. Matteo had been running for a number of years in Formula F with very good effect. And then Nathan Down took the third. And I think that was a notable race by the fact that Jonathan Kotick had been leading for the majority of the race. Kotick, who is a four-time national champion, and came down. He ended up losing he won on track. Unfortunately, he didn't win in the steward's room after the race, as he was penalized and moved to the back of the field. And I'm sure he's looking for some redemption this year. He was on track for all three test days, and in what appears to be a new chassis for him. I'm sure somebody will let me know if that is the case or not. Certainly the bodywork is different, but he was very strong in practice, as was Ted Burns, who is another driver I would expect to do incredibly well this year.
The big thing, of course, in Formula F is the draft playing such a key role here. These cars so dependent on draft. You're going to see cars close up and at the last second pop out. It's a class that you see multiple passes per lap.
Right.
It's not. It's almost like Spec Miata, where if they're in a line, it's not going to be for long.
Right. Exactly. I mean, the draft. Even they don't have big wings, but they put a big hole in the air. The draft is a lot, much like Formula V, is a lot stronger than you would think just by looking at these cigar-shaped body styles. But really promotes amazing racing. And should mention in Formula Continental, Michael Verisons was your winner last year, and with Robert Allaire second, Brian Tomasi third. And we'll see. And of course Verisons, who moved over exclusively to Formula Continental, very strong after winning 7 national championships in Formula V. There is a street in the paddock named after Michael Verisons, Verisons Way, and we'll see how he does. I know Tim Minor is Tim Minor, who was last year's pole sitter and was leading Verisons until he broke. I think is still probably the favorite to win this year. However,
he's always want to watch no matter what track he shows up at. So, looks like we do have the incident clear. Looks like we will be under a surface flag from turn 1 all the way down to 3. So we'll have to see how that plays. Everyone's going to get a quick look at the course
and
as
I
they
think
come through.
Yeah, and since these racers have already been through that incident area, I think that debris down there is likely grass and dirt that was pulled onto the course during the number 98 spin. But the safety car is now one of the safety cars is back onto the pit lane.
All 3 safety cars are actually clear of the course, and we are back to green flag.
There you go. As the starters waving the green flag, our corner workers hopefully will push the little buttons on the Flagtronic system to withdraw the electronic yellows, and we'll be back underway here racing. But that consumed a lot of time, Dan. I mean, we're now almost halfway through this qualifying session, and these racers only have managed 1 lap, and that lap was under a full course caution.
Now, between the 2 groups, that's probably going to affect Formula Continental the most. Those are the cars that actually need the heat in the tires. They're the ones that work up to speed a little slower. The Formula F can kind of get to speed a little quicker.
They slide around a little bit more, and they'll get the heat in the tires just by moving around. Now, we do have a car on the pit lane. It is one of our Formula F machines, and that is Calvin Kautz out of Geneva, Illinois, in the number 88 machine. And Calvin was one of the drivers picked by Sports Car Magazine to finish at least in the top 3, finish on the podium this year. And I always find Calvin's machine to be very, very unique. It is a Piper chassis, but it has
the only one running a halo.
Exactly, and the early version of that car, I think the halo was actually hinged to help the driver get in and out. And there you go, that car now leaving the pit lane and should be joining traffic. I mean, not much loss there other than time to get heat in the tires by sitting on the pit lane and having the crew look over the car. But Kautz is now heading out onto track.
I'm going to look at the only disadvantage I'm going to see for him is he's going to come out by his lonesome.
Yeah, without a draft partner.
Yeah, he's going to be all by himself. He comes out right behind the Formula Continental field that has just strung their way by, and he's going to have at least a full straightaway ahead of the rest of the Formula F group. So by himself, we'll have to see if that kind of where he's able to shake through, as Nathan Down right now leading the way there in Formula F.
Well, not for very long is the rest of the Formula F field now coming across the line on the run down to Canada Corner. Jonathan Kotek, again, last year's pole sitter, he now moves to the top of the leaderboard with Tazio Stefanelli. Second fastest, separated by almost 3 seconds. Nathan Down, third fastest. Yeah, I wouldn't put much into that 3 seconds because the majority of this lap, about half this lap, was under full course caution for them.
Yeah.
So not only are the lap times a lot slower, but a lot of it depends on where they were in the field at the time.
And who could get back the gas the quickest, too. So it looks like in practice, looks like Formula F was down about the 226 range, Formula Continental in the low 210s, 211 range. So we'll see as everybody begins to come up to speed here, as we are already past halfway here in the session.
Yeah, it hasn't taken long. All right, so let's do this. Let me make a call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. First call for SMX drivers. Please head to the grid. SMX drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so as we take a look here, and again, this lap I don't think means much as we look across the board. If you go and watch the multi-sector timing that Dan and I are looking at, which is found at scca.com/live, we do have drivers, of course, setting personal bests every single sector. Dan, do we have another car off by chance?
No, it's the 88 that looks like it's slow through the kink.
Right.
So they're going to cover. The 25 has actually come to a stop, coming up the hill at a 12. So.
All right, the 25 car. Yeah, because I heard that Calvin Kautz was a little slow. Of course, we knew he was on an out lap. Now,
Rockford, I believe.
Yeah, Rockford Beaucamp apparently has come to a stop, and Rockford out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin, and he actually does logistics for the Kelly Moss Racing organization here, but definitely not the way he wanted to start things off, having come off a double podium at the Cat Nationals, which happened, I guess, about a month or so after the June sprints. And Dan, this is ominous. We're going back to a full course caution here.
Yeah, and with only 6 minutes remaining, it's going to be tough if they are able to get any kind of flying laps. And again, as everyone's going to be coming back down to pace car speed.
Yeah, so in Formula F, it's Jonathan Kotek with about 2.5 seconds over Nathan Down, with Demetrius Constantinitis third fastest, about 2.6 seconds separating those top three. Andrew Moran and Teddy Bear Burns, fifth fastest in Formula F. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon, Michael Verisons, Tim Miner, Brandon Cronin, Bill Johnson, your top five. And Dixon at the moment with about a tenth of a second on Verisons. But, again here, with only one or two actual flying laps, and we've got just 5 minutes remaining on the clock, we may not see any more fast laps put in.
It is kind of fun to see different versions of the Van Diemen's out there running, both at the same time. When you see the RF99s in Formula F, and then you have the RF10s in Formula Continental. So a couple different versions of the Van Diemen. Van Diemen, of course, been around for so long, and so many that have competed here at the runoffs.
Yeah, I mean, just through the years, and even when you look in across the Formula Fs, I mean, we've got the Lavender. Well, we'll see if Lavender gets his car back out, but with, I think, probably the oldest of the Van Diemen's, a 95 chassis. With as we move, we've got a couple. Actually, I think we've got a 2002 chassis. Jay Messenger's in an RFO2. Yeah. So good 7-year spread across the board. And then in Continental, I think we've got some 97s, some 02s, some 03s as well. And interesting that it is a USF 2000 Citation chassis that is currently leading in Formula Continental. That is Brandon Dixon with a 2010 Van Diemen chassis, an RF10 that Verisons is racing. Second fastest.
So Brandon was able to get down to about a 2:12.3, him and Michael, the two that have kind of broken away, both setting at least reasonably quick times, both in the 2:12 range, only separated by about a tenth of a second. So not too far off where they were in practice at a 2:11, which is the fastest that we had shown over day one. Formula F, once again, at a 2:24, and that is quicker than what we had in practice session. So Kotek, although not many chances, was able to put down at least somewhat of a decent first lap. We'll see kind of, like I said, I don't anticipate us going back to green here, as looks like the flat toe is finally moving with the number 25. But with a track that is over 4 miles in length, for them to have to come around and get another flying lap in, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it here, Greg.
No, I would be very, very surprised if they were able to get that done. And and again, even if these drivers are able to get out, I think the best they would be able to manage is essentially an out lap before they'd have to come back in. So I think we are going to probably see the majority of those racers who are now sitting behind the safety car coming into Canada corner. I think I'd be very surprised if most of them didn't peel off and come down the pit lane.
So pace cars back on course have picked up at least two big groups. Moving fast in front of us right now actually is the number 88 leading the way for the Formula F cars. They all come straight at speed of
jogging speed.
Yeah. Oddly enough, the wind has died down a little bit. The flag is just directly across from us, not blowing as stiff as they were. Some beautiful cars here in the Formula F field. The Swifts. Myself, I've always been a Swift fan. I love the Swift bodies. These cars, of course, also run in solo here with Sports Car Club of America in C-Mod. So these cars able to do multiple duties here in Sports Car Club of America, something that is always fantastic to see. So pick one up. You can road race and then hop over, do an autocross the next weekend. So a little difference in gearing, but at least cars that are compatible in both. I'd love to get in one, but I wouldn't be able to get back out myself. So we are under 2 minutes remaining. Pace car still on course. I believe the course is clear, or at least I got the 25. Well, he's still showing, still sitting.
Yeah. I think with a minute and a half remaining, I think this
we'll be seeing the checker.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the checker because, again, by the time the field gets back around with SC5, I think we're going to end up hitting time anyhow. Well, the safety car pulled off at 5 here, Dan, and so the double yellows are being dropped. We're going back to green flag conditions, and so these drivers are going to have about a quarter of a lap or so in order to get their tires back up to temperature, and we may see one last flying lap from them.
They're going to have at least a shot. The checkered flag will be displayed down at 13, which is where our timing loop is. Or, excuse me, that's where the timing loop is at 13. So both fields are going to have a good run to get to 13 and start a flyer. The issue I'm going to say right now is going to be all the Formula Continental cars are going to be coming up on the tail end of the Formula Ford cars. And that is going to be an issue. Those Formula Continentals are not going to be able to make their way through the 12 Formula F cars we have out there. So,
well, they're letting the folks know over at the over manning the checkered flag over at 13 that the checkered flag is out, and so as they come out of Canada Corner and up towards Bill Mitchell, they're going to see the checkered flag.
So, yeah.
So no flying laps for these racers, and that's going to wrap things up for qualifying for Formula Continental and Formula F. Dan, let me make a quick call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll run down what we have. Attention in the paddock, SMX racers. This is your final call to the grid, SMX racers. Please head to the grid. All right, so after, 2 flying laps, 5 laps total in Formula F, it is Jonathan Kotek from Atlantic Beach, Florida, your provisional pole sitter, with a qualifying time at 2:24.9. That's 2.4 seconds up on Nathan Down out of Thornton, Colorado. Demetrius Constantinitis out of Chicago, 3rd fastest with Andrew Moran and Teddy Bear Burns, 4th and 5th. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, turns in a qualifying time of 2:12.332. He is your provisional pole sitter going into Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day and the final day of qualifying here at the runoffs tomorrow. Michael Verison's 11 hundredths of a second back in 2nd. Tim Miner, 3rd. Brandon Cronin, Bill Johnson, rounding out your top 5. All right, so with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. More qualifying action from the runoffs. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Haggerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Haggerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Haggerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Haggerty Drivers Club. Join at haggerty.com.
Welcome back to Road America, the National Park of Speed. It is the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dan Bullis. Next on track, it's SMX, and we have a couple in-car videos for you to supplement our little marching ants here. Right now, we are watching. Who do we have on board right now? I think we have Joey Andrews. We also have Ryan Gutile. Let me bring him up. There you go. He's in the number 116 machine. And in addition to Ryan, we have Vinny Miskelis as well. And we'll check in with all of them periodically during the session here today. But this should be a very interesting session. Of course, SMX made up entirely of the third gen, the NC chassis Mazda MX-5. They run a spec tire, and for the most part, everything on them, same shock package, engine package, you name it. And this is really a class for some of the younger, up-and-coming racers in the SCCA, and we've seen some incredibly close racing over the years in SMX. Ethan Lampy looking to repeat as national champion. He was your very first SMX national champion, with Ethan Jacobs finishing second. Justin Anacondas, who I believe was our pole sitter last year, finishing in third. And as the drivers now get the green flag and we are underway with, I think we've got Ethan Jacobs as the first car to take the green flag. Let's see. Let's hope that this runs a little bit a little cleaner than our Formula qualifying session that we just completed here just a few moments ago. And as they come down the front straight here, it is not quite the 9-car draft train that we saw in B-Spec. But up at the front, we've got, I think, 5 or 6 cars all together going down into turn number 1. And then another 4 or 5. But much like you see in Spec Miata, we've got drivers. They are starting to team up and stay together. Interesting to note, coming down the pit lane very early, Francisco Barroso, out of Miami Springs, Florida. He makes the run down the pit lane. We'll try and find out what the story is with him in just a moment. But it is certainly here with this class, much like in Spec Miata. I think a lot of it is, and these cars drive, I think, very differently than Spec Miata. They don't have nearly the grip levels that the Spec tires on the SMs do. So a little more sliding around with these cars, and certainly much higher power levels than the Spec Miatas as well. But always very close racing. And Dan, one of the things that we I think is going to be very important here through the majority of the year, at least on the Super Tour in SMX, there is a tire limiting rule where the drivers would have a single set of tires for qualifying as well as their 2 races. And again, this is at the Super Tour level. That's out the window this weekend. No tire limiting in SMX or Spec Miata for that matter. So if these drivers want to throw money and throw stickers at it, they can certainly come out with a new set of tires every single session if they wish.
Yeah, and around here, being you have so much time for what we do in autocross, you don't have time to cool off tires. Here you have the straightaways where you're not at least constantly putting the load as you have like through the sweepers. So once you get through a big turn, you have some time to cool them off. So the tire wear will be interesting to see how that goes. It'll be also interesting to see the bump drafting. It started in pit lane before they even hit the track.
Yeah, I was going to say it was before they ever left the pit lane. Let's do this. Let's jump on board with. Well, I was looking to see because Vinny Miskelis, I think, is actually at least he's right behind a couple of other cars. I think both Joey Andrews and Ryan Gutile are pretty much out in clear air at the moment. But we'll see here as they come down and get fairly close. We watch this, and I don't even know if you call this bump drafting after watching Spec Miata, where they have the front and rear bumpers literally locked together. for such a long period of time as they come up through the Bill Mitchell bend and set up for the final corner, turn 14 here, which is really incredibly important because you need to carry as much speed as possible up that very steep hill on the Road America Straight.
And as we mentioned last session, the wind had died down, but it has picked back up again.
Has.
So the draft and getting a good push down the front stretch is going to be extremely important here in qualifying. As right now, top time set in by Matthew Novak with a 236.5. That is right about where they were at practice-wise. A 236.3 is what the fastest time we had saw in practice, at least from day one. Ethan Jacob jumped up to 2 with Ethan back in 3. So it is Illinois, Wisconsin, and California in that order, all separated by about 32 thousandths of a second. So
that's nothing. That's nothing at all. You can make that up in, well, as many laps as you need. But also we've got Novak, Jacobs, Lampy, your top 3. Vinny Miskelis, Cam Eben, who I should mention that the folks at Sports Car Magazine give Cam a real good chance here of coming away at least with a podium and maybe with a win. We talked about Caleb Patry, his cousin, just a little while ago when Caleb was out in B-Spec. Cam has been racing in SMX now for, I think, 2 seasons. He's got a couple race wins. And also very noted, Larry, Cam, so we've got Larry Lefty McLeod sitting at the side here. Here, Larry, let's throw you on the microphone real quick. Here we go. You are on number 4. All right, let's bring in Lefty McLeod. How you doing, Lefty?
I am good, guys. Oh my goodness, that's loud.
All right.
Wow.
Well, we can turn that down for you. That's because as opposed to me, Larry's not hard of hearing.
Yeah.
So Cam Eben, I know he's got a huge iRacing or virtual racing career. That what is it? He's got like the highest I rating of all MX5 drivers or something like that. Yeah, I think he's got a couple of iRacing championships to his name or what have you. Yeah, and he's definitely turned that into a pretty good run here in SMX.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, especially the younger ones, they do a lot of sim racing. There's a lot of very competitive, strong leagues that run either the NC MX5 car or even the ND more modern cup cars, and Cam is one of those that kind of bounces between all of those. Very competitive, and it translates to what they end up doing here.
Right now we are under, looks like a standing yellow over in 3A for a car that has come to rest drivers right just before the bridge. So again, another session looks like Vinny giving some hand signals to the driver in front of him as they've been working together here.
That's a new one. I haven't seen that. I don't know if that's the round and round we go or what that.
I believe
that was.
Yeah, I believe that's Ethan in front of him. So I think that is, we're going to just continue lapping even though the yellow's out.
Now, which Ethan is that? Well,
that was Lampy.
Lampy, okay, because we've got
back to back now with him and Jacobs.
Exactly. I just got the note from Brian Belansky. 14 iRacing World Championships.
Wow.
For young Cam Eben, who now moves up to 3rd fastest. And here's an interesting, I don't want to say an interesting story, but moving up to the top of the leaderboard, and also an SMX race winner, Michael Tinnis, out of East Meadow, New Jersey. And I started racing with Michael. Michael raced an ITV Volkswagen Golf, I think, starting in like 2013, 2014. He was like a young kid in high school. And he and his dad used to go around campaigning this beautiful silver Volkswagen Golf, and now 10, 15 years later, here he is racing in SMX as an adult. He's, I think, one of the senior members in the SMX field. He's like 26 or 27.
It's been interesting watching Vinny's in-car. So as he's closing up on Ethan coming up the hill, coming through, as they come through 5, using all that runoff. And they hit that hole that's right there as the runoff ends. Twice now, Vinny's had to adjust his mirror because his mirror keeps getting, his rearview mirror keeps getting knocked around. It
flops and vibrates around. Yeah, I mean, the curbing, the gator teeth on the outside of turn 5 and also on the outside of turn 8 are just teeth rattlers. And it's one of those things where you bring the car back in and you definitely want your crew to go and do an alignment check because it can throw the toe out on the front of the car if that happens. All right, real quick, as we're just about halfway through the qualifying session here, actually a little bit past halfway, let me make a call to the grid for the next group, and actually I believe our last qualifying session before lunchtime. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Sounds like the 21 of Mitchell Lowry is maybe slow out there on course.
Yeah. And a matter of, so they're covering him with a white flag now, and that's over on the exit. They call it turn 3A, but basically it's the run out of turn 3, right before the Cheese Bridge, or the Sargento Cheese Bridge, and looks like they've now got him underway, or at least he was underway, but he may have picked up speed. Tell you what, let's bring down the camera for a second so we can see that portion of the course. And we'll get word. He may have pulled off at turn 5. I'm seeing at least one car there back in the cut through.
So right now, still leading the way is Michael with that 136.4. The top 3 separated by about 1/10 of a second. As looks like we are under surface. Over in turn 8.
Yeah, coming through the Harry Downs. It sounds like parts from one of the race cars now sitting on the track surface before you head into Speedville there at the carousel.
Oddly enough, typically with Miatas, it is gravel that's left on the track.
Yes.
So,
and it's actually part of an exhaust. And it looks like we now have a local caution just past there at turn 9. And we'll get some information on that in just a moment here.
The 72, it looks like, which is Michael Niemeyer.
Yeah.
Looks like he's come to stop in between, well, right in the middle of the carousel, looks like where he's come to rest. So we have debris in 8, followed by a car off, driver's right, between 9 and 10.
Yeah,
so.
well, and we'll see if this brings out a full course caution, because it sounds like the corner workers want him pulled out of there now. Should also mention on the pit lane, we've got the number 13 of Emmy Kissick. She's out of Olympia, Washington. Emmy's had I would say a tough week. She got got caught up in somebody else's incident earlier in the week. It's actually been a rough year for her. I know of two events on the Super Tour where she got run off course on the opening lap of races, both at Portland and also at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car course. But she's, maybe listening to me, she's pulling out of the pit stall right now, and I think going to rejoin the field. So hopefully we'll get some times in for her. Emmy currently sitting 14th in a 20-car field.
Only about a second and a half off the pole, though. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, I was going to say you could be that far back, and things are so close. Where Ethan Lampy, again, our defending national champion, who's currently 0.13 of a second off of provisional pole, brings his number 95 machine onto the pit lane. He's got the crew taking a look at the car right now. And with that, with that debris and with that local caution, I don't think there's any harm in doing that, in the hopes that that will go away. Tennis, still your provisional pole sitter with Camden Gruber. Don't call him Cam. Out of Winchester, Virginia, driving the Planet Miata RP Performance number 24 MX-5, currently second fastest. Cam Eben, only 47 thousandths of a second back from there. All right, let's go, and as we now have just about 5 minutes remaining, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session, it's next. And look, Dan, it sounds like they got that car out of the carousel. That they've removed the local caution there.
They have dropped the caution. Everyone has seen where he's at now. So right now it looks like we have 2 cars that are stopped out on course. The one over by the Sargento Bridge and then down on the carousel. So we will have some cleanup after this group. It sounds like everyone's going to be able to be flat-toed, so we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. But it looks like Vinny has latched on to a different car. It looks like him and Joey Andrews now have hooked up as Ethan Lamprey sitting in pit lane just across from us. So we'll have to see if we have any of the in-cars left that we can see who's out there running right now.
All right, as we go back with Vinny Miskelis.
So Vinny had Joey behind him. We'll see if he is still with him. Yeah, it looks like Joey just behind him. So
yep. I'll tell you what. Let's move over to Joey. We can do that. We'll just drop back 1 car, and there you go.
And there you go. So Joey Andrews tucked up right underneath now as they'll come through. We should be able to see drivers right here in the carousel. See the 72 car. Oh,
I mean.
Looks like we are on slow motion. Didn't know we had slow motion in the option.
There it was.
There it was. Okay.
On the right-hand side, tucked up against the wall.
These drivers doing what they're supposed to, really slowing down there in the yellow position. Have had reports of other drivers that possibly may. And once again, if you do not show significant downgrade in speed in yellow sections, you can lose all your laps.
And so here's the call. We just got in from the exit of carousel, corner 10. You'll notice that it went to a white flag, and they just let us know that the 111 car and the 12 car are moving very, very slowly. So it's not our cameras that are in slow motion right now, Dan. It's actually the 2 drivers that we're watching.
Yeah, oddly enough, and they are still going slow, not back up to speed, and it looks like Vinny is hitting the brakes.
Yeah. Here, and let's go, and I think at this point, so I just saw Vinny give the wave, and I'm sure he's probably just. I think either he was trying to get the Andrews car to go by, and maybe they were just trying to swap positions as they're going to be coming up
setting up,
yeah, because they're going to be starting at a lap right about here.
So that was very strategical. They knew there was a big group of cars that were coming up on them.
Well, maybe not so strategic if they're going to go into turn 14 side by side. Makes for good video, though.
Yeah, I was going to say strategic. They knew they had the big group because there's a group of 5 that have been out all session long, and another group of 3 is all of them come flying past. They've been hooked up, and there goes. Yep, everybody flying by us now. That group of 5 and the group of 3 make their way past. They've been hooked up all session, so seeing what they can do. As once again, Michael's still leading the way with that 36.477.
Yeah, and as I'm watching our multi-sector live timing, Dan, at scca.com/live, I'm not seeing a lot of sectors going green. I'm not seeing a lot of drivers setting personal bests. And, I wouldn't think that 7 thousandths of a second advantage that Michael Tinnis has over Camden Gruber would hold, but there's a chance that it might.
Watching Vinny's, it's nice to have the second in-car camera with Vinny watching his feet work coming into.
Oh, yeah.
And bump. You can definitely see the bumps and the dust being kicked up. They're coming through 5 and up the hill, now making the hard left and watching his feet work in the foot box. Those of you at home learning how to heel toe.
Yeah, and I find that absolutely fascinating. And even there, as he's making the upshift, and you can see the little blip in the throttle as he gets hard under the brakes. Turn 8 here, very, very tough braking zone because it actually falls off camber just a little bit. You're going downhill from turn 7 to turn 8, and then it drops off on the outside there, and then you got to set up for the carousel.
And watching yesterday afternoon, I had time. I was over watching the carousel, and you can definitely see the difference in people's comfort level going through the carousel.
Yes.
When you see people that are completely tucked up, drivers right, hugging that inside line, and the other cars, especially in like GT1 and the T1 cars, GT2, where they're about a car length out on the left as they come through, so just off the inside, as it looks like checkered flag is out on the session. So everybody else will be able to finish up these last flyers. We'll see if there's anybody that's able to make some ground up, but it is unlikely at this point that we'll see anybody moving.
Yeah, so we've got Joey Andrews now, and on his last lap, as he's the first one to take the checker, Andrews leapfrogs Wes Duchek and Mitch Lowry to move up to 10th fastest overall. Ryan Gutile moves up to 15th. He leapfrogs Christian Hoagland. And I think we've got, as we take a look at the map here, let's take a look. I'm going to bring the camera down, and we'll take a look here. I think the majority of the field now on the pit lane, and so after one day of qualifying here at the National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Michael Tinnis is your provisional pole sitter in SMX. Camden Gruber just 7/1000ths of a second back. Matthew Novak, third fastest. And then the Ethans, it's Ethan Jacobs, and probably most surprising, Dan, our defending national champion, Ethan Lampy, sixth fastest, albeit he's only 1300ths of a second off of pole. I mean, things are so tight here. The top 11 drivers are all within 0.8 of a second of one another.
And what's funny is, well, not funny, but we'll look over and see. Like I says, this is the Sunoco 260 today, and in this group, a 293 looks to be the closest for Weston Duchek. So, like I says, some fuel going to be handed out today. So, like I says, the 260, thanks to Sunoco.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up for SMX. Let's make a final call for our final qualifying session before lunch. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, your qualifying session is next. And so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from the National Park of Speed Road America. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Hagerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Hagerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Hagerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Hagerty Drivers Club. Join at hagerty.com.
Welcome back to Road America, the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dan Bullis, and we've got with us Larry Lefty McLeod.
Drink.
joining us. Ding! As they are now heading out on track, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. And gentlemen, much like SMX, much like Spec Miata, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 always so heavily and hotly contested. But, I think a lot of the notable front runners in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 not here this weekend. A lot of them are. But I think they're definitely going. This is going to be a race unlike many of the most recent Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 races that we've had, I think.
Yeah, and Bobby Sack's been one that has been showing some great speed this week so far.
Yes.
Him and John Black, of course. Black always one to keep an eye on. So the two of them plus a whole host of others, including some guy named Morgan Burkhart.
Yeah, yes, and we'll talk about Morgan in a moment, and somebody who is here. Oh, Morgan's here coaching up a lot of people at the young age of 7 or 18 or 19 or so. But I think notable by their absence, last year's race winner, Russ Turner, not here. Last year's silver medalist, Dave Ogburn, not here. Denny Stripling, who I think would have been on the podium last year, not here as well. The three teammates not here. Tyler Stevens, who finished third last year, back in 2024. He's actually the Sports Car Magazine pick to win here, and we'll see how he does. He hasn't really jumped out and really broken away from the rest of the field during testing this week. But we'll see here how things play out. But, as you said, Bobby Sack has looked very good. And that, and as soon as I say that, jumping with one lap in the books, Tyler Stevens and his teammate Peyton Long jumping up near the top of the pack here, and we'll continue to watch that.
So kind of like we saw with some of the earlier classes, this is going to be finding a dancing partner early.
Right.
Everybody coming out. This is probably the tightest bunch we've seen as far as the entire first half of the field just came flying by and everybody was nose to tail. So,
yeah, I mean, and much like we saw with B-Spec, that this class does, especially at a power track like this, rely on the draft so much. And if you run the risk, if you don't stay with the drivers ahead of you when you come straight off the grid, you run the risk of when we saw, like in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt, who was by himself for 3/4 of the session and just could not manage to break into the top 10. Very much so here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. As I just saw one racer come down the pit lane, and I believe that was
the 79.
The 79 machine of Stephen Greenhill out of Libertyville, Illinois. And I would think that he's going to have the crew take a look at the car. He came right to the pit lane after his outlap.
So, like this, again, you mentioned some big names that aren't here. It's still a very deep field talent-wise. This, of course, being one of our largest fields we're going to see this weekend. SRF 3, version 3, it's just so weird to call it version 3. These guys will be racing just before lunch on Sunday. So they'll have a day off Saturday in between, and then they will be our lunchtime preview for Sunday.
So notable here, a couple drivers that we didn't see during testing. Clay Russell, two-time national champion in the number 31 machine. He's out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. We'll see how he performs. Also, as I'm looking back through the field, also Chris Jennerjohn, who spent many years racing in Formula V, last 2-3 years here in Spec Racer Ford, 3 ranks. We'll see how he does. He's from Hartford City, Indiana. But you mentioned Morgan Burkhardt. Burkhardt has been spending quite a bit of time of late racing in Michelin Pilot Challenge in a GT4 Porsche. I guess there are some similarities. He's in a rear-engine Porsche. He's got a rear-engine Ford here. Should be pretty good. Of course, he was our pole sitter back in 2023 at Virginia International Raceway, and he's coaching along a 15-year-old Spec Racer Ford 3 driver. We may get a chance to speak with him, during the race here, or during the weekend here. That's Liam Kerper out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania, also racing for Doggone Racing, for the team that Morgan represents. And Liam here, I think, yet to turn in a lap time, has been testing all week. And when I talked to Liam earlier on in the week on Monday, he said, "I'm just waiting for my drafting partner."
Yeah,
and Morgan came, and they were running like 5th and 6th fastest during the testing yesterday. So, we'll see how the kid does. Very, at 15 years old in his very first runoffs, a little on the young side. As Bobby Sack now goes to the top of the leaderboard with a 229.785. 32 thousandths of a second up on Caleb Rothel. Rothel was very quick in testing.
He was
this week.
Another one to watch is going to be Caleb Schrader at the Pacific Northwest. Mm-hmm. Good to see so many P&W folks out here.
Yeah.
Spec Racer Ford, a big class for us up there. And we have, I think, 5 or 6 that have made the trip all out together. They all crew together, watch each other's backs, which is something you see a lot in SRF.
Right. And we'll see Schrader not only in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, but also in FE2, where he was testing this week and was incredibly strong with a couple of race wins to his name. Schrader's been spending some, he's had a very busy spring and summer. He's been running some TA2, and I think some, not NASCAR, but he's been running some, doing some roundy round stuff as well. But very, very quick in that black number 99 machine. And so going to the top of the leaderboard, as we talk about it, Tiger to Oregon's Caleb Schrader in the 99. A 10th up on 2-time champ Clay Russell. Bobby Sack, another 2-time champ, sitting back in 3rd now with Caleb Rothel 4th. And Jim Goffrey out of Jupiter, Florida, now moving up to 3rd fastest. Only 3/10 separating. Actually going back less than 4/10 separating our top 9 drivers.
Now, we talked about the draft, and when these cars draft, it's a little different because the way the tail section of these cars are made, the second car in line literally tucks up underneath that back cowling section, and as they're passing by in front of us, there's a couple pairings to where there is no daylight whatsoever between the two.
Right. And, and the body work on these cars, they weren't designed necessarily for this, but the way the nose drops down and has a very quick drop ahead of the front wheels, it can more or less tuck right underneath the back of the car ahead of it. The only thing from keeping it driving too far underneath is there is a steel cage around the differential on these cars. But you can essentially make 2 cars look like one long chassis. If you get close enough. The challenge, you don't want to get too close because the air intake on these cars is just a tiny little mail slot at the front of the car.
Bobby Sack back to the top spot. Then it's a pair of Caleb's right behind with Rothel and Schrader running P2 and P3 right now. The top 2 separated by 13th thou. Then it's a giant gap of a half second back to Schrader.
And watching the 2 B2 Motorsports drivers, Jackson Deal, who also I think is only 15, maybe 16 years old, moved over to Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 starting at Sebring this year after years of karting. He's driving the number 59 machine. He's got team owner Cliff White in the 58 directly behind him. They're currently running 16th and 18th. I would expect to see them move up a little bit further in the field.
I like how you just made a 15-year-old sound old.
I know.
Saying years of karting.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, when you find out that some of these racers have been racing, they're 15 years old and they've been racing for 12 years.
I don't want to find out how young some of these whippersnappers are. So.
That's right. Well, as Larry reminds me every single time we call a race, I'm old as dirt. All right, we're just about halfway. Again, this is our final qualifying. Actually, we're a little bit past halfway here in this 21-minute session. This is our final qualifying session before we break for lunch, and we expect that lunchtime to be about an hour's in length, and we'll get a return time for you as soon as we have it. We'll put it up on the screen for you.
Right now, your top 10 all within about a second of each other. And you got to go back to 18th to before it gets to 2 seconds. So, like I said, we expect this to be a tight field all the way through. Once again, Sack leading the way. A couple new names jumping up as Schrader falls back to 7th. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long moving up to 3rd and 4th right now with, hey, there's Mr. Morgan jumping into P5.
All right, there you go. So Morgan Burkhardt with that 229.161. 1,500ths off of the pole. I mean, look at how close, and not all these drivers are in that same draft train, Dan, but 13 1,000ths of a second separating Sack and Rothel. As we go, those top 5 are separated by 15 100ths of a second, and it isn't until you get to, and this is perhaps the biggest surprise to me, Clay Russell, who is almost half a second back from the lead pack.
Looks like we do have Station 5 going yellow, car 19, which is Bobby Sack, I believe.
Yes, indeed. And we're just getting word now that he has gotten that car back underway. Maybe outbraked himself going down into turn 5, but he's gotten that car back underway. Obviously, this lap is a throwaway. We'll see if... and we're getting...
Well... Now, the bigger issue is he may have lost his drafting partner.
Exactly. And we just got word that Richard Herman, in the number 0 machine out of Wayne, Pennsylvania, spun as he crusted over the top of the hill by the Corvette Bridge into turn 6. He has gotten that car back underway now.
And it sounds like it may not actually have been Bobby. It may have been 195. So
okay.
The 5 may have come across. I thought it was a 19, but it sounds like the 195 was the driver that actually had that spin down there in 5. So.
All right, and if that's the one, that might have been Mark Hutchins then out of Lincoln, Nebraska.
New leader on the board, though, is Bobby Sack all the way back to 4th now as the 128s have finally popped up. Schrader to the top spot with Schofield and Clay Russell back in 3rd now. So Sack finds himself back in 4th with Rothel right behind him in 5th.
Yeah, and that moves Tyler Stevens, again, the pick to win this weekend from, not Sports Car Magazine, Sports Car News, now sitting in 6th position with his teammate out of Conway, Arkansas, Peyton Long, sitting 7th as those two drivers, again, pretty obviously locked nose to tail as they are 0.357 off provisional pole and 0.358 off of provisional pole.
Huge gap.
Yes.
So now this is the thing, is sometimes guys set the cars up differently. Some cars are set up to push. Some cars are set up to lead. So finding which one you work better as is sometimes the biggest key that you can get to make sure you have the right setup as you guys come up.
All right, we're getting word of an incident down at turn 5, Dan, involving the 4.2 machine, the 5.5, and I think these drivers,
77,
and the 77. Well. So the 55 is Sam Schechter out of Boyd's, Maryland. 77 is Andre Pera out of Government Camp, Oregon. And the 42 car is Craig Chase out of Darien, Connecticut. And sounds like no contact between any of the cars. One spun, they all went to a void, and they all had their various issues, but it looks as though all 3 of those machines have now continued on their way. Of course, for following cars that came down and through there, obviously they're going to have to check up, and that's going to impact that flying lap. But going to the top of the leaderboard now, for a moment, Caleb Schrader was there with a 228.795. But Brian Schofield now just resets fast lap, moves to provisional pole at a 228.739. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long now moving up to third and fourth.
Driver that just came by kind of out of the draft, has got a twosome working his way past, is John Black back in 12th. So Black a little further back than what I would expect here.
Very surprising there. John Black, the very first Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 national champion, taking that win in, I believe, 2016 at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
And reports of another Pacific Northwest racer having a spin out there, the number 23 of John McClintock. So having a spin and continue as well. So we talked about Turn 5 just a second ago. Turn 5, one of those notorious places where one person spins and it is chaos behind.
Yes.
Trying to dive to the inside, trying to drive to the outside, going through that grass, trying to get up the hill, especially with these cars, with the lack of power, trying to get back on track going uphill. Not the best place to be.
That's right. I love this. So McClintock sent us some biographical information. We asked, what do you do? What's your occupation? When you're not here as an amateur race car driver looking for a national championship. And he says he attends meetings and turns emails into other emails. Sounds like what I do.
Not a true description could be had right there.
No, exactly. So and he just came off winning the Oregon Region Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 championship. So congratulations to him as he's trying to turn that into a national championship.
And a new top spot on the leaderboard.
Wow.
Simon Gamble out of nowhere, a 228.5. Schofield, Schrader, Stevens now up to fourth, and all of a sudden it is Bobby Sack back to 7th, Morgan in 10th, Black back to 14th. So.
And so here's the interesting thing about Simon. So Simon, he calls Chicago home, and he's been racing for 15 years. But the first thing I saw, I go, what the heck? He won the 2005 New Zealand Grand Prix. Actually, so he came to the U.S. just a couple of years ago and has been racing for about 14 years in New Zealand. And so he and his wife just came here a couple of years ago. And he is sponsored by Mako Networks and Elite Autosport. And apparently he is the co-founder of Mako Networks.
So you said he won that in 05?
Yes, in 05.
Some of our drivers weren't even born.
Born then.
Yeah.
I know. Hey, I wasn't born yet either. I wasn't born yesterday.
No, you certainly weren't.
All right, so we've got a minute and a half remaining on the clock, and it is New Zealander Simon Gamble from Lake Barrington, Illinois, your provisional pole sitter for the time being. Brian Schofield, Caleb Schrader, 0.2 of a second and 1/4 of a second back, respectively. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, 4th and 5th fastest. Then Clay Russell, Bobby Sack. And I'll tell you, I think Sack is on a flyer right now. He's
all purple.
Yeah, purple in Sector 4, Sector 1 as well. He goes personal best in Sector 2 as he's going to be coming out of Canada Corner here in just a moment. And we will see where he is.
We have a yellow, though. That could ruin that lap. Who is it that is... I don't have my big map up in front of me. It looks like the 08, maybe? Bobby Sack to the top spot, though, that 228.226. He takes the top spot away from Caleb Rothel, who also had a flyer. The two of them, I believe, might be paired up. So Sack and Rothel to the top two spots, only separated by 36 thousandths of a second. And indeed, it is a 58, it looks like, off down there in Canada. I kind of chuckled a little bit because at the time we had Florida in second, Oregon in third. Can't get two further points away except for one of the Washington guys.
No, seriously. Exactly.
Looks like the 58 checkered flag is out there at turn 13. So Cliff White, who's currently back in 17th, that car.
Yeah,
that looks like he's rolling again. Looks like my second screen.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, he's definitely back underway. And again, he was there working with Jackson Deal, and looks like they're going to both end up no better than 17th and 18th. John Black makes a move, leapfrogs Jim Goffrey and Justin Clardy to move from 14th to 12th.
So looking for the 0-2, where is Morgan at? Does he have time to pick up some spots here?
Yeah, so it looks like he just completed that last flying lap, and he was off of even his personal best in Sector 3, and does not improve on his final flying lap. And so looks like the Charlestown, West Virginia driver, he's going to go into the second day of qualifying 10th fastest. So Bobby Sack, your provisional pole sitter after a single day of qualifying here at the National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Caleb Rothel, 36 one-thousandths of a second back from him. Simon Gamble brings the Lake Barrington, Illinois-based spec racer Ford Gen 3, the number 8 machine, back in third with a 229.509, only 0.3 off a provisional pole. Brian Schofield, the number 61 machine out of Lakeland, Florida, 4th fastest. Caleb Schrader, 5th fastest. Less than 0.6 of a second separate our top 5 drivers. Tyler Stevens, his Sports Car News is picked to win, is 6th fastest. Peyton Long, his teammate, 7th fastest. 2-time national champion Clay Russell, 8th fastest. Todd Vanacore came out of nowhere. Vanacore, your 2023 P2 national champion, and probably P1 national champion. Vanacore, 9th fastest, and then, as we mentioned, Morgan Burkhardt, 10th fastest. All right, Dan?
I was going to say one more spot. Zach Delta back in 11th, and that gives us all top 11 cars within a second of pole. So, been a great morning so far, Greg.
Absolutely. All right, we're getting word on when we're going to be coming back from lunch here in just a moment. All right, so we're going to be back just about 12:40 p.m. Next up on the docket when we come back from lunch, it is going to be H Production here at the National Championship Runoffs. So for Dan Bullis, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you in about an hour.
for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. waiting for the song. 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 To go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
And we want to thank the great folks from Sunoco for that wonderful lunch as we come back to qualifying action here at the 2025 National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dan Bullis, and we are also going to have joining us the driver of eminence.
This crowd's like, what the heck is that?
What the hell does that mean? Larry Lefty McLeod joining us here today for our first qualifying session after lunch. This is H Production. Larry, why don't you lead us off here?
Sure. H-Prod, obviously Jesse Prather being the defending champ in that Mazda, maybe comes in as a favorite, but the crowd is pretty thick here in this group. Chris Chasma won a couple years ago at VIR. He's back this year after taking last year's runoffs off. His good buddy Chuck Mathis, those two are basically the same garage, the same wrenches. They work together a lot. So keep your eye on those three. And then, there's this guy, Steve Sargis, who's done this a few times. Knows this track pretty well. So I look at that group as sort of being group one of where this field could go. Beyond them, I love seeing the variety of cars in here, everything from the Fiats to the a lot of the LBCs, the Hondas that are in this group. Guys like Greg Gopper, Benezek. I think I love the mixture that gets thrown around in here, the variety of cars. And I think even across the favorites, seeing that there's going to be maybe 3 different makes in that group, along with who knows who else is in there. And attrition always plays in with this group, but these cars are getting stronger and stronger every year. Nobody shows up with the same car 2 years in a row.
No, and you would have to imagine that that Prather, after taking the win last year, isn't coming back with the machine that only beat Chuck Mathis by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah,
that he's going to have a much stronger car, and I would presume that that Steve Sargis, regardless of how many years he's been racing that same Triumph Spitfire, that it's going to come back a little bit stronger here as well. So we'll see how things play out as our racers now just about take the green flag and start their 21-minute qualifying session. And so, Dan, where were we with some of the? I know, especially yesterday, a lot of these racers were out for practice sessions. What did we see yesterday?
Yesterday was kind of a toss-up. Lampkin was first in the morning session, 2:47.0. The afternoon, they definitely found some speed down to a 2:44.6, and that was Chrome leading the way. So Agnes Chrome and that Volkswagen Golf looked pretty quick in the afternoon. It'll be interesting to see kind of how things shake out this afternoon. Again, still a bit of a headwind, not as much as we saw earlier. So, and Volkswagen's known as being the bricks around here. So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've had very good luck, as we said. Chuck Mathis in his A1 Rabbit had a great run last year and was able to give Jesse Prather in a much more slippery Mazda 2 a good run for his money. You mentioned Bill Lampkin in his Honda CRX. He's out of Broomfield, Colorado. Had some issues with that CRX earlier in the week. After the very first test session on Monday, had a transmission failure. And they needed to don't think Mr. Lampkin had a spare transmission with him and had to source a replacement. And with the help and guidance of many others in the H Production paddock, got that repaired and replaced. And good to see it back out here. He calls that car the Rocket. It wouldn't be such a rocket without a transmission, but already he's, as we just saw him head down the front straight here, he is definitely up to speed. It looks like he may be in line for at least a top 5 after this very first lap.
Watching Greg Gopper come through, trying to draft off Sargis in front of him. Not really sure that Triumph Spitfire gives him the wind reduction that he was hoping as a car to draft off of. So
Yeah, the open top little Spitfire doesn't put a big hole in the air. I think a couple of the cars to be looking at this weekend as well. The X19 of Braden Connolly, and I believe we've got Matt Brannon now. Yeah. They come both out of the same speed shop, and I believe I'll have to go back and check my notes. It's a father-son combination, but have been very, very strong. I saw both of the X19s early on in the Super Tour season. Saw Matt Brannon at Summit Point for the majors as well, and just very, very quick. As they were for the moment 1-2, but with only a couple of drivers crossing the line so far to complete their first flying lap, it is for the moment Chuck Mathis about a second clear of the rest of the field as we wait for everybody else to start filtering through.
We'll have to see. Prather was first on track. And he probably should have been the first to get a
cross
time.
the line, so yeah. And I'm
kind of wondering because he did just come by
if we can
a second ago, so we'll have to see if his timing. It looks like he's getting timed up, so we'll have to see.
Okay, yeah, we'll see. Maybe he might be having a transponder issue, possibly.
A couple of Volkswagen. It's good to see a Jetta out there, a little two-door.
Yeah, Larry. Why don't we talk a little bit about the Volkswagen Jetta, because that is a car that we had originally expected to see here last year.
Yeah, so Chris Shasma, when he won his championship at VIR, was driving one of the A2 Golfs in that race. They decided to switch chassis in that car. So starting last year, they built this two-door Jetta, and it was a mild success. He was not able to make it to the runoffs last year at some other personal conflicts, but brought that car out this year. And in fact, it's still developing. If you take a look at the car now, you'll see the carbon fender flares, including in the rear, which the car wouldn't have had last year. They went just wider in the front. Now they've got the width added at both front and rear. And the car continues to develop. I think Chuck Mathis has actually driven that car as well at a couple of races to help get that thing dialed in. So between Shasma and Chuck, they've been working really hard to get this one out there, but it's definitely unique. You don't see a whole lot of those two-door Jettas, period, let alone road racing.
Yeah, it was, a matter of fact, one of the only ones I had seen years ago was an ITB Jetta of that series in the two-door, and the major reason it was from a racer who had been racing a Rabbit at the time, because he felt, it was essentially the same chassis, felt that it was going to be a lot less draftable off of with the short rear deck on that car. Getting word from the field that Matt Brannon's X19 might be putting out a little smoke out of one of the wheel wells, and might have some tire rub. We'll see if that is the case. Now, we do have a time for Jesse Prather. We were wondering where he was. As he moved up for a moment to second position behind Steve Sargis. And just as we say that, smoking Matt Brannon it goes and turns into 241.677. That puts him second fastest provisionally, but it's still over 2.5 seconds. 2.1 seconds back from Chuck Mathis.
No smoke as he comes by us, so it may be a cornering issue.
Yeah, I mean, and it came in, the call came in from turn 5, and so the car might have been, leaning over, going through.
So Mathis right now leading the way over Sargis at 239.4. So we are definitely under where we were at practicing at Lexus. Not a lot of the HP cars here out for practice earlier this week. So first time we're seeing quite a few here on track today. And it is just good to see a Mark II out there, Mark II Jetta. Having a four-door for years myself, I got kind of a soft spot. Especially the two-doors are hard to come by, so.
Yeah, you just don't see them, let alone road racing them. But from the formula to maybe compete here in H-Prod, it certainly checks a lot of boxes.
Do we know if there's a weight difference between the GTIs and the Jettas?
That I'm not sure of.
Because I'd be curious to know if they get kind of a weight penalty going with the extra body weight, so.
And this is the point where I go and start pulling out the GCR and looking at spec lines.
Yeah.
You guys talk.
I mean, I call Lifeline. We do have an H-Prod Lifeline within about 30 feet of us. I really want to go there, but I'm not going to bother her today.
Might be the only day
actually an H-Prod Volkswagen life.
Exactly, yes. If anybody knows A2 Volkswagens.
But always good to see the mix. Like I said, when you have a Scirocco out there on course, there's always a chance of something leaking from that.
All right, well, gentlemen, as we are now halfway through this qualifying session, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Formula V racers, please start heading to the grid. Formula V racers, please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Sargent's back up to the top spot at 239.2. So our second driver into the 39s. Prather is stalking that 39 with a 40.7. And right behind him, Brandon back in fourth, with Shaftsman bringing out your top 5 right now.
Interesting about that is Sargent's trap speed on the lap he's currently on, 117.3 miles an hour. The fastest trap speed in the session is Shaftsman in that Jetta at 118.5, which means Sargent's only a mile an hour slower. That little Spitfire is moving.
That car's not supposed to have the straight line speed, I thought.
Apparently, he's got it streamed out pretty well. That if he's doing nearly 117.5 miles an hour, that could be dangerous for the rest of the field.
The one speed we're not seeing is Prather's, though.
Yes.
And Prather looks really quick coming by us here in the tower. We do have 2 Yaris's, or another Yaris out there.
Yeah, and this one actually new to this driver, Tom Broering, who for years had been driving a Triumph Spitfire or an A1 Volkswagen Rabbit, depending on what was running at the time, has picked up this particular Yaris in the past year. This car took the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship H production title last year, driven by Amber Stevenson. And so far, they've had both he and his wife Carolyn have had mixed luck with this car. They had a very good run at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the Jersey Devil Majors, but had a motor expire in this car a little bit later in the season. So I think they have what is essentially the backup motor in the car right now.
There's not a car out here you don't know something about.
Well, this one, so good friends Carolyn and Tom, Washington, D.C. region members. Carolyn actually also an H production racer, races her Volkswagen Rabbit. Carolyn working grid this weekend as well. So I want to thank them. Tom's the Washington, D.C. region chief instructor for their driver's school. In addition to that,
keeping an eye on Chuck Mathis on a pretty good lap here. Personal best in all 3 sectors so far. Waiting for the last sector to pop up. Trying to do a little quicker than his 39 too. If he can crack into the 38s and cut that lead down that Sargis has right now with that 38.7.
All right, and Mathis, well, actually, waiting. He has not completed that lap yet. Still working his way out of Canada Corner and up Bill Mitchell, and he sets overall best in Sector 3, Larry, but not enough to leapfrog Sargis for provisional pole. Still about 0.2 of a second separating those 2 racers. Matt Brannon about 2 seconds back from there in third.
The chat coming through looks like they do show that the Jetta has the same weight as the hatch. So
yeah, and another H production Volkswagen maven, Mike Kelly, in the chat, and he would definitely know as he races an A2 Golf.
Yeah.
And hi, Tucker. Tucker in the chat. We've got the Prather fam in the chat. I wonder who they're rooting for. I'm sure. Well, actually, I guess they kind of let it go when they said, "Let's go, Jesse." But thank you for joining us.
Anytime you use the word "Great Arrow" and Volkswagen in the same sentence, it's just kind of comical for me.
Hey, the V's have Great Arrow.
I mean, there are always the Bugattis, right? I mean, those are Volkswagens with Great Arrow. Audi R8s, right?
Sure.
Kendall Jones comes flying by that beautiful Austin Healey in that dark green out of Michigan. Currently sitting back in 11th, but so much fun to see the sprites out here running.
As we just get a good look at Joe Camilleri. Joe currently running 15th in another Volkswagen. This is the first-gen Volkswagen Scirocco. He's out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and semi-retired art director. And he says he runs the VW Club Racers Facebook page. And this is something, and maybe we should have cribbed this. We should have pulled it down because I saw it the other day. He also contributes race previews to the H Production Facebook page, and he put one up just the other day. And I don't know, for some reason, Joe is always predicted as the national champion, but no, that's not the case. Bill Lampkin coming down the pit lane in his Honda CRX, pulling along the wall, and crew coming to take a look at his 1984 Honda CRX.
We're right about 4 minutes left to go in the session. Nobody really setting some fast laps at this point. Everybody's kind of settled into the pace they're at right now.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Formula V. Please head to the grid. Formula V racers, please head to the grid.
So Sunday after the lunch break, HP will be our first group up after lunch. So good to see them out there. The weather right now, what do you think it is out now?
Well, here,
75?
I'll tell you exactly what the weather is like, as I'm going to put it right up on the screen for us. With those 12-mile-per-hour gusts, which the flags here that we're seeing on the front straight starting to go, just as I say, they're about to go, they're kind of going a little limp. The wind picks up once again, but about 12, 13-mile-per-hour gusts.
So down from what it was earlier, but 72 still cool.
Yeah. Again,
the hot temperatures will be coming in starting tomorrow. Once again, 89 is what the forecasted high is for tomorrow, and then mid 80s throughout the weekend.
You know the wind picks up when all the H-Prod cars start setting personal best trap speeds down the back straight.
Down the back straight.
I'm not kidding. Stardust, Mathis, and Brandon, all three of them on the lap they just went through, set their quickest trap speeds, and it's on the back straight going into 5. So.
Yep.
Wind busted. It works the opposite, unfortunately. Wind picks up on the front straight. You're not going to see it in the data, but you're not going to have a very good Sector 1.
New trap speed. Hey, the Fiat.
Yeah, told you those cars are stonking fast in a straight line. Yeah, so Braden Connolly turning in a 118.5 miles per hour.
Looks like we are going full course yellow.
Yeah, we have a car, looks like off down by, it looks like he's at the entrance to the pit lane.
Yeah, but looks like driver left coming up the hill, so.
Okay.
May have been a gust of wind that shut the 07 off.
And apparently, well, he wouldn't be at the entrance to the pit lane because if he was, they wouldn't be black flagging everybody and having them come up the pit lane entrance. But that is what is happening. Looks like black flag conditions here at Road America. All of our racers going to be returning to the pits.
It looks like they threw the checker on the session. So
yeah.
With only about 2 minutes left, they're just going to go ahead and checker the session. It is the 07 Andrew Wright Spitfire that is down there. So the Tennessee driver currently sitting back in 12th is the one that is sitting. Looks like driver's left just coming up the hill. So not enough oomph to get up there.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, Andrew, part of the husband-wife team, he drives the Triumph Spitfire. His wife, Leanna, in her Mini Cooper, the number 02 car, currently sitting 16th on the field. As our racers starting to come up the Road America straight onto the pit lane.
Whereabouts are they from there, Greg?
Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Murfreesboro. Okay.
All right, so it looks like that is going to wrap things up for our H production qualifying session. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Formula V racers, this is your final call to the grid. Formula V, this is your final call to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, let's run things down here. After one day of qualifying in H production, Steve Sargis out of Hartford, Wisconsin, in his Triumph Spitfire, is your provisional pole sitter. He's got a 2-minute 38.9 on the clock. Chuck Mathis, looking to improve the St. Jacob, Illinois Volkswagen Rabbit Racer, has a 238.976. That's 1900ths of a second back from Sargis. Jesse Prather, our defending national champion out of Topeka, Kansas, in his Mazda 2, gives us a 240.470. That is 1.6, almost 1.7 seconds off of the provisional pole time. Matt Brannon, in his Fiat X19 out of Columbus, Ohio, turns in a 247.23. And then it's a big, big chasm, almost a full second, separating Matt Brannon in fourth from our 2022 and 2023 national champion, Chris Shasma, in his Volkswagen Jetta. He currently sits fifth with a 241.835, 3 seconds off provisional pole. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. All right, Dan, right, Larry? And we'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from the National Park Speed Road America. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Hagerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Hagerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Hagerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire X Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the Runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome back to Road America, the National Park Speed. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dan Bullis and Larry Lefty McLeod. And next up, gentlemen, it's Formula V.
We were just talking about Volkswagen. Oh, there we are.
There you
just
are.
talking about Volkswagens with Aero. Now we actually get Volkswagen.
Volkswagen, more than we know what to do with.
But Aero is actually key on these cars. And a lot of times it's a little bit about your own trap speed. It's also about reducing the effect of draft you give to the car behind you, unless that car behind you is your brother, which applies to half the field here, I think,
yes.
in this group, of course, starting with your defending champion, Steve Whitston, and his other brothers, Zach, and then his
Darryl
other
and his other brother, Darryl.
Yes. So and of course the fourth Whitston there as well. Some guy named Ron, who's, he's also maybe a part of that family too. Yeah, of course. And then you get the Abbott brothers. They'll be out there. There's so many families. The Satterleys, the Logheads. It's unbelievable. There's two Scalers now in this field.
That's right.
As Alex has brought his dad out. This is all about the families in this group. And it's fun that you get to race together. It's also interesting that it creates a lot of race strategy because of how they tend to do this. We've seen it with the Whitstons. We've seen a little bit of it with the Abbotts. We'll see if any of them actually try it here in qualifying again, or in fact, can you actually qualify faster by yourself because your cornering speeds are a lot more efficient.
A lot more efficient, exactly. And so last year, as you mentioned, it was Steve Whitston who took the win over brother Andrew, and we were just talking behind the scenes about finishing in third with one of the two Abbotts. Yeah, Andrew Abbott, who is seems perennially almost your bronze medalist here at the runoffs.
I feel that pain having in the solo world finished third 6 times, 5 of them consecutively. So I feel his pain, but I do know that Andrew is. There's something good to be said, especially in this class. If you're always in the hunt, eventually you will catch the prey. And he seems to every year be in that hunt. So we'll see if this year maybe is his.
Yeah, well, definitely we'll see. Now, I do want to mention, just because this came up just a few weeks ago, one Formula V driver that we're not going to have with us here this weekend, Jonathan Weissite, member of the Formula V Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, we lost Jonathan a couple weeks ago in a racing incident, and our hearts go out to his family and everybody at JK Technologies, his engineering company, and the entire Formula V and FE2 community
he meant
as well.
so much to that part of the racing world. They were his family too.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so first flying lap now underway, and we'll see who's got the medal here at Road America.
Just trying to see who's all paired up. We have seen in the past, even in qualifying, particularly the Whitstons do a lot of pairing up. The Abbotts tend not to.
Yeah.
And then a few others I've talked to in the past, talked to Alex Gaylor before. He tends to like to run by himself. Really feels it's inefficient. It's difficult to get the right drafting when you're in a race, for sure. Right. But in a qualifying situation, you can actually run, even here at Road America, pretty fast by yourself.
Yeah, and we even saw that with Alex down to racing. I guess it was the 2021 runoffs here, where all by himself in the last lap he was able to make up, I think, 4 or 5 positions.
Like
Didn't work out for him at the very end.
But the pace can be there.
Exactly.
Certainly, and he was doing last year. I think he ended up with a mechanical, but at some point he was also turning fast laps the race by himself, catching that other group. We've seen this before. So your pace from a single lap qualifying type of deal by yourself is not so terrible. Now, if you can happen to do strategic drafting, catch just the right spots, maybe you get a tow off of 14 up the hill and that car gets out of your way. Things like that can certainly aid you in your qualifying run. But otherwise, if you have to by yourself, isn't a bad thing.
Already have a car stopped back going into the kink, car number 72, which looks to be Jeffrey Vallejo out there having issues. He's stopped driver's right just before the kink. Turn 5 already on a standing yellow, and that has been cleaned up and moving again. So.
Yeah, I was going to say that local caution at 5 should go away. We had a car under braking lose the rear end, but it has gotten back underway. And as you mentioned, Vallejo in the 72 machine, out of Brooklyn, New York, in a Mysterian M2, and one of the few drivers at this point not to have crossed the line to start his first flying lap.
Best names for the open wheel cars in this group too.
Oh, absolutely.
Chassis,
Mysterians, agitators. I always loved Donnie Isley in his agitator.
Vectors and Vortex and Citations
and lasers. And actually, that laser that is, Larry, the car that Colin Satterley drives. That when you look at the profile of that car, it is very different from almost any Formula V that we see out there. It has a much taller cowling, I think, than most anything else, and it looks like it was something maybe that was actually designed this century.
Well, we know the Adams Aero is like that as well. It's a lot more upright seating position. Honestly, it almost has a similar profile to a Formula Ford,
right?
Where most of the V's are much lower and even more lay down than the FFs. But yeah, so we see that in the Adams. I don't know that I've seen yet the laser. I do wonder if perhaps the laser is a variant of the Adams, considering
I think
that
so.
The Satterleys live in Howell, which is about 5 minutes to my west from where I live. And then, of course, Adams and what he builds is about 5 minutes to
the
my
other
east
direction,
in Whitmore Lake, Michigan. So, yeah, they're all my neighbors, apparently.
All right, one flying lap in the books. Let me scroll back so we can all see that. And again, with just a single lap going to the top of the leaderboard, Chris Jenner-John in his Vortec, and he turns in a 2:44.8, about 0.05 of a second up on Alex Scaler, with Andrew Abbott about 1.2 seconds back from there.
Yeah, they're going to sort this out. They're going to have to sort out something, because I think that little bit of delay here in the session packed everyone up. They went by us in our vantage point here in the front straight. There were about 20 cars within about 5 seconds of each other on track. There's 3 or 4 on the right just lifting, letting the field go by, but the rest of the field is going to have no one's going to set great qualifying times in that stacked of a pack, except maybe if the second place car drafts past the one who's kind of leading that pack and is able to do something. But I think they're going to have to sort this out. So don't be surprised if this lap some of our more favorites and contenders still are a little bit slow while they sort out good track position.
2:44.7 was the fastest time we saw in practice this week, which was by Farnham. So right now they are on that gap of 2:44.8 for Jenner-John right now, setting the pace. So they're right about where they were practicing. Only had one session this week where they were in the 44s. The rest of the time they were in the 46s. So the weather today might be working out pretty good for them.
Yeah, it could be and should be the best weather of these 2 qualifying days. So it's not impossible to maybe set a quicker time tomorrow, but you don't want to leave yourself in that position. You'd like to get your hot lap in today before it gets too hot. I stole that one.
Obviously not from me.
No, that was thanks to Joel. Thanks.
So still a couple groups, pairings out there in the lead. Marjorie Lundberg, one of our Pacific Northwest racers out of Beaverton, Oregon. Her and Quinn Posner, the two of them have been doing battle. Some great races we've had up at Pacific Raceways with them. And, of course, Bob, another family, father and son, that have been running together. Bob not running this weekend, but nice. It's good to see them out here. But she's the first car on track. She's followed closely by... Well, the two of them are together leading the pack. 89 on the 40 right close in tow behind them. So looks like 14 is standing with car number 40 right now. That's Donald Matthey.
Don Matthey out of Santa Rosa, California, Cal Club member. And and they're going to deploy some emergency services teams to go and retrieve that car. And in doing so, we are now going to a full course caution with just about 10 minutes elapsed here in this 21 minute
A couple of cars right before that, because the caution is coming on 14. They didn't manage to finish their lap going down in towards Canada.
Right.
So Andrew Abbott, Andrew Whitson, Steve Whitson, Zach Whitson, all turning, as you would expect, similar laps, but now they are sitting 3, 4, 5, and 6 with Rick Shields, Brian Farnham, Graham Loggett, Ray Carmody rounding out your top 10 as of right now, with basically one flying lap in the books for anybody.
Yeah.
Right now it's a top 2 breakaway, though, with Jenner-John and Scaler, both of them over a second out in the lead. Once again, trying to get that clean track that you're talking about, Lefty, seems to be the issue, and this yellow flag is not going to help that fact at all.
No, it isn't at all. And if I'm sitting, let's say, in this string of cars, if I'm 5th, 6th, 7th in that group, I might think about creating a gap in front of me just a little bit while when we approach maybe going back to full grain, just to try and get some spacing, so this field needs to stretch themselves a little bit, because if they're all bunched when we go green, it's going to happen anyway.
We do have multiple pace cars on course right now, so there are going to be a couple different groups. The first group looks like it's going to be a little bit smaller than the second. First group looks to be probably about 8 cars, where that second group is the big one, where it's about probably 12 or 14. So
trying to figure out who might be in each of those groups. I think I see the Whitstons. I think we're all grouped together in that second pack. I see
I think they're leading the way in that second pack.
In there. Where's that first group? It's the 70.
That would be Marjorie and Quinn leading that
9.
Second group.
Yeah.
All right, guys, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for the next group here. Then we'll track things down as we're under full course caution. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Touring 2 and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. Touring 2 and American Sedan drivers, please head to the grid.
Once, of course, a big thank you out to Mazda for all they do for us here at SCCA. Their Pace rigs are 3 absolutely gorgeous Mazda CX-90s out there putting in some quick laps themselves there during the lunch break. So fun to watch the Pace drivers wheel those things, taking some people for some rides.
We've got somebody in the chat asked if the safety car drivers talk to each other in French. Don't it's escaping me the significance of that. But also want to welcome into the chat Dan Stasinski, Formula V racer, and his son Brian racing here this weekend, and wanted to wish Dan a speedy recovery. He's actually here at Road America this weekend to watch his son race, but I think just went through a surgery and is recovering. Hopefully we'll see him in a race car soon.
Looks like one thing I always find interesting is classes sometimes seem to be very regional.
Yes.
FV is very kind of a northeast and east coast class, not a lot on the west side of the country. So
yeah, I would say, and there are some very big pockets. There we've seen over the last couple of years, at least in Formula V, some other series that run configurations similar to what you see in South Africa and Australia and in the UK, with much wider tires than the stock or the spec tires that we see here in the SCCA road racing. There was an event a couple of I think last year that had actually an event at Summit Point Raceway just a couple of weeks ago that had over 50 Formula Vs. Which was really a sight to see, watching them head down into turn 1 in that 3/4 mile long front straight at Summit Point.
A couple other cars that have come to rest back in paddock, looks like the 91 and the 103 are 2 cars that have cleared the track and gone back to paddock. So,
and it sounds as though we've got the safety cars heading back and off track. I think we have one last safety car bringing field through turn 3 is the number 40 machine that wasn't going to go very quickly through turn 14, missing a left front wheel. The 40 machine now on the pit lane, one of the other safety cars, and I believe we'll see, I think the last safety car that's leading the field down towards turn 5 now likely pull off at the exit at turn 5, and we should be going back to green flag qualifying here momentarily.
Pretty sure the safety car probably had a better top end than the V's behind it.
Likely, yes.
But Lefty, you were asking about that top 4, so it is a 4-car lead group. The rest of them are all behind that second safety car, so a couple of stragglers trapped in between, but that 4-car group may have a bit of an advantage over the group of 12 and 15 further back.
Yeah, I'd much rather be in a group of 4 right now when the safety cars pull in than have to figure out 18 other cars.
All right, and there you go. The corner stations are dropping their yellow flags, and we're going back to green flag qualifying all the way around 4 mile, 14 turn National Park Speed Road America.
So 5 minutes left to go in the session. Everybody is about mid-course right now. That first pair should be coming across the line to start flyers. Everybody should still have good heat in the tires, so maybe 2 good flyers left in this group.
Yeah, which means figuring out your spacing now when you're somewhere between the Corvette bridge and your actual timing stripe is just critical. If you're only going to get 2 laps, you'd like to get 2 good clean ones, not spend the entire first of those 2 sorting out your position.
So yeah, I was sorting out and trying to find the right partner.
Do it now when you're going through the hurry downs. Do it somewhere in that area so that you can have full head of steam coming off of the kink.
Much like our slow motion SMX cars that we saw coming out of the coming out of the caution before lunch.
Because they all wanted somebody else to go first.
Well, we had two of the SMX drivers, both with in-car streaming cameras, and Dan goes, "I didn't know we had slow motion cameras here." Next thing we know, the corner station's covering these two racers with a white flag because they're moving so slowly because they were trying to get set up to go up and start their last flying lap.
Well, if you're down there in Canada, you're about to see a train of Formula Vs come through, and then we'll be seeing them starting that lap. And when they come up the front straight, we'll see what kind of spacing that they've got, because I think our first group
just came
by, and they're heading down into turn 1 now.
Yeah, Marjorie and Quinn very familiar with each other, having raced against each other for so many years. So they were just doing the danced switch going down the front stretch, getting the draft going for Quinn.
Well, and here they come.
Yeah, that's part of them. The big group is just now coming up the hill.
Yeah, those are the in-betweeners that just came by, and here comes the big group coming through.
Yeah, I think it's going to be probably the group of Whitstons out in front, unless they move themselves back.
Well,
Maybe not. There's a couple. I saw Ron go by. There goes Andrew.
There goes and Steve.
Yeah.
Kind of more gaps than I expect. Well.
And Larry, by the way, in looking at the profiles, yes, I think the lays are very much along the lines of the Adams era that we have running as well. Donnie Isley moving up to 11th position before the full course caution came out. So it is Chris Jenner-John still with a 500th of a second advantage over Alex Scaler, Andrew Abbott, Andrew Whitston, Steve Whitston. That, as you said, that's 3/4 of the field right there. all literally under the same roof. And we'll see how things work out here as we have now just a touch under 2.5 minutes remaining. So should be this lap and one more.
Yeah, I'm watching some quick sectors now. Brian Farnham with a good first sector 1 on the track. Good trap speed. Must have gotten a good draft off of 3 down towards 5. We'll see what he can do. Obviously back to 2022, I think was his championship in this class, where he just checked out from the field when he won that year.
Was that Indy in 2020?
No, that was at VIR.
VIR, that's right.
Yeah, he's always been in the mix as well. Last year, I think he had some issues in the middle part of the race, couldn't quite catch up that lead pack, led the second pack to nearly, if the race was 1 lap longer, I think he would have been right up there at that front group. So I think he wants to make sure when he's qualifying here that he's in those front 3 rows, because that's really what it's about in the Vs. If you're in the front 3 rows, maybe that 4th row, you got a great shot. Beyond that, it's going to be trouble.
Standing yellow back in 8 again, so let's hope this is just a quick on and off, because this could mean trouble as the last flying lap coming in right now.
All right, so we are back to back to green flag conditions at turn 8.
Yeah, I think that happened right behind that bigger pack that we've been talking about. Those 20-some cars had just gone through. I think whatever that was at the tail end of that group. See what kind of lap times you get from this pack as they go through that timing stripe.
Looks like both John Adams and Mark Richardson picking up some spots there.
All right, and Farnham a little bit off of his personal best in Sector 2. Let's see here now, but it's still good enough.
Yeah.
As he has a real good Sector 3 to temporarily move up to 3rd fastest. But Andrew Abbott now jumping to the top of the leaderboard with a 2:44.101, almost a 3/4 of a second, Larry, clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, so I just saw Farnham go by getting a push from Graham Lughead as they went right by our vantage point. Those two definitely working together. But Andrew Abbott, I didn't quite see who he's paired with. We'll have to see maybe when he goes by or he hasn't. But definitely maybe working with somebody who just found the right clear track.
Yeah, and I think we just saw him go by down into, is he heading into turn 1 now? All right, and checkered flag is being displayed, so this will be the last flying lap for all of our racers.
2 of our top 10 already on pit lane as the 81 of Raymond
Carmody.
Yeah, Raymond Carmody, and I believe it was a 77 of Rick Shields made their way to pit lane already. So 2 of our top 10 will not be improving.
Well, keep your eye on Abbott. Andrew Abbott just went personal best. Already has quickest time, went personal best in Sector 1, and another great trap speed personal best for him. Steve Whitston just went overall fastest in that first sector. So there's some things happening on this lap. Zach Whitston as well, turning personal best. Ron Whitston, I suspect all three of those are together turning his personal best. So things could change in the blink of an eye here as that pack comes down post-Canada.
Top trap speed of 116 miles per hour. So they're pretty quick for tires that are about as wide as a rubber band. So our first group making their way towards Canada Corner right now. They'll make that right-hander and head up the hill. That's going to be Marjorie Quinn and I believe 1-7, which is
Anthony Henderson.
Anthony Henderson.
Yeah.
Out of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
So the first three have taken the checkered. Now comes the entire field making their way through the kink, heading down towards Canada.
Yeah, I should mention Henderson finishing up no higher than 19th. He was the 2025 SE Southeast Division champion, as well as the 07 SARC champion. So I'm sure he's going to be looking for a little better times tomorrow.
All right, this should be close to the end of the laps now. End of session for our group of about 20 that are now heading across there. How does this shake out?
Well, here we go. We're starting to see the times come in. Andrew Abbott still at the top of the leaderboard with that 244.101. Chris Jennerjohn does not improve. He's at a 244.829, 72 hundredths of a second back. Another 500ths back from there is Alex Scaler out of Asbury, New Jersey. He's going to finish third fastest with Zach Whitston and Steve Whitston finishing fourth and fifth. And then we've got Brian Farnham, and maybe the biggest surprise, Brian. There you go. Ding. Larry is Andrew Whitston back in seventh.
Yes, I did mention front three rows where you want to be the fourth row. You can manage it from there. But I look where Andrew Whitston, your three-time champ in this class, is sitting. If the race were to start with this, and who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, he would have brother Steve in front of him, last year's champ, who would be behind Alex Gaylor, who'd be behind pole sitter Andrew Abbott on one side.
So yeah, he might be in a good spot there.
Yeah, it's a very very fast front group here in Formula V.
Yeah, indeed. All right, and so behind Whitston is Rick Shields. Shields pitted in right when the full course caution came out. Graham Lawhead, as you mentioned, in ninth, and then Ray Carmody in his Mysterian, rounding out your top 10. All right, so that's going to wrap up things for Formula V. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for Touring 2 and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Touring 2 and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from Road America. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
Congratulations from Tire Rack to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships and 62 years of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Without the dedicated members, volunteers, and region leaders, these events, and the thousands of other events SCCA members host each year, wouldn't be possible.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com or shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
Bravo trailers are well represented within SCCA paddocks as they're the trailer supplier for both SCCA road racing and solo programs. Bravo has also been the choice of Mazda Motorsports, Honda Performance, as well as many professional race teams and SCCA racers alike. If you are in need of a new race trailer, check out bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Welcome back to the National Park Speed Road America. It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I am Greg Ginsberg. I may call him Brian like 25 times today, but not likely. That is Dan Bullis.
You only called Larry that, I think. I've been safe so far.
I'm kind of conditioned with Larry, and I've got the brothers Anthony that were kind of expecting it. Right? Sisters Anthony. Sorry, Larry. Sorry, Brian. All right, heading out on track now. It is American Sedan and Touring 2, and this group here. At one point, there were thoughts that the two classes might be combined going in the next year. I think that may have been delayed, Dan. So at the moment, both of these classes have stayed pretty much the status quo over the course of the year. Nothing has been really done or decided yet to move them closer together. We talked about like balance performance and like GT3U and STU to start prepping for a merger. But here, just two traditional SCCA classes like American Sedan and with the pony cars out here, and
I have no problem seeing a Fox body go up against a M2 Comp Coupe. That
oh, come on.
To me, that's a fair fight. Right
yeah,
there,
so. Absolutely it is.
Yeah, and then you have Scotty's Viper leading the pack. No, nothing to see here. Move along.
No, not at all. All right, so our racers are out on their out laps now. What did you see during testing with these guys here, Dan?
T2, it was Mr. White in the Viper. Scotty B putting down some great times there in T2. His fast time so far was a 2:25.3. But then all of a sudden, some guy named Resentano showed up with a 2:23. So it'll be fun to watch to see if the Viper has what it takes to keep up with Resentano. In American Sedan, it was Mr. Eaton leading the way for day one. Fast time so far we've seen was a 2:27.3 in American Sedan. So
yeah, and interesting there, Charlie Peter, who is our 2024 national champion in the class. He's been testing most of the week. Of course, he's been splitting some time as he took the wins last year, both in Touring 2 as well as. Was it GT2? Yeah, GT2 in a Porsche Cup car, and so I mean that's obviously been tying him up just a little bit. As you mentioned, though, that we've got Kurt Resitano, who is a 5-time national champion in the class, and I wouldn't count out the Cadillac of
Heinrichs,
yes, 16-time national champion John Heinrichs.
A few wins under his belt.
Yeah.
The Blackwing, though, is that's just a tough car.
It is, and it's been I don't want to say it's been handicapped because I think a lot of this had to do with as the car was classed from General Motors when they went to the SCCA to get the car classed. General Motors told the club racing board essentially we can't put a restrictor plate on, we can't detune it. It will be detrimental to the health of the drivetrain. And so what the SCCA did was they kept the car on very, very narrow for the class, narrow-ish tires. They kept it on a stock suspension. And it's one of the heaviest, if not the heaviest, car in the class. And so it's got very good straight line speed if you could carry speed out of the corner preceding that straight, and it definitely works the brakes very hard as well.
Yeah, getting that thing to have brakes that last all the way to the end will be definitely when you're coming down from the speeds that these guys are reaching here. I mean, when you're talking 140 plus miles per hour going down the straights here, you're working those brakes awfully hard. So
indeed, and over on the American Sedan side of the house, Dan, what did we see here?
American Sedan, once again, it was Eaton and looked like the two that were setting times. Like I says, look for them to be kind of in that mid 220 range. Will be interesting to see. It's kind of one of those things of newer Mustangs versus older Mustangs. the older Camaros, the Gen 3s and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So a good mix of cars. Of course, McDermott going to be one to watch. Eaton, once again, having some very fast times throughout the week. So I believe he's probably going to be one of the fastest in trap speed we're going to see.
Yeah, I would certainly expect that. Now, of course, Danny Richardson in his third-gen Camaro, he's your defending national champion. Took 2 wins in a row, both here last year and at VIR the year before. But Danny finished this race second on track and finished a pretty distant second last year on track to Greg Eaton, who ended up being disqualified for jumping the start coming out of a full course caution. I think it left everybody with kind of a bad taste in their mouth. And Eaton, as you said, has been very strong in testing here. Danny Richardson took his car out and had some mechanical issues that he and his crew have been working to repair. As it stands, I think one of the outliers is going to be James Jost, who has a national championship to his name as well. He won back in 2021 right here at Road America in a race. And with American Sedan, this is probably more so than almost any other class in the SCCA that I could think of, where attrition many times and most times determines your national champion, because these cars, they are very raw. Let's put it that way. And getting one to the end of a 40-minute race is sometimes very, very difficult. And Jost had the strongest car by far back in 2021, but that was also a race, I don't think, much like VIR the following year in 2022, where seemingly nobody wanted to win.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But he's been very quick in testing this week.
Every year we seem to have one of those races where nobody wants to win. Last year, I believe it was was it STL?
STL.
Yeah. So, this year, there's always one. Let's see what happens. Issue I'm seeing so far is I'm not seeing any kind of times for McDermott.
Yeah. And he spent a little bit of time on the pit lane here right out of the gate, and he may have. I'm looking to see if he is on track.
Out.
Yeah.
Now, he just came by, and I'm not seeing anything popping up. He waited a little bit to try and gap himself, but he's already into traffic, and Scotty B does not have any traffic.
None.
And he's also got no BMWs behind him anymore. But right now, it is Rosentano leading the way with a 224.3. Heinersee with the fastest trap speed I've seen at a 151 miles per hour. So
yeah, that is absolutely smoking fast for a Cadillac. Cadillac CT4 Blackwing. Now, so it is Resitano who just goes overall best in Sector 2 and Sector 3, turning in a 2:23.351, 1.4 seconds clear of Heinrich's Cadillac. Scotty B. White, another 0.6 of a second back from there. And then, again, our defending national champion in his BMW M2 Club Sport, Charlie Peter, currently fourth fastest, with David Sanders in a, I like to call it a spec Corvette. It's I'm sure it's not specced out like the spec Corvette class now, but in a C5 Z06 coupe, currently running fifth fastest.
Yeah, a couple of C5Zs out there in T2. Up on American Sedan, though, it's Eaton with a big lead right now, a 227.5 on the board, and over 2 seconds over Thomas Ellis, who just jumped around Daniel Richardson in that last one. So Richardson now finds himself back in third, about 2.2 off the pole time right now for Gregory Eaton. So Eaton put down some great times. And once again, McDermott comes by, and I am not seeing any times. So
well, that is going to be problematic for him. I guess probably the only saving grace is American Sedan is an 11-car field, but it looks like he may be sitting shotgun on the field if his transponder isn't working.
Well, luckily it's only day one, but
right.
Like I says, throwing away a full session when tomorrow's going to be hotter and the conditions may not be as good. So,
all right, so we are now halfway through this 21-minute qualifying session. Dan, if you don't mind, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Spec Miata drivers, please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata racers, you are next on track. Please head to the grid.
Rizatano throws down another good lap at 2:23.3 as Scotty B now jumps to P2. So the big bad Viper out of Auburn, Washington with a 2:24.6. That's Scotty's fast lap of the week. So Scotty picking up 2 seconds over where he was in practice. So the Viper came to play here as he still looks like he's finally beginning to catch some lap traffic now.
Yeah, indeed. And so just checking here, Kurt Rizatano last year set the track record in Touring 2, set the bar at 2:23.261. He is currently at a 2:23.351. So just about a tenth off of that track record pace. But again, can't set a track record during qualifying, and it's supposed to be warmer the whole rest of the weekend. So that may not be one that falls.
So Rizantano to pit lane, or excuse me, Heinersey to pit lane.
Heinersey, yeah.
And the Blackwing is they're doing some tire pressure checks right there. Once again, his top trap speed, a 152. The only other driver that's north of 150 is going to be Scotty B in the Viper. Looking at the trap speeds, though, compared to American Sedan, Eaton a 147. So Eaton's not doing too bad. That's all the mail in that Mustang.
Yeah, indeed, as he's got a 2:27.586. And right now, the DC region driver, 1.8 seconds clear of the rest of the American Sedan field. With Tom Ellis still second fastest at a 2:29.395. Let's call it 2.5 flat. And then Danny Richardson at a 2:29.87. As Bruce Griffin in his Touring 2 his Touring 2 Corvette now heads down the pit lane. Looks like his qualifying session may be done. I'm sure not exactly where he wanted to be here in qualifying as Griffin, who's a 2023 South Atlantic Road Racing Champion, Spec Corvette champion, and track record holder at Sebring. Just seems to be off the pace. He says this is a swan song in SCCA. He's going to be moving to the IMSA Mustang Challenge for 2026.
Looking down at Heinersch's crew right now, doing some tire temps and some pressures. Definitely checking temps to see where they're at, seeing what kind of trying to get the tires to last on the car that's heavy. So,
all right, and talking about heavy, I guess a V10 would be heavy. As Scotty B. White comes down the pit lane, pulls right up to the Goodyear tent, and find folks there from Goodyear. They're going to be taking a look at his tire pressures and checking to see if he's in good shape for his setup. Wouldn't expect him to head back out. Also, Heinrichsey, as we mentioned on the pit lane, he is still there, and looks like he's probably just letting the car cool down before he heads back to the paddock.
It could be. I mean, Scotty's getting pretty long in the tooth. He could be looking in for a nap right now. So that is entirely possible.
Well, he's racing like 65 cars this weekend. I can understand where he'd be kind of wiped out. Plus, he drives the night transporter from the West Coast, right? All right, coming down the pit lane, Kurt Rizatano, our provisional pole sitter in Touring 2, heads to the pit lane, as does Greg Eaton, our provisional pole sitter in American Sedan. So Rizatano going to hold station on a 2:23.35, Eaton on a 2:27.4, both with healthy advantages, as we are now going to be going to a full course caution, which might be why some of these racers are heading to the pit lane. The 142 car appears to, that's David Newman in the Touring 2 BMW M3. He is pulled over just by the flag stand where we're displaying checkered flags here over at turn 13 over by Bill Mitchell Bend.
So a bunch of drivers now taking that right, heading back to paddock as we are under 5 minutes to go. McDermott's car now in the pits. Not sure if they got the message, at least on our end from what we're seeing, no transponder. I did see one of the volunteers leaning in, maybe letting him know Will he have enough time to go out there and actually get a hot lap, though? That could be iffy.
Yeah, I think given the amount of time and that we now have two different vehicles stopped coming out of Bill Mitchell, and obviously
checkered flag now, so they just called it.
No chance. There you go. So checkered flags end the session. Let me make a quick call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll run things down here after this session. Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. All right, so Dan, in American Sedan, it is going to be Greg Eaton, your provisional pole sitter after 1 day of qualifying. He's going to go into Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day looking to take that tire rack pole, and he has at the moment almost 2 full seconds on the rest of the American Sedan field. Tom Ellis, Dan Richardson, second and third fastest. Dylan Licklider, great to see the Hamburg, Pennsylvania driver move up the order. He is currently your fourth fastest driver in American Sedan, with James Jost fifth. In T2, it is Kurt Resitano looking for win number 5 in class. The Phoenixville, Pennsylvania driver has 1.2 seconds on the rest of the field, with Scotty B. White in his Dodge Viper second fastest, John Heinrichs third. Then we've got Charlie Peters, our defending national champion, fourth fastest, and David Sanders in a Chevrolet Corvette fifth. So that's going to wrap. Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say it is Sunoco 260 here Thursday. And in T2, it looks like both Resentano and Aaron Kaplan with 203s look to be the closest. So we'll have to see which way that swings. 15 gallons of gas in T2 is big.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And we'll give you the rundown tomorrow during qualifying who all of our 260 winners are, because I can't do simple math in my head. All the Bryans know I can't do simple math.
264 has been the closest I've seen, which is pretty good last session. So
yeah, there you go. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for American Sedan and T2. Next up, you don't want to miss this. It is Spec Miata qualifying here from the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco at Road America, is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Haggerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Haggerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Haggerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Haggerty Drivers Club. Join at haggerty.com.
Welcome back to Road America. It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I am Greg Ginsburg. He is Dan Bullis, and heading on track now. Well, most of our racers heading on track now are in Spec Miata. We've got a whole lineup of racers. I don't know how sneaky the sneaky mooses are, moosei are, when there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them all lining up on the pit lane to go out together. But Dan, it is going to be a draft fest, I think, here in Spec Miata qualifying, as we have guaranteed a new national champion this year as our 2024 national champion, Ethan Goulart, the youngest ever national champion in SCCA history, is not here racing with us this weekend.
Yeah, which means the door is wide open for crowning a new champion who will be seeing me in Victory Circle. I love handing out the hardware. It's so much fun seeing the smiles. You mentioned we have the entire team, which is 7 cars sitting in front of us. There's also 3 more pairs that are further down along pit lane. Looks like one of the pairs just pulled off. So everybody finding their dancing partners here. Kind of same thing that we have seen elsewhere in other groups. The wind has shifted a little bit, it looks like, Greg.
Yes.
It's not dead down the front stretch, not a headwind like it was. It looks like it's turned into more of a crosswind. So
we're listening and laughing at the folks in race control with their commentary on the sneaky moosei that are sitting on the pit lane. But last year, as we mentioned, Ethan Goulart, our youngest ever national champion, and not here this weekend. His father, who played it a heck of a wingman for Ethan, that's Elvin Goulart, who was, Elvin was our 2011 Spec Miata champion, and also is a 4-time national champion in his own right. He is here this weekend to stick up for the Goulart name. We'll see how he does and it's interesting in looking at his car, because I believe the car that Elvin raced last year was sold earlier this year. And when you look at the roof panel now, there's just an E with like about a 10-inch space where THAN used to be, and it's E space Goulart, as he is driving what was his son's car. Noah Harmon finished second last year, and Preston Pardis, who I believe now is a 5-time national champion.
That sounds right.
4.5 time if you count the time that he that he shared the championship with Nick Bruni. He's not. He finished third last year. He's not racing with us this year. He's going to be at Charlotte running in the Xfinity race on the Roval. So I want to wish P Money some good luck there. But the fine folks at Sports Car News, they think besides Elvin and Max Stallone, and I think Max is the one who ended up purchasing that other Goulart car, Brett Kowalski with a great chance to win the national championship this year.
As we've gone officially green around the entire track now, the mighty Moosey all took off there about halfway through, so they have a bunch of clear track. They're just coming into 5, while the tail end of the rest of the group coming through the kink. So they have a whole bunch of clear track in front of them. Then it is kind of groups of 2 and 3 elsewhere around the track. So.
And by the way, my bad. Max Stallone racing for Wheels America Racing,
Wheels America, yeah.
out of Austin, Texas, not in that former Goulart car. Interesting, of course, though, that for some reason they call the guy with the last name of Stallone Rocky. Don't know why.
So we are officially green. There goes 3 and a sparing 4 car just make their way past. That looks like that is part of the 91, the 94, and 2 others. So Tom Sager and friends will say. Shane Sullivan. Everybody else coming through doing Spec Miata things. Bumpers attached to the cars in front of them.
And interesting you mentioned about Sager. We talked earlier about like SMX being, one of those stepping stone classes and classes with a lot of younger racers, and Spec Miata for the most part. There have been many exceptions over the years, with folks that got involved with Spec Miata young and then started to age. We've got Tom Sager, who at the very young age of 64 is in his 32nd year and of road racing, and he got started when he was 19. So that means, I guess he's been racing for 32, 33 years.
Yeah, Spec Miata, one of those classes that you kind of get a little mix of everything. You have the young kids coming in, you have young upstarts like Bradshaw over there. Austin picked up a Spec Miata, so he'll be probably with that here next year. Then you have the group of guys that have been doing this for 25 years in Spec Miata. And it's still tripping me out that Spec Miatas are also in vintage now.
And Meathead Mike Collins reminds me that Nick Bruni started racing when he was 18, and he's eternally young. Also, tell me this, as long as we've got Tom O'Gorman at least sitting in the booth with us, that Tom, you don't have to get on air. We've got William Wallace, who is out of Paso Robles, California, high school student out of Paso Robles. He says that, where is it here, that one of his sponsors is Lizard Brain Racing. Any relation, Tom? Tom says no. He is disowned. 17-year-old William Wallace. I'm sorry, William.
Don't you have to say that with a Scottish brogue?
Perhaps so. And I saw William racing over practice this week, looking very, very strong in that light green number 52 machine. He's been getting a lot of coaching from both Aaron Johnson, who has been racing for a number of years now had been racing, I believe, in the MX-5 Cup and has moved over to Porsche Challenge, and also Nathan Nicholson, who's a current MX-5 Cup racer, and I think second in the points right now going into the final round at Petit Le Mans. So I'll turn this into a good luck, Nathan. I've seen him on site here this weekend working with the Advanced Autosports people.
So Spec Miata in practice over the first 2 days on Tuesday and Wednesday as another trio makes their way past. Two trios make their way past. Gossett set fast time in the morning on Tuesday with a 2:43. Matuis with a 2:42.6. Brown with a 2:42.6. And Barrasso with a 2:42.7. So those were our 4 sessions. So looking to be right there in that mid 2:42 range. So far, everybody right there in the 43s. As only the top 6 within the 1 second of each other, kind of spaced out a little bit more than I expected them.
That's right. Now, sitting up at the top of the order right now, both Bobby Gossett and Chuck McTutis, 2 teammates, both out of South Carolina and racing for, I thought I had the team here. Oh, yes, the Salty Dog Cafe Racing Team. And they have been working. Chuck McTutis, I think, has found a great new partner after Danny Stain's been laid up for the past year or so, and you can see them just locked absolutely nose to tail, only 47 1,000ths of a second separating them on the clock. An interesting note about McTutis, who is, again, Danny Stain's drafting partner for many years, and McTutis having started on the pole at the runoffs at VIR back in 2023. He actually has Danny Stain's trunk lid on his race car as a tribute to Danny. I noticed that when I was working grid earlier this week. And I think that's kind of fitting. But Bobby and Chuck have been running very, very good times all week. Again, Sports Car News is picked to win Brett Kowalski out of Ruidoso, New Mexico, currently running 3rd fastest. And he is only 11,000ths of a second back from Chuck McTutis right now. And 3rd, Nick Bruni, a 2-time national champion in Spec Miata out of Arlington, Virginia. He is running for E Street Racing, and he's only 1,400ths of a second off the pole.
A couple of single drivers making their way past us here in the tower. Everybody else, I guess, is paired up. Everyone's kind of got their dancing partners right now. All the Moose drivers, they've kind of sorted themselves out. No big group. They've gone kind of a 2, a 2, and a 3. As there goes a foursome heading down. Like it says, 3 cars attached. I would like to say covered by a blanket, but it wouldn't even take a blanket to cover all 3. There goes the second set. Velcro, you could say, is what's being used so far to keep these guys together. So,
all right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. FE2 racers, please start heading to the grid. FE2 drivers, to the grid, please. Another interesting note here, and running up in the top 10, Ryan Maloney, Dan, last number of years has been racing in we'll call it Spec Miata adjacent, a regional-only series called SSM for 1.6 liter NA Miatas, sealed engines, very limited in what you can change, much even more so limited than Spec Miatas, and Ryan has won the series the last couple of years in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. He came here this week without a drafting partner, all by himself. He managed to hook up with Nick Leveroni, who's our 2019 T4 national champion, during the first day of qualifying, and they've been working together pretty well all week. I think they've just now crossed the line to complete their third flying lap. They are currently sitting 9th and 10th in the order here, or probably 8th and 9th, sorry.
Yeah, they're looking quick. We're very quickly finding out if 3 cars is faster than 2 as they come by us here.
All right, sounds like we've got an issue from the hurry downs over at turn 8 going into turn 9, the entrance to the carousel, and trying to get some information on that, but we got local cautions at that part of the track. All right, sounds like we've got a car off track over there. We'll see if we can get the car number.
Looks like
in
Will
just a moment.
Dodd is one of them, car number 11.
Okay. Yeah, and we are going to be going to a full course caution here. So with some drivers having completed their third flying lap, and it looked as though we had a number of racers that had maybe gotten past the incident, but might have had the full course caution come out prior to them getting to the start finish line. So I don't know if we're going to see any fast lap set at this point, and we are going to be going to a black flag condition. Yeah. So all of our racers now, they're going to work their way around the course and come down the pit lane. So with looking at, and actually they are checkering the session.
Yeah,
Dan. So that's going to be at the end of our first Spec Miata qualifying session of the week, and as we complete that first session, Bobby Gossett out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. He is your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:43.111. Chuck McTudis out of Little Mountain, South Carolina. That's Gossett's teammate, and he has a 2:43.213. That's a 10th off of Gossett's times. Francisco Barroso out of Miami Springs, Florida. 0.04 of a second off of McTudis' times. He's third provisionally going into day number 2 of qualifying. Max Stallone out of Lakeway, Texas, just out of Austin, 4th fastest. Matt Stretch, his Wheels America Racing teammate out of Arlington, Texas, 5th fastest. Let's try that again. And then Brett Kowalski is your 6th fastest driver along with his teammate Nick Bruni. 7th, Ryan Maloney and Nick Leveroni have been working together all week long, 8th and 9th. And rounding out the top 10, it's proud father of the existing national champion. It's Elvin Goulart, our 2011 Spec Miata champion and multi-time F500 champion, Elvin Goulart. He's in 10th.
So, yeah, it looks like we, once again, checker flag out in the session with about 7 minutes to go. There's going to be some cleanup over there. Looks like it is right at the bridge, just before the carousels, where it looks like we have 2 cars that came to rest. car number 11A, and we're trying to get the number on the second car that is over there. The safety cars have picked up the the rest of the grid that is out there right now, so they'll be making their way through.
Yeah. And interestingly, so Dodd, I think that other vehicle might be one of our emergency services vehicles over there, possibly, Dan, because I'm showing that Dodd is the only driver to have completed just 2 laps. So we'll try and get some more information here as time goes on. Oh yeah, Brett Kowalski also only completing 2 laps as well, the number 15 car. But we'll try and get some information for y'all. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. FE2 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. FE2 racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from Road America. It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
Congratulations from Tire Rack to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships and 62 years of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Without the dedicated members, volunteers, and region leaders, these events, and the thousands of other events SCCA members host each year, wouldn't be possible.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com or shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
Bravo Trailers are well represented within SCCA paddocks as they're the trailer supplier for both SCCA road racing and solo programs. Bravo has also been the choice of Mazda Motorsports, Honda Performance, as well as many professional race teams and SCCA racers alike. If you are in need of a new race trailer, check out bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Welcome back to Road America, where it is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. And, of course, you want to join us for Haggerty Race Days this Saturday and Sunday, where we will have full video coverage of 4-mile, 14-turn Road America. Next up on track for their first of 2 qualifying sessions this week, it is Formula Enterprises 2, Dan.
Yes, and, these take me back to the Star Mazda days with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, fast cars, short wheelbase, very much kind of what Formula One used to be before they turned into Indy cars. So, always a good time. These guys always put on some great races. Again, the draft will come into play with these.
Yes.
So, and it's going to be a quick field. It's not a huge field, but there are a few really talented drivers in here, so it's going to be a good race.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have, and I guess we should mention, because he just pulled, as most of the racers pulled down the pit lane to head on track for their outlap. He pulled briefly into a pit stall, I think to wait for some of his Comprint Motorsports buddies, and that is Franklin Futrell out of Augusta, Georgia, driving the number 7 machine. For if we had cameras, you'd see this unique livery.
Don't on them.
It's like the pink cow car. I mean, it's got like cow spots all around it, but in pink. Now, unfortunately, Franklin was not able to make it for the runoffs last year, as he and his family were suffering some of the consequences of the hurricanes that blew through the southeast last year. But he is definitely back, and I think for Franklin, he's still looking, I think, for his first FE2 national championship. But he is a 3-time champ. He's had Spec Racer Ford championships, and I, of course, am for now forgetting what else he's won. But again, I'm sure somebody will correct me, but I don't think he has an FE2 championship yet. Last year, our winner, we saw him a little while ago in Formula V, Adam Jennerjohn out of L.A., Eric Wisniewski, who was strong certainly strong last season, and has been strong on the Super Tour this year as well as Darrell Willis. They finished 2nd and 3rd. As our drivers are going past us, starting their first flying laps, should mention that Sports Car News has projected Franklin Futrell as the national championship winner in FE2. With Eric Wisniewski, and we saw a little bit earlier in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from your neck of the woods, Caleb Schrader having a real good chance as well.
Yeah, there's going to be some, like I said, quick drivers there. Steve Whitston, also in this class. He was fast in the afternoon on Tuesday and in the morning. Top time so far in practice was Futrell with a 2:12.3. So, but Wilson not too far off with a 2:12.7. So it's going to be close. Like I says, not many cars, but it is what they lack in numbers they make up for in vigor. So
exactly. And so we talk about Steve Whitston, who is our defending Formula V national champion, and he has a couple of Super Tour wins in FE2 to his name as well. So knows the chassis very well. In addition to that, I think somebody we shouldn't discount, Gian Buffamante out of Naperville, Illinois. We got to know Gian 2 years ago as a 15-year-old racing in GT2 in a Trans Am 2 car. Of course, he's the son of Tony Buffamante, multi-time Trans Am champion, and Gian. I think really, especially in a big, heavy car for a small little kid, was doing incredibly well. I was a little surprised to see him in an FE2 car this season, but he's had a number of podiums so far this season. So definitely somebody to look out for.
Yeah, and like I said, right now we have 11 cars that are on track, and we just mentioned like 6 drivers that all have
a good chance.
Yeah. So, like I says, it's going to be a battle from the top from the drop of the green flag. Like I said, we should be looking about in that 212, 213 range. It'll take them probably 3 laps to get up to full song here. First driver's already coming across, and we're in the 14, 15 range. So we'll kind of see where everybody shakes out.
Yeah, and speaking of Gian Buffalmante, just as I was going back through my notes, and it dawned on me, he actually won the June sprints this year. Which, of course, is always the tune-up when the National Championship Runoffs is Road America. So good run for him. And he's also, I said he was driving a TA2 car. Also, he drove in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series at, of all places, at Watkins Glen. When you race at Watkins Glen, you typically either have to be you have to either be 18 or be an emancipated minor. And Gian, now at the tender old age of 17, was running in that series. And so we'll see how things play out. Wisniewski, as we mentioned, also, we think he's going to be in good shape. Another youngster, also 17 years old, and competed in the USF4 National Championship last year. And he was... well, as I said, he did incredibly well, finished on the podium last year here in FE2.
I don't know how they keep getting younger.
No. Well, I don't know how I keep getting older. So, it all kind of works out.
So we were under debris flag in 8 to start off the session. Everyone has seen that. So a little cleanup from our spec Miatas. And we are green and clear around the track right now. Like I said, everybody kind of spaced out. Not a lot of action. Like this, drafting will come into play a little bit. We do have 2 cars, the 7 of Futrell that just was able to make a pass around one of the drivers. Didn't see the first car that flashed by us, but Futrell so far a 213.8 on his first flyer, which is pretty quick for being right off the bat. So
yeah, and absolutely very, very quick. And given what the weather conditions are here today, now again, can't set a track record during a qualifying session, but should mention that Russ Turner, who is not here this weekend, we talked about that in much like Futrell, races Spec Racer Ford and also FE2. Russ Turner set the track record at the June sprints last year at a 2:12.324. And so currently 1.3 seconds off that here early on as Gian Buffalmante goes to the top of the leaderboard as he completes lap number 2. Of course, we're still waiting. Futrell being one of the last drivers to leave the pit lane, still waiting for him to complete his second flying lap.
Yeah, like I said, he's already in traffic, so tried to gap himself a little bit and still is winding up in traffic already. So Futrell definitely moving. Buffalmante already down to a 213.6. Futrell just came across the line. Like I said, he had traffic on that lap. So right now, top trap speed, a 148.2 for Whiston. So like I said, that's hauling at a 148, just under 150 miles per hour. And I believe, well, I'm not really sure where. Is it coming down into 5? Do you know where we're checking? Where we're checking speeds at?
So the speed trap is just as you crest the hill a little bit before you get to the braking zone for turn 5.
So yeah, getting a good run out of 3, heading through 3A underneath the Sargento Bridge.
Yeah, matter of fact, when you look at the track map there, very close to Station 4A is where the speed trap is.
Coming through the trees. So right now that gap, it's a 6:02 to a 6:14, so 12,000 separating again in Franklin. Whiston a little ways back in 3rd by about a half second. Wisniewski right there in 4th with Jenner John in 5th. Your top 5 all within a second of each other. So like I said, it will be a good battle here in FE2. Just over 11 minutes to go in the sessions already, as these sessions are just clipping by today. We are already getting close to halfway here for FE2 qualifying. Like he's looking for some 12s to go up on the board. This will probably be the best weather we're going to see here in qualifying. The coolest weather definitely we're going to see over the next four days between qualifying and race action. So,
yeah, got some interesting news from Whitney Strickland this week. Whitney is driving that number 181 machine. He's out of League City, Texas, and is teamed up with Eric Wisniewski. And he says that he and the Hillenberg Motorsports team, who is supporting both he and Wisniewski, going to be racing in FR Americas starting next year. That's essentially the U.S. F4 championship. And so good to see that. Whitney, longtime SCCA racer, first in Spec Racer Ford Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and then, of course, in FE2. Where he has picked up the Southeast Conference Championship, I think, a couple of times, and says he got started racing because of his lovely wife, who unfortunately he doesn't give us her name, so we can't give her true credit. But he started racing when his wife, who had been racing in Spec Racer Fords for 10 years, had put him behind the wheel.
See, I got my wife into racing, so.
See, this is the other way around,
yeah.
and he's not giving her. Well, he's giving her credit, but not. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mrs. Strickland, thank you very much for allowing Whitney to race.
New pole sitter, tentatively, a 212 goes on the board already now. Franklin Futrell, a 212.8 will take about 7.5 tenths over Buffamonte. So, and Whitson now moves up. So, Whitson, a 213.1 will jump to outside pole. Once again, this is only day one. This is the Sunoco 260 day. So, like I said, still another day of action. But tomorrow, the temperatures we expect to be the hottest that they've seen all week, somewhere in the upper 80s, 88 to 89 degrees tomorrow. And we will be, again, right about the same time for FE2 qualifying tomorrow. So, this is probably going to be their best chance to set some very quick times. We'll see these drivers back out on Sunday afternoon, roughly at about 3 p.m. for their race. So,
all right. So let's do this, Dan. Let's give a call to the grid for our next group. Head for the paddock. F Production Racers, please head to the grid. F Production Racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And so it is Futrell, Whitston, Buffamonte with 9/10 of a second separating our top three drivers. Eric Wisniewski just about 0.3 of a second back from there. He is 1.2 seconds off the provisional pole in fourth. And Dean Opperman, Adam Jennerjohn, Whitney Strickland.
So Franklin down to that 212.7. Let's see, that puts him still about 0.4 off where he was in practice. So, and the internet was very quick to correct you.
Were they? What?
Yes.
What did I say wrong? I never say anything
FRA
wrong.
is actually F3
and not F4. Thank you, 77 sec.
Yes.
Obviously, my bad.
They do not let you get away with anything.
Nope. Thank you very much. Of course, he called it FRA, so maybe he meant France. I don't know.
It's a good possibility.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Why they couldn't just call it F3 Americas in the U.S., I'll never know.
I do have to say, of all the open wheel winged cars, this is probably my favorite group. I love the style. I love the short wheelbase.
I love the fact that they've got small-ish front and rear wings. They've got a good amount of downforce. There is that adjustability there more than just the mechanical downforce, but you don't have these ground-sucking cars basically. And it still leaves a lot to the driver and how they race the car.
Looks like Whitston able to drop down to a 13.1, Buffamonte down to a 13.3. So our top three still separated by less than 6.5 of a second. Wisniewski not far off with a 13.5. You have to go all the way back to Dean Opperman, who is at a 14 flat. So top four drivers still within a second of each other. Fifth and sixth not far off, though, both within about a second and a half. So Jennerjohn maybe a little surprise down all the way in 6th right now with Strickland bringing up 7.
And just wanted to say, Tom May TV, thanks for joining us. As we've mentioned a number of times today, for qualifying coverage both today and tomorrow. Besides Dan's and my dulcet tones and the little marching ants around the screen, some of the classes we do have some drivers that are providing us some in-car video streaming, and we're using that when possible. But the full race day coverage comes for Hagerty Race Days, where we'll have our live camera operators all around 4 Mile 14 Turn Road America, and they'll be bringing you great coverage. But for now, you'll just have to deal with Dan and me.
And I feel bad for them having to listen to me.
Yeah.
They're used to being. Me, I'm the new guy around. I'm the one that kind of, like I says, we're doing the best I can today. So
That's right. That's right. So, but want to thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it, and I appreciate all you checking in here today. As we've got now just about 5 minutes remaining in our FE2 qualifying. Dan, let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Second call for F Production Racers to please come to the grid. F Production Racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Of course, could not be here without everybody in white shirts around the course. Big thanks, of course, always to all of our turn workers. So much work goes on behind the scenes, not just the turn workers, but when you look at tech and impound and grid, safety, timing and scoring, registration, all volunteers, everybody doing such a fantastic job. So big thanks to all of their hard work. People coming out doing this because they love sports cars, they love racing, and they want to be part of the SCCA family. So big thanks to all of them. A lot from coming around the country here. The runoff's always the event to attend each year. So big thanks to all those who spent their hard-earned money to come travel and stay with us for the week here at beautiful Elkhart Lake. So 2:12 and a half now as Whitston now to the top spot.
Wow.
To trail back to second with to that 2:12.7 he's still standing on. But Steve Whitston putting down a flyer that last round, 2:12.551 to take that top spot away from Franklin. Buffamonte still in third with Wisniewski in fourth. And that gap now opening up a little bit. So it's Texas over Georgia, Illinois, and Michigan.
Where's Larry? Where's Larry Lefty McLeod when you need him to talk about Michigan?
My guess is he's got a brat.
That is, I think the gearbox was the last time I saw him, so that is probably the case.
So Whitston right now, once again, looks like we still have. I haven't seen many cars come down pit lane, so still a full group out there. Times are still coming down as we are under about 2.5 minutes to go. 17 and 18, 2 cars coming up. That is Buffamonte and Whitston. Whitston will next come across the line. Whitney Strickland flashes across in the 181. Buffamonte a 2:12.8, so closing up that gap is Buffamonte. Whitston, no help. So a 2:24 that last lap, so maybe a cool down lap to get one more flyer in.
Yeah, I was going to say that's seemingly what it's like. And,
yeah.
You dial back. You've got plenty of time. I mean, the challenge here, given how long the lap is how much of that down lap do you use to cool down the tires before you start trying to get them built back up and ready to go for that last lap?
Fast, looks like 17.8 is pretty quick through that section. Section 4, Section 2. Fast lap going to Franklin now. So Franklin may be on a bit of a flyer this time by. And he does indeed find time down to a 2:12.6. But Steve Whitston going to be about 53 out of the good right now with Buffamonte still back in third.
Yeah.
But Buffamonte on a flyer right now as they climb the hill, looking for the 18 to see where he's at. He might, no, okay. 17, 18 still running together. So Buffamonte and Whitston. with about 10 car lengths in between. It looks like some of our hardship cars heading out.
Yep, getting ready to put in a lap to make sure any mechanical issues they had earlier are resolved. But we've got less than a minute remaining on the clock here, and let's check where some of these racers are. Looks like the 25 machine. That's Eric Wisniewski. He's gonna come out of Canada corner now and head through Bill Mitchell towards the start stand, and he should, I think, get one more lap if he chooses.
He'll sneak in. Looks like both of our top guys will as well. So both Steve and Buffamonte will both sneak through. And yeah,
wow,
we saw that purple for Buffamonte, and that is a new pole time of 2:12.4, 62 thou. That pole position, of course, early here. Once again, only day one here at Sunoco 260, but 62 thou with the good. Another 10th back to Futrell. Futrell now finds himself back to row 2.
Yeah, and again, Buffamonte, your 2025 June Sprints winner, and put in a hot lap when he needed it. But let's see what Whitston, Futrell, and Wisniewski respond with. As time, again, running down here, and going to see the checkered flag displayed over at turn 13 momentarily, and the checkered flag is out, so these last flying laps will count.
Looks like Buffamonte to pit lane as well, so he set that fast lap, comes right into pits.
All right, Adam Jetterjohn now making his way out of Canada corner. Coming up the hill. And I think the 40...
No, 17 stayed out, so
yeah.
my Flagtronics playing tricks on me.
I think Tom Burt in the blue and yellow machine in the number 45 car, last driver, though, to see the checkered flag. At least that's what we think.
First driver. There's Jennerjohn.
Oh, first, okay.
Jennerjohn able to get around Opperman, so Jennerjohn to P5, 213.8 on that last lap, so Jennerjohn able to sneak up a position there.
All right, Wisniewski now making his way through the kink.
Futrell to the top, 212.475. That will take the pole away from Buffamonte by 14 thou. Then it's 76 back to Whiston. So our top three separated by less than a tenth.
All right, the number 17 car, Buffamonte, now on his final lap, coming through Canada corner. And he put in a personal best at Sector 1, but did appear to be off his previous best at both Sector 4 and Sector 2, as well as Sector 3. So Buffamonte does not improve on his final chance to take provisional pole, nor does Steve Whitston out of Georgetown, Texas.
Yeah, Buffamonte had Whitney Strickland, I believe, was the car in front of him. And Strickland may have been giving him just enough bad air. He slows down by 2 seconds that last lap by. So Futrell to the top spot with that 212.475.
And want to thank 77 SEC once again for giving me the rundown here for Formula Regional. Thanks so much. Really appreciate that. And so it is Futrell, Buffamonte, Winston Wisniewski, and Jennerjohn, your top five. And if you throw in Dean Opperman in sixth, only 1.6 seconds separating those top six drivers. So it should be a pretty exciting, especially when you see, look, the top three drivers today separated by less than a tenth of a second, by only 76 one-thousandths of a second. Dan, should be a heck of a barn burner when we get to Hagerty race days for these drivers. And as we said, they are scheduled to roll off Sunday at 3 p.m.
Yeah, you see the top three with that, like I says, separated by a tenth. Then you go back from fourth all the way back through about eighth, and they are separated only by about a second and a half.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's going to be a good battle. We may have a little three-car breakaway, but that mid-pack is going to be a real barn burner. So, a great race from top to bottom. So, stay tuned tomorrow or Sunday at 3 o'clock.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up for FE2 qualifying. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, F production racers. My understanding is you only got about 3 minutes before you take to the track, so you probably want to be on the grid now. F production is your final call. With that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Road America. Stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Haggerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Haggerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, TireX Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the TireRack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome back to Road America. It's the 2025 National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I am Greg Ginsburg. He is not Brian anything. He is Dan Bullis. And next up, Dan, is F Production as our racers are heading out on track. And this is a class we've seen a number of merged qualifying sessions with multiple classes. So for 2025, F Production is now kind of the amalgamation of F Production as well as what was GT Light, and they are now a single class. Well, as the qualifying goes on, we'll talk a little bit about what has been done to meld these two classes together, primarily on the GT Light side, so that they fit a little bit more cleanly into F production. But why don't you talk a little bit about what we saw in testing this week?
Kennard was setting the pace early on with a 234.8. Again, this is back on Tuesday with strip matter at a 234.6, kind of that 34 range. It looks to where we should be. Powers, a lot of guys didn't show up here on day 2 for practice yesterday, but we already have an issue on track because we have oil down and I believe 2 cars that have already come to a stop. That's Weber Manning in the number 49. That is one of the Mazda Miatas. Looks like it's just him. So he has stopped up at the top of the hill, just under the Corvette Bridge. So oil down in 5. We're going to see if we go full green.
All right, so we're getting some word on what the conditions are, what kind of fluids might be down on track over at turn 5, as we've got a lot of racers just about to take the green flag to start this qualifying session. And now, last year in F production, Mason Workman out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio, took the win. And we are, let's see, no, actually, I think we're dropping those yellow flags. That's good. So Mason Workman took the win in F production with Ken Kennard in the Acura Integra out of Sebring, Florida, finishing second, and Steven Simons finishing third. And that was after Kevin Ruck had run a pretty masterful race, had some mechanical issues with a lap to go, and ended up having to retire with a lap to go. But still, it was a strong race by Workman. Workman had cleared himself of Ken Kennard and was certainly in the right place at the right time. Interesting. I've talked to Mason a bunch this year. He's using what they would call the champions exemption to come out to the national championship runoffs without having to qualify, because he's been spending the last 10 months or so working with his 15-year-old son Madden Workman. They built up a race car together, a Mazda Miata. And Madden turned wheels in his very first race at Summit Point Raceway this spring. Had a very good outing, and Dad has been, he's been there all year to support his son and his son's desires to go racing, and I think that's great.
Yeah, it's always nice to bring the next generation along, especially when it is your own.
Right.
So I know my amazing stepdaughter just raced for her first time here this year as well. So it's something special, especially when you can do it with your family. So bringing your son, bringing, like I said, my wife, and it was my wife and stepdaughter, they raced co-drive together. So being able to do something special with your kids means so much. And that's what SCCA is about. It's about family. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you could tell how proud Mason was to see his son turn wheels in his very first race. And again, it was a project. It's a car that they built together. So really great to see that. Now, GT Light, as we mentioned, has been melded into F production. This past year, Peter Shadowin took another national championship over Chris Bovis. Both drivers in a Honda CRX. The difference is that Shadowin's car, rear-wheel drive, unlike any other Honda CRX you would typically see on the street. Bovis is rear-wheel drive. And then Graham Fuller, who for years had raced a Honda CRX and GT Light and is also a former national champion. He took his Toyota Tercel to third. So we'll see here as we've got a local caution now up at the top, just past the Corvette Bridge at the top of the hill. And that may be for the 42 car that's up there.
Well, I think it was for
45,
Linrud.
pardon me.
Tim Linrud just had a spin down in 5. Once again, that oil that was laid down there by the 49 of Manning coming into the braking zone. 95 had a little spin, went up the hill, and it looks like he got to the top of the hill and decided that may have been enough for the session. So he's pulled off driver's right going through into 7. So. That's Tim Linrud, one of the West Coast guys from Belmont, California, in his Volkswagen Rabbit, longtime runner over there on the west side of the state. Workman already to the top spot, already down to a 235.9, but it is all purple for Kennard. So We talked about the drivers. Let's talk about the cars a little bit.
Sure.
The Acuras, it's been years. We've talked about the Acuras and the Miatas, the topless Miatas, kind of going battle. Which is better? What do you feel is going to be the key, you think, this week?
Well, I think one of the things, and this has to do with, again, how these two classes have been melded together. The traditional F production cars, they are unibody cars. Whereas the GT Light cars, they could be unibody cars, but the majority of them are tube frame silhouette cars. So very, very different, and as far as frame rigidity, very, very different as well. The other thing that you run into is that the GT Light cars, for the most part, they have they run with an inline air restrictor, not a flat plate restrictor over the throttle body, and for the most part, they do have a restrictor that's about half the size of what most of the F production cars are running in order to bring them along. The other thing that you find is that most of the GT Light cars are still running the older cantilevered bias ply slicks, whereas most of the traditional F production racers have moved over to the radial slicks as well. And the other big difference, and probably the biggest difference, is that in years past, GT Light cars did have a bit of an aero advantage. They were able to run a rear wing on the deck lid in order for them to then move over to F production. Those wings, that additional downforce, which would help for some of the higher speed sweepers, like going through the carousel here at Road America, they have been removed. But what we've seen for the most part is at most racetracks, GT Light and F production cars have been pretty close as far as lap times, and they've raced pretty well together. But what we're seeing right now, for the most part, right up at the top, Kennard, Workman, and Simons, all in traditional F production cars. It's not till you get to Michael Lewis in his Mazda RX-7. This is the same Mazda RX-7 that we saw earlier today in GT3.
Yep, the motor changed.
Exactly, and he is running 1.7 seconds off of the provisional pole, but he is fourth fastest at the moment.
Yeah, Kennard and Workman only separated by 33 thousandths of a second right now, both down in the low 235s. Like I said, we did see a couple of 234s, both by Kennard and Stripmatter, who David Stripmatter back. He's in another one of the Acuras. He's back in sixth, so at 237. So he's a little off the pace that he showed. That was back on Tuesday. So we'll see if Stripmatter can continue to pick up speed as the session goes on. But already halfway through with the session.
Indeed. All right, so let's make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, GT2 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. GT2 racers, please head to the grid. You are up next. Big surprise here for me right now, Dan, is Kevin Ruck in the in the number 73 Acura Integra out of out of Marysville, Ohio. He's a Honda employee. And, as we mentioned, he was on his way to winning his third national championship last year when bad things happen. He is currently only ninth fastest here with a time of 2:38.76. He's over 3.5 seconds at the moment off of the provisional pole time that Ken Kennard just lowered, as Kennard just ran a 2:35.12.
Yeah, and Stripmatter, we just mentioned him, finally finds the speed down to a 2:35.2, so only a tenth and a half off. Probably would have been enough for the pole until Kennard decided to drop the hammer one more time. So the Acura is right now sitting 1-2 with Miata's 3-4, and then is back to Bobus in fifth in the CRX. So a good mix of cars again. We have like the Miatas, the CRXs, the Integras, an RX-7, and Mr. Lewis. But car sitting back in 15th, a car that I have never seen on a road course before. Do you have some information on it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I swear to God, it looks like a Protege 5.
And that's exactly what it is. You're talking about Jeff Winterfield out of Westby, Wisconsin. So local entry here. He's a warehouse and logistics manager for Good Culture, and indeed, he is driving Dan a Mazda Protege P5 wagon. And that is, I don't have the year on it, but he says this is going to be the 13th runoffs that he has attended, but the very first as a racer. And again, very non-traditional race car is that wagon.
Yeah, he just went below us, and it's just odd to see a Protege 5 going that quick. Not so quick though down the front stretch. Kevin Ruck. Ruck just set his personal best with a 2:37.0, but very slow going down the front stretch. We'll kind of keep an eye if he was just getting out of the way or kind of what's going on with Mr. Ruck.
Yeah, I mean, he's moved up one position. He's gotten around Stephen Powers to move up to 8th fastest.
Yeah, Ruck has pulled in that pit out. So, yeah, he was definitely slow going down the front stretch coming up the hill, and Kevin Ruck looks like retired from the set. So, sets his fast lap and then immediately pulls off at the top end of the straightaway.
All right, so that is unfortunate. Again, we said that he was off the pace, only 8th fastest to this point, but certainly leaving the door open for a number of racers behind him. Going back to Winterfield, had done asphalt circle track racing for 12 years. I guarantee you not in a Mazda Protege 5. By the way, before he got into SCCA autocross and road racing, and said he's been racing cars including karts for 25 years now. So want to welcome him to the National Championship Runoffs as Mason Workman, again, our defending F-Production National Champion, takes the number 52 Mazda Miata down the pit lane, and looks like he's going to call it a session here with about 6 minutes remaining on the clock.
A couple of our MX-5s going a little drafting duty down the front stretch, but Strip Matter now to the top spot as he'll wrestle Kennard away by 12th hour, a 2:34.5. Kennard backs him up with a 2:30, both now 2:34.6s. So Strip Matter to the pole with a 6.79 to Kennard's 6.91. So both put in the fast laps that time by.
Yeah, and big difference, Strip Matter in a second-gen a second-gen Acura Integra. Ken Kennard in a third-gen Integra, and that Integra that he's driving is a former national championship winning car with Mark Carpenter behind the wheel. Carpenter having won twice here at Road America with that machine. It now has Jesse Prather Motorsports engine underneath the hood and has been very, very quick. Kennard taking his first national championship at Virginia International Raceway in that car just a few years ago.
Speaking of cars we don't see a lot of, Chris Copley just went by, currently back in 18th, but a Toyota Paseo. Yep. A very interesting looking, always...
And that's a former GT Light car. Matter of fact, Copley, who for years had run a British Leyland Mini in GT Light, moved over to the Paseo last year, and I think I have to go back and check the results, but did fairly well for his very first time in the car. Matter of fact, the Paseo, I think its grand debut was here at the Runoffs in 2024.
Paul Jensen just making his way by, the Colorado Springs racer in an MX-5, currently back there in 17th, as Kennard back to the top spot in the qualifying, a 2:34.507. It looks like Strip Matter, though, is going to be right with him. We'll see where he is coming across the line, just coming into Canada corner now. Strip Matter, he is purple all the way through. Will it be a new pole time for Strip Matter as he comes up? He'll come across the line, and indeed it is a 2:34.129. So Strip Matter back to the top spot here, day one qualifying. And that will put the Integra about just shy of 0.4 ahead of Kennard. Workman now falling further back. Workman already back in paddock. Bovis up to 4th in the CRX.
And just checked the status of our Toyota Paseo racer. and he finished 7th at last year's National Championship Runoffs. Did Chris Copley.
Simmons back there in 5th right now, our first of our Miata, second of our Miata contingent, with Mr. Powers back in 6th. Mr. Lewis, a little further back than I expected. He's back in 8th with Ruck back there in 9th. Once again, Ruck sitting patiently at the tail end at their pit out.
Yeah, and I think the big gainer there is Stephen Powers, who had been running in 9th position and turned in a 236.199, we'll call it a 236.2, to jump all the way up to 6th position. So he pushed David Bednar's, Michael Lewis, and Kevin Ruck all down 1 position.
We are already under 3 minutes to go in the session, so probably another call to grid.
Catch in the paddock. GT2 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. GT2 racers, please head to the grid.
Seeing purple and green across the board now for both of our top 2 racers once again. Strip matter. Another quick section 1. And Kennard also green throughout all of his sections. Top speed right now, a 130.4, so a little further down on the speed than what we've seen of the last 2 groups, but still moving for these little 4-cylinders. Indeed it is. Kennard, I said he was green. Problem is, strip matter is purple all across the board again.
Yeah, Sector 4, Sector 1, Sector 2, and we're waiting for him to make his way around the final corners down
he's coming into Canada right now, yeah. So as he comes up the hill, will he have, he'll be able to at least get one more lap in as we go about a minute and a half left in the session. Strip matter, the lead, 88th out coming in. He'll cross the line. And
purple again.
Wow. 2:32.7 to put a second and a half between him and Kennard.
That is a fast lap. And strip matter now, it looks as though he may go into day number 2, into Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day, as your provisional pole sitter is Steven Simons. Now comes down the pit lane in the yellow and black number 63 Mazda Miata, as does Michael Lewis. So their session's now effectively done. Simons will finish no better than 5th, and Lewis no better than 8th.
So heck of a lap for strip matter. Like I said, we saw the purple coming across in the sectors. And a 2:32 taking well over a 1.4 second now gap between himself and Kennard, as the older generation Integra looking very strong here. Back in the pack, another national champion car, number 6. I believe that pulls on the heartstrings for Mr. Prill.
Yeah, Bill Verdeen in the national championship winning Mazda Miata that Eric Prill took to 2 national championships, and currently sitting 11th in the field.
Yeah, and right behind him, a gentleman we talked about earlier, Mr. Mark Webber. Good to see Webber back out for his second heat of the day, and looking good, up there in 12th out of 21, so putting on some good speed here. Mr. Webber in the number 70. Checkered flag is out on the session. First car to take the checkered flag will be the number 72, and that will be Fro in the Miata, currently sitting back in 15th. So strip matter, Kennard, Workman, Bovis, and Simons, your top 5 here in FP.
Yeah, and I think probably most notable, top 3, all the traditional F production cars, and then Chris Bovis in his former GT Light Honda CRX. Again, finished 2nd at the championships last year in the final GT Light race. Is your 4th fastest driver, and then as we work down through the field, the next former GT Light car, that is Michael Lewis in 8th position. So for the moment at least, we're seeing some dominance here from the traditional F production cars.
Yeah, when you see a Mazda RX-7 with a Protege 5 right behind it going down pit lane together in the same class, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So big shout out once again, Mr. Winterfield back there in 16th. So the Protege put down a good time, a 2:45.8. So your top 2 kind of with a breakaway. And did Strip Matter find more time? Yes,
he did.
He did.
Wow. Wow, goes purple across all sectors once again, Dan, and turns in a 232.4, we'll call it a 232.45, and now over 1.7, almost 1.8 seconds up on the rest of the field.
That I don't know if anybody saw coming. That is an absolute killer time. Top trap speed that time by as well, with 130 miles per hour and a half. He pulls into the pit lane. They're going to do some tire temps, get some air pressure, see where he's at, but that was a heck of a session.
Yeah, and Strip Modder used to race a Lancia Scorpion in F production, and I don't think that Scorpion was ever capable of what he just did in that Acura Integra. That was an immaculate lap from him. All right, so that's going to wrap up F production. Let's make a final call for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for GT2. GT2 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. GT2 racers to the grid, please. With that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more qualifying action here from the runoffs. Stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
The International Motor Sports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on scca.com and live in person here at Road America.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Mazza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Wines and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America driven by Tire Rack can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
It is the whoops. Let's come back here. Let's push that button first. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championships presented by Sunoco. Dan, I'm great at pushing people's buttons. I'm just not so good at pushing my Stream Deck's buttons. But it is the 2025 National Championship Runoffs live from the National Park Speed Road America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bullis. Next up is the first qualifying session of 2 for GT2, Dan. And the ground pounder, we had the real ground pounders a little bit earlier today with GT1, but much larger, much louder, much more rowdy field in GT2 this afternoon.
Yes, and including one of my favorite cars on the premises.
It's got to be Tiger Tom Patton's.
Of course.
Of course.
The number 50, it is a Sunbeam Tiger. It is definitely my favorite car here. Everybody has that one car that, if you could restore and do a 66 Sunbeam Tiger in Robin's Egg Blue with a white stripe.
Oh.
That is kind of the car for me.
Well, and this one is somewhat reversed. It's the white with the blue stripe. And Tom has said, I think a couple years ago, we asked him how much of this is actually a Sunbeam Tiger. And he said, yeah, not a lot. I think the drivetrain and that may be mostly it. Is the car is more or less a tube frame silhouette body.
Bit of a sheepish grin as he said it. So.
Yeah, exactly. But there's something about driving this 60s roadster thing with big giant wide body fender flares on an open top. And it's just amazing to watch him motor that thing around. But our TA2 racers, they are making their way now towards Canada Corner and should be starting their flying lap here in just a moment. Charlie Peter, we talked about this earlier. Charlie Peter, who was last year's T2 national champion, was also last year's GT2 national champion, took the win over Jared Odrick, who I don't believe is here this weekend. Odrick, who was our 2023 national champion, followed it up with a silver medal in 24. Jonathan Start out of Caledonia, Michigan, in his Dodge Viper was finished with the bronze. And the good folks at Sports Car News are looking to Charlie Peter to repeat here this year. They also want us to look at Brad McAllister as well.
Yeah, Brad's one of my local boys, actually not too far away from my home. McAllister, a guy that's been running at Portland for a long time, very, very decorated racer in the Pacific Northwest, knows PIR like the back of his hand, and whatever he gets behind, he is really quick. He's definitely going to be one to watch. In this group, though, you have a good mix, though. You have the 350Z of Ave. You have a couple of Corvettes. Then you have the Porsche GT3 like of Peter's. Peter, had top time on Tuesday with a 212.5. Atwell with a 212.0 though. John Atwell in one of the Ford Mustangs. A lot of TA2 cars here in this.
Yes, I was just going to say, you've got some of the cars that were built specifically for the class, like the Sunbeam Tiger, like the Nissan. That Tony Ave brings out and is such a strong weapon in the class, but then you've got McAllister, you got Justin Elder in a TA2 Camaro, you've got Ray Mason in another Ford Mustang, William Moore. There are so many TA2 cars in this field now. And, I guess it makes a lot of sense given how in Trans Am racing, TA2 has really eclipsed the traditional TA or TA1 cars, the GT1 cars, as far as class participation.
I got to say, for me, Trans Am, I do miss the old cars. I miss the Scott Sharp days. I miss Baldwin. I miss when cars had a little more personality.
Yeah.
For me, and I know that the cars today are amazing machines as McAllister, Patton, and Moore go flying by. They're just absolutely astonishing machines with the power and with what they're doing. They do lack for me a little character that we had back in the old days.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, indeed. And I should note also, just as we talked about Jonathan Weissite earlier today, and not having his presence for Formula V and Formula and FE2, lost a noted Trans Am 2 and GT2 racer just a few weeks ago in a tragic airplane accident, air accident. Barry Bowes, who is a former National Championship Runoffs podium finisher, and also a noted Trans Am TA2 racer. And unfortunately, we certainly miss his presence, and our good wishes go out to his family and friends.
Yeah, heartbroken. I mean, talking to Barry last year, or on the podium and stuff, chat with him. So yeah, definitely heartbreaking to see that. So, but we're in qualifying. It is the afternoon. When are these? We're going to see these guys race on. Is it Saturday or
it's
Sunday?
It's going to be on Sunday, 4 p.m.
4 p.m. So yeah, they're going to follow the Formula Enterprise 2 group. Almost the last show. STL will bring us the final group on Sunday, but these guys are going to be in Ave running multiple classes again.
Billions of classes.
Yeah.
Almost as many as Scotty B. White.
Yeah, Scotty, Tony, and Michael, the three of them like to kind of dabble in everything. So, but right now it is Atwell leading the way. Atwell was the fastest we had in practice. He set a quick time yesterday morning of a 2:12 flat. So McAllister, Atwell, Peters, your top three. And it sounds like Michael Quattlebaum in one of our Corvettes having an issue out there on track.
Yeah. And so Brad McAllister now going to the top of the leaderboard. Should mention for John Atwell in his TA2 Ford Mustang, that is the XRC DFW Concrete A&J Lab Portal Ford Mustang. That's a mouthful. And XRC specializes in the TA2 race car platform. And in case you're interested, his car is for sale.
Get out of here.
No. Here is your chance. I'm sure, you drop enough dough, you might be able to talk him out of the second day of qualifying. You have to start from scratch, but there you go.
On the way home from Solonats, the wife let me buy another race car. So if I buy one coming home from runoffs, I may not have a home to go home to.
Well, you got a choice. You can get one of these, or I know that it's always funny when we saw Franklin Futrell in FE2, his Comprent Motorsports car. It says right on the rear wing, this car is a rent. No, but it's not for sale, but this car is a rental.
The only car, if I could bring home, would be a Formula F. If I brought one of those home, she would let me. Other than that, anything else, and I would be single. So,
well, there you go. All right, Justin Elder now in the number 19 Chevy Camaro, the black with silver machine, the Elder Jones General Contractor machine, now moves up to 6th position in class, and Justin was your 2025 GT2 June Sprints winner this spring. Also, all the way back in 2013, won the sprints in Spec Miata. But I think right now, small difference between the momentum of a Spec Miata and this TA2 car. But good to see him out here with us.
So we do have a car sitting outside what looks to be a car. Playtronics doesn't have quite the number, but it looks like we do have a car sitting driver's left just before the hill coming up the front stretch. So I'm not sure if the number might be Robert Kelly in one of our GT3 Cup cars. No, he just finished the lap.
I don't think it's Kelly.
So you know what? It might not even be a car where it's at. I'm kind of.
Well, we are not showing local caution, so we'll continue to track this.
As already halfway, that means we need a call for grid.
That's right, we do. Let's play the annoying chimes. Tension in the paddock. Touring 3 racers, please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. T3, please head to the grid.
Battleground Racer, it is Brad McAllister leading the way with a 212.3 Charlie Peters right there out of Kansas, a 212.9. So getting close to where we were in practice. And the GT3 Cup car, actually that is Peters, as Atwell to the top spot, a 212.1. So Atwell in one of the Ford Mustangs, one of those TA2 cars, up to the top spot. McAllister back to second, Peters third, Sanford in fourth, and Ave in fifth.
All right, looks like the number 15 car, that is Jack Stanford, now on the pit lane in the black with white Ford Mustang. And that car, I almost get blinded every time it drives by because it's got like this fleck in the black paint, and the sun hits it, and I just get blinded for about 5 seconds. He's out of Commerce, Georgia, and it looks like he's done with business here in qualifying. See how I did that?
It's very well.
There we go. Had a couple people in the chat that, like us, absolutely adore Tiger Tom Patton's Sunbeam Tiger. We got Mr. Bone noted, and find it odd when he's talking about Sunbeam Tigers, but noted Honda transmission specialist in the chat. Also, Sean Foley as well. Want to thank all of them for joining us. Wow, look at this. Ray Mason now jumping 4 spots, moves up to 5th fastest in his TA2 Ford Mustang. The Blacklick, Ohio driver puts in a 2:16.085. Should mention, even though he leapfrogged like 4 other drivers, he's still 4 seconds off the provisional pole right now. That is how much of an advantage Atwell, McAllister, and now Charlie Peter have on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's a 3-car breaker right now with those 3. Stanford back in 4th, but over 2.8 seconds off the pace. As Patton just went by a second ago, the Sunbeam at full song sounds glorious. As there goes the 33 just flashing by. That is William Moore in one of the Hawk brake pad Camaros, sitting back in 14th. A little off the pace of what I expected that car. And how about a shout to the lone Dodge in the field?
Yes. Is that Mr. Garcia, I believe?
That is Brian Garcia out of St. Charles, Illinois. And car number 48 sitting back in 12th. Not a lot of Mopars find their way around the road course.
No, not often. Although we did have a challenger in GT1 today, but Garcia, and actually he said it's not pronounced Garcia, it's pronounced Garcia. My apologies, Brian. Is a robotics engineer. He's been racing for 17 years, and since we know that other car is for sale, we should probably talk to Brian, because he says, I consider myself an expert enabler for those prone to a motorsport addiction. So if I can't talk you into buying that TA2 car,
okay,
we'll call Brian just in case. He'll help close the deal.
So let's see. I see a purple sector coming up for Peter. No, not a sector, but that's
is in the speed trap.
Speed trap. The GT3 Cup car at a 160.4 miles per hour in the speed trap, coming down into 5 in the braking zone.
Wow, fastest car by far in the speed trap. But let's watch now as Brad McAllister just now heads onto the front straight. Brad just went purple for Sector 4, which is essentially the last portion of the course up to the start-finish line. And he was almost 0.3 of a second, actually more than 0.3 of a second faster than John Atwell in that sector. So let's see, as he goes down rounds turn 3, if he can manage to string together a fast lap here. Well, that might be a problem.
Yeah.
Not for Brad McAllister, though, but for, it looked like...
that was the number...
Was it the 2 or the 0?
Atwell. That was
John Atwell.
So...
Yeah, went off over turn 2, did manage and get that car back underway.
Well, it may have actually been the 82. The 82 is the one that was popping up. So could not see the number as it cleared up. But, yeah, it looks like it is the 82 of Mason. A quick spin and continue down there, breaking into 1.
All right, and Brad McAllister, we saw that. We saw where he went purple in Sector 1. Hasn't managed to put in any personal bests or put in a personal best at Sector 1. He is now working his way up through. I think he's heading up towards turn 6 now. Yeah, there's the. There is that car actually. Yeah, going up to turn 6. We'll track that in just a moment. Should also take a look. The 122 car of Frank Widmoser now on the pit lane. The yellow Ford Mustang out of Dallas, Texas, and the number 9 machine. That is
Robert Kelly.
That is Kelly. Yeah. So one of our 2 Porsche Cup cars now on the pit lane as well.
So the other Cup car, of course, Mr. Peter up there in third. Once again, it is still a 3-car breakaway. Atwell and McAllister separated by only a scant 66 thousandths of a second. McAllister unable to do anything with that quick Section 4 time. So unable to turn that into a top spot. Right now, 1-2, and it is Mustang. Gosh, Mustang's really ruling. Other than Peter in the top 5, it is 4 Mustangs leading the way. Where are all my bow ties at? Still green all the way around the track. The 50 makes his way past. Tom Patton once again looking quick. Patton back in 10th. 165, that is one of our Corvettes. I mentioned bow ties, and that's not the way I wanted to hear.
No, Jorge Nazario in his Chevrolet Corvette comes to us from San Juan, Puerto Rico. We see, and I believe we saw him a little bit earlier in a Mazda MX-5 as well, but Nazario apparently smoking pretty heavily.
And reports of oil as he's able to make it to pit lane, but they're going to go service flag, I believe, coming out of 14 now, as it sounds like that Corvette leaking a bunch of oil. He did make it to pit lane, but 14 definitely on surface now.
Attention in the paddock, Touring 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Touring 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And looks like Charlie Peter, our other Cup car racer and defending national champion in GT2, heads to the pit lane, as does the 63 car coming down the pit lane. That is Kevin Rich out of Lexington, Texas.
Everybody else continuing to circulate. Our numbers are dwindling here in GT2. Roughly about 10 cars left on track, as a handful sitting on pit lane, including the 166, the 63, and the 165. As it is, looks like we are under a white flag, which means slow vehicle on course. That is for one of our safety trucks out there, as he's making his way up to pit lane to help out the 165. So still under surface flag, coming through 14. Not the place I'd want to sit and counter oil.
No, probably not. Hey, although she didn't put it in the chat, I want to say thank you to Sissy Connolly, reaching out to us from just outside Summit Point from RP Performance, checking in with us, and glad she's enjoying the coverage here today and the marching ants. Coming down the pit lane now is the 24 car, and that is Brad McAllister in his Ford Mustang. So it looks like he is now going to call it a session, as we think the checkered flag is going to come out in just about a minute or so.
And our hardship cars making their way out in the midst of the TA2 cars, and the Scirocco just about got eaten by a Mustang going down pit lane.
So we had on the testing on Tuesday, one of our B-Spec racers, the Soul Mini Cooper racer, came out a little bit early for his race group. Comes down the pit lane, and he ends up slotted in between a GT2 car and a GT1 car. And I go up to him, I go, you might be a little bit early. I think you've got, and I show him the schedule, you got about 3 sessions before you have to be on track. He goes, what do you mean? I go, does it look like your Mini Cooper belongs? and it just took a little time to register. But I think he finally got what The point was, I mean, look, he was only down by about 700 horsepower. I mean, other than that, it was fine.
Bring you and all your friends, my friend. Yeah. The entire B-Spec field would be needed to match horsepower.
To match one, exactly. Well, look, we had 9 of them in a row going out to start off the session. You chain them all together, and you've got a GT1 car. That's all I'm saying.
On a good day.
On a good
day. Checkered flag is out on the session here for GT2 qualifying. The 02 and the 33 make their way in front of us, along with the 19, and it is John Atwell in the 02. That red Mustang that is currently sitting on top of the 212 167. 66th out back is Brad McAllister in a white Ford Mustang, number 24, out of Battleground, Washington. Charlie Peter in that GT3 Cup car, 212.9, about 0.8 off the lead, as it is that 3-car breakaway. Then it's about 2.8 seconds back to Jack Stanford in one of the Mustang TA2 cars. And finally, a bow tie shows up. Justin Elder in the number 19 Camaro into P5.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our GT2 qualifying. Let's make a final call for our next group. Let's try that again. Let's make a call. There we go. For our next group. Oh, yeah, I couldn't press my own buttons. Touring 3 racers, please head to the grid. This is your final call. Touring 3 racers to the grid, please. And with that, we'll take that quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, more qualifying action from the National Park of Speed. It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the Runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Haggerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Haggerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Haggerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Haggerty Drivers Club. Join at haggerty.com.
It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dan Bullis, and we've got 3 more qualifying sessions this afternoon. Dan, not that I'm counting. And heading out on track now is Touring 3, or as we like to call it, Spec Mustang. No, that's not the case, although we actually have an actual Spec Mustang in the field. Driven by Roger Eagleton. But let's take a quick look here and see how things ended up last year. Taking the win in 2024 in a Pontiac Solstice stand was Marshall Mast out of Denver, Pennsylvania, driving the Phoenix Performance Prepared Machine. He's not going to be driving a Solstice this year.
It has bloomed into a Mustang.
It has gone from a small General Motors car to a large Ford Motor Company car. Nick Hammond in his Nissan 370Z finished second. Chris Hart out of Yakima, Washington, finished third, also in a Nissan, this time a 350Z Nismo.
Where's Chris from?
Chris is from Yakima, Washington.
Yakima.
That's not what I said.
You put a little East Coast,
a little
thing
New
at the
York
end.
into it. Yeah. That's sorry, everybody from Washington.
We're a little touchy up there with your pronunciation. So
I see. Oh heck, I have Brendan Kazmarek complain that I call a Yaris instead of a Yaris or something, and whatever. Made up names, made up pronunciations. Anyway, we've got our racers making their way through the kink and down towards Canada Corner. They'll be starting their first flying lap in just a few moments. Sports Car News predicts Marshall Mast as your 2025 national champion. But he's going to have some strong competition, they think, from a couple of Nissan drivers. Gamel Aguilar Gomez, who hails from the West Coast.
Yep.
In his Nissan 350Z. Chris Hart in as we mentioned, in the 350Z Nismo. And then also that guy, Nick Hammond, who is not from the West Coast, is actually from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is his home track. Look for him to do well here this weekend, as he's got a ton of race laps here at Road America, as we now watch Mustangs going like 7 wide down the Road America straight into turn 1.
And guess who that first Mustang was?
I'm guessing probably another West Coaster named Scotty B. White.
Good golly, Miss Molly. That man is the first in line no matter where he's at. That includes the food carts later on tonight, so stay out of his way there. But
that's right.
Scotty.
Stay away from the beer line, my friends.
Yep, Scotty leading the way in the big 0. He's got one of the 350s or 370s. He's hot on his tail, though, as they're already making their way down into turn 5. And hot on his tail was the number 41 car. So that is Nick Hammond in that 370Z, local boy out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Right now, that 370Z.
Not Yakima.
Not Yakima. That 370Z with the fastest track speed there on the first lap at a 135.5. So everybody in that 130, mid 130 range, at least for the first lap. So, but yeah, here in Spec Mustang with a few 370s thrown in. The car that I'm kind of confused about is the Toyota 86.
86, of Juan Carlos LaRue Gonzalez. Seems an odd choice here. Those cars typically find themselves in Touring 4, but Juan Carlos, nicknamed Wonky, out of Santo Domingo, see, I'm having more trouble than with Yakima. Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. 16-year-old SCCA member from the Florida region. This is his 3rd year racing. And this we knew, his dad, 1999 GT1 SCCA National Champion. Strong.
If he makes it to the pole, I'm going to have a whole bunch of trouble announcing his name at the pole ceremony tomorrow night.
Now, I don't want to get myself in trouble here, or more importantly, I don't want to get Juan Carlos LaRue in trouble. But we know that one of his sponsors, it makes a lot of sense because I think Dad is the proprietor of Rue Helmets. Okay. But also he is sponsored by Mobile One. And I'm a little concerned with a 16-year-old that he's also sponsored by Durex condoms, but that is apparently one of his sponsors. We'll leave it at that. I'm not going to make any jokes, although I think I probably could. But we'll see here because again, that's we typically see that car over in Touring 4. And interesting with all of the Mustangs that we have in the field, actually a good mix. A number of them are V6s, like the one driven by 2024 national champion Marshall Mast, like the one driven by John Lagitas, and I think also Scotty B. White. But we've got a number of the EcoBoost cars with the 4-cylinder turbos. John Lagitas driving one. I think we also have
Philip
DePippo in one as well.
Randy Johnson is the third.
Yeah, I was going to say, and Randy's the other one. I think Philip Eagleton, that the spec Mustang car. It's a class that's run with another racing body. I believe that is one of the V6 cars, much like what Scotty B. White has.
Nick Hammond right now is setting the pace, a 230.5. He is first car on track. He is all by his lonesome. The car that started first on track has faded now. Scotty B. White now falling back into the grapples of the entire field that is now charging up behind him. So Scotty definitely off the pace.
Yes, 15th fastest.
15 seconds off the pole. So Scotty and the Mustangs have not really
gelled.
Him and the Vipers, they are one. But the Mustangs have been a little thorn in his side for a couple of years now. So we'll have to see the T3 car especially.
All right, so we've got one lap in the books. Drivers making their way. Got a couple of them coming through Canada Corner and up through Bill Mitchell Bend. They'll complete lap number 2 as Nick Hammond does. And for the moment, Hammond, he resets fast lap 4 at a 2:30 flat. But Marshall Mast now jumps to provisional pole with a 2:29.973. Followed by Hammond. Then Chris Hart jumps up to third in his Nissan. 0.6 of a second separating our top 3, but I think more importantly, Mast 37/1000ths of a second faster than Nick Hammond. Juan Carlos LaRue Gonzalez, who we just spoke about a few moments ago, he is currently sitting 4th with a 2:31.412, 1.4 seconds off pole. And then there you go, Scotty B. White, moving up to 5th fastest here with one lap of the books. Probably maybe wanted to get a little more temp in the tires.
I'm seeing a little purple though for one of our Z4s. I think
that's not. We used to have the 2 Ott brothers, and then Jim Lighthizer. They had Ott, and Not on the windshields of these 3 identical cars. Not is the only one here this weekend, and he's gone purple in the Sector 4 and in the Speed Trap, and a personal best in Sector 1.
Yeah, but something happened in Sector 2 and 3 where looks like he was unable to turn that into an improvement. So he stays back in 6th, right ahead of Aguilar Gomez in the 370. So right now it is Mustang 370, and Toyota 86. So only one Mustang in the top 5.
But by the way, Patrick Lipsinek chimed in the chat. He said what we were saying about Scotty B. White, so true. Thank you, Patrick. We need nothing if not validation. So we appreciate that. We've got Daniel Bolt in the chat, and Daniel is looking for and cheering on William Bolt in the blue and white Nissan 350Z. Just saw that car come down the pit lane.
Alpharetta, Georgia. So
yeah. And this is interesting. So William Bolt out of Atlanta, fiber optic engineer, and this will be his 5th race weekend ever. Talk about frying pans and fires.
You are such a stalker when you start talking where they work. The fact that if you start tossing out addresses,
I know.
Going to get nervous.
Look, I'm not sure. I'm not trying to dox anybody here. This is information they sent me. Okay.
The man that knows everything about everybody. That's
let's do this, Dan. I'm just going to warn anybody if they want to track down William Bolt. He used to fight MMA and gets hyper-focused on things, and, racing is now one of them. But I guarantee you try and track down William Bolt, and you end up with a former MMA fighter directly across from you. You're gonna probably regret that you went out to pay him a personal meeting.
I don't know. You and your mediums with these guns that you have that are, poking out every once in a while. So
I only bring those out in Wisconsin.
Speaking of guns, Mast brought a gun to the fight because he is right now sitting on a 29-0, 3/10 back to Nick Hammond. Scotty B jumps to 3rd. He is already down on pit lane. Like I said, he heard the beer line was already getting long, so he's going to head for that here shortly, doing some tire temps. He's sitting 3rd. Juan Carlos Leroux Gonzalez, the 86 is right now ahead of Hart, which for me, that is a bit of a surprise.
A huge surprise for me, absolutely. I mean, the Nissans are definitely a very heavy chassis.
Yeah.
And there have been, and for a while we found where, we didn't find, I know some other T3 drivers like Robbie Hines had really lamented the fact that the 370Z had a better tire package for a number of years than the 350Z had. I mean, it's really surprising to me. Although I think that Toyota 86 it's very much Miata-like. It is a very nimble machine. As we now have Chris Hart on the pit lane, crew taking a look at the number 5 machine. We'll see if he goes back out.
I mean, we picked up a Toyota 86 that became the wife's race car here this year. She absolutely loves the car. I've played with it. God, the car is so much fun to drive. So compliant, so easy.
Yeah.
It feels nimble. Miata's still a little bit better for me.
Yeah.
But it definitely has more power, which is what it needed over the first gen. But to see it currently ahead of the 370s and the Z4s, that's a bit of a shock, at least for now. Right. Scotty B just hightailed it back up. Mast getting his doors blown off by the 86, actually, as they cross. So Mast, I think, probably on a cool-down lap.
Yeah. I don't think that would have happened naturally.
Yeah, 2:28.9. So he opens up that gap to about a half second over Hammond. So just going purple is Mast, and he's going to probably take a cool-down before he throws another flyer on the board.
All right, so with just 6.5 minutes or so remaining in the session, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, STL drivers, please head to the grid. STL drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And so Chris Hart, who is on the pit lane, he got on the throttle and he is headed back out on track to see if he can get any final fast laps in after the crew made some adjustments. Likewise, another one of our Nissans, Gamel Aguilar Gomez, in the 109 machine out of Renton, Washington. He's got his crew taking a look at the car right now, I think bleeding some air out of the tires, Dan, to maybe go out for a final run here, perhaps getting, and it looked like they were looking at the front tires for quite a while there, I think wanting to maybe quickly correct for some understeer.
That's an autocross
from that
thing.
machine. Yeah, absolutely. Also
the
on
94.
Pit lane, one of our Mustangs.
That's Philip DiPippo.
DiPippo.
I love that color green. Not a color. You don't see a lot of green cars out here racing, and that green, it looks fantastic.
Yeah,
so.
It's a beautiful car. I know he has been paddocking this weekend with American Sedan defending champion Danny Richardson, and it's like this interruption in the force.
The force,
when you have a Camaro and a Mustang paddocked right next to one another. But I think just showing that Chevrolet dominance when DePippo went out for his first test session on Monday, Danny had to come running down with a can of gasoline because there was no fuel in the car for the very first session of the weekend. But DePippo now looking to see it, from the looks of it, I think he's going to be heading back to the paddock.
Yeah, Scotty ended up going back out, so a little quick of the tires. Both him and Hart are back out there on track. Mast still leading the way. Once again, Mast looks like he was taking that lap off, looking for some clean track as looks like he will have some. He'll be all by his lonesome. No, we'll see if he goes to pit lane. And, yeah, it looks like Mast heading down pit lane. We'll have to see if he appears on the other side as we are just on the other side as Mr. Hart flashes by. And, indeed, Mast is heading down pit lane, and that looks like he is going to head back to paddock. So he is happy with that 228.9, still a half-second clear of Hammond and the rest. And how about Juan Carlos all the way up to P3? Now he has gotten around Scotty B in the Mustang. So it is 3 different makes in your first 3 spots with a Mustang, Nissan, and a Toyota. Where is our little Solstice friend? As we do have a Solstice out there running, as that is Michael Pettiford. He is back in 11th in that GXP out of Louisville. Colorado, a 235.6 on the board right now for Michael.
All right, his time is running down, less than 3.5 minutes remaining in this 21-minute qualifying session. Should mention Daniel Moen in his Ford Mustang V6 did not complete a lap, only driver not to do so here. Or maybe we've just got him listed twice.
He's listed twice for some reason. So Moen the 3, not the 3X. So Moen's in there,
well, there you go.
14th.
Sorry about that.
And right now it looks like Mast, thanks to back to paddock, Hammond, Juan Carlos out there, Scotty B and Chris Hart, the 2 that are on flyers after some tire pressure checks, along with Aguilar Gomez. So look for the 3 of them to see if they can find any time here late. Scotty coming into pits.
On the pit lane.
He went 232, so the tire pressure change, not what Scotty felt like he needed, as he is about 2 seconds north of where he already sits. So Hart put down a green at sector 4, as he will be next to come across the line. He's right behind the 42 of Juan Carlos, so the 2 of them will be next 2 cars to see.
And Gomez now, who had just come down the pit lane for some pressure adjustments as well, heading out for his first flying lap after coming to the pits. He goes personal best in Sector 4, which is the last portion of the lap up to the start-finish line. He's heading down to Turn 1 now. We'll see how he does on this lap, as he is currently running 7th. Unfortunately, it's about 9/10 off of Jim Lighthouser in the BMW Z4 just ahead. Heading onto the pit lane now, another one of our Nissans. That is the 41 machine.
The 40, yep.
And that is Nick Hammond calling it a day, as well as the Toyota 86.
The whole top 5 now has exited the course.
Yeah, LaRue comes down the pit lane, as does the number 5 machine of Chris Sharp. And we're seeing a good portion of the field now, I think, calling it an afternoon, as we've got just a touch over a minute remaining in the session.
Our hardship cars making it out there. The 19, that was one of our Spec B cars going off of his second hardship lap. So maybe doing some repairs on the driver's side body work that he had from earlier in the week. But right now, Mast still leading the way, that 28.9, a half-second lead over Hammond. Hammond at a 229.3. Then it's almost a half-second back to Juan Carlos back in P3, sitting on a 230.0 with Scotty B. White at a 230.3 and Chris Hart rounding out your top 5 at a 230.6. Green times on the board for Aguilar Gomez. Let's see where he is coming into Canada corner now. He'll be the next car to cross the timing lights, which is out on turn 13, as only 15 seconds remaining. If he wants another fly, he will have it. as he will trip the lights, and that is just a tenth off his quick time. So 2 personal bests, but not enough.
Not enough to improve.
So checkered flag out on the session, as he will. No, he's going to give it one last flyer.
Yeah,
he will
he's going to give it one more
to
try here, and he once again sets personal best in that what is essentially the first sector for our qualifying sessions, turning in a 20.691. That said, that is almost a tenth off of Jim Lighthizer, who is the driver just ahead of him on the timing pylon. Lighthizer with a fast lap of 2:31.859. Aguilar Gomez 9/10 off of that at a 2:32.784. We'll see if he improves. In the meantime, let me make a couple of quick announcements as we wait for Gama to make his way around. Attention in the paddock, STL racers, please head to the grid. STL racers, please head to the grid. Also, drivers, not just racers, but all drivers here in the paddock and crew, please remember that there is only one-way traffic in front of the Haggerty garages over by Tech. This applies to all street and pit vehicles, to race cars, bicycles, you name it, everything. If you need, maps are available in the runoffs page on Sportity. But again, it's very important, only one-way traffic in front of the Haggerty garages.
Aguilar Gomez is one of those drivers that actually made a change over to the 370. Had ran one of the
BMWs for a long time,
Yep. In here in T3, so he's the one that made the change over to the 370 after seeing what what Chris Hart was doing in the Pacific Northwest. So, and been looking real quick in the car. So,
all right, well, let's take a look here as Gomez now
just through the kink.
Yeah, he's coming down the back straight into Canada corner now.
2 green sessions out of 3, or sectors out of 3.
And once again, even in Sector 2, where he set a personal best, he was 2/10 off of now Bolt ahead of him. As William Bolt has, on his last lap, jumped up to 7th fastest. And by the way, not only is William Bolt a former MMA fighter, we found out in the chat that he is about to get his black belt in jiu-jitsu. So again, don't go bother this man at home. All right, Gomez crosses the finish line and does not improve, so he is going to wrap up the session 8th fastest. If we go and take a look at the final order here in Touring 3, your defending national champion, moving over to a Ford Mustang this year, sets the provisional pole time, a 2:28.918, 44 hundredths of a second up on Nick Hammond's Nissan 370Z. Juan Carlos LaRue, 3rd fastest at a 2:30.019. That's 1.1 seconds off the pole. Then Scotty B. White and Chris Hart round out your top 5. All right, let's make that final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call for STL, Super Touring Light Racers. If you haven't done so already, you need to be on the grid. STL Racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a few moments. More qualifying action. 2 more qualifying sessions to go here today for the first day of qualifying, Sunoco 260 Thursday at the runoffs. We'll be right back.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco at Road America, is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
Congratulations from Tire Rack to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships and 62 years of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Without the dedicated members, volunteers, and region leaders, these events, and the thousands of other events SCCA members host each year, wouldn't be possible.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com or shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
Bravo trailers are well represented within SCCA paddocks as they are the trailer supplier for both SCCA road racing and solo programs. Bravo has also been the choice of Mazda Motorsports, Honda Performance, as well as many professional race teams and SCCA racers alike. If you are in need of a new race trailer, check out bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Welcome back to Road America, the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dan Bullis. And Dan, next up on track, it's Super Touring Light.
Yeah, Spec Miata with wings. We're going to have a good time here. A couple other cars mixed in. A Focus SVT. When's the last time you saw a Focus on track?
I used to race against a gentleman in the Southeast Division that had a Focus. It was originally an ITA car, and he converted it to an STL car. I know he's not behind the wheel of this machine. It may be the same car, for all I know. We also, of course, have a couple of CRXs in the field, most notably the one driven by our defending national champion, Jose Osiris Pena. We saw him a little bit earlier today in STU. He's looking to repeat this year as STL champion.
I don't see him showing up though.
I thought I saw the car on the pit lane a little earlier, so we'll take a look when he comes by.
I saw. I mean, he's definitely here because he set fast time early in the week on Tuesday. He had both top times. So, Nick also, one of our Mazda Miatas, had fast time yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So at 2:32.0. But Pena all the way down to a 2:31.1 on Tuesday. So,
all right. Well, we also saw out on track Mike Taylor in the Just Track It Honda, or probably Acura Integra, as well as his teammate John Sewell. Sewell, I think the first driver to take the green flag here. He's out of Tallahassee, Florida. Both he and Mike Taylor running the third-gen Acura Integras. And Mike Taylor finishing in third last year at the National Championship Runoffs after what had been a long slog. I think that Mike Taylor had over the years probably the worst luck of any STL racer I know of, just as far as mechanical problems. But last year he came in with a Jesse Prather Motorsports motor and a strong plan, and he ran to a bronze medal. And I know John Sewell looking to do similar things here this weekend as well. But it's going to be a tough field here. I think one of the dark horses, and we'll just have to see how it plays out. He's had over the year many mechanical issues with this car. Deacon Greenfield in a Honda CRX, I think 18 years old this year, and actually brought two machines. Brought the CRX, which he's been campaigning for the last 2.5 years now, as well as a newly purchased NC Miata, which is an improved touring ITS spec car. So probably not the best horse for the course here at Road America. But hopefully Greenfield, who had some suspension issues earlier in the week during testing, has got that CRX, starting to get that CRX dialed in.
Yeah, and like I says, I did not see Jose come past us here.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if kind of where he's at. Like I said, definitely one of the favorites here in class. So also a car that we don't see often, I hear, Carl Young in a Honda Prelude.
Yes.
All the way from California, from Salinas, California, making the trip all the way up here to Wisconsin. So Carl Young in a Prelude. I'm not sure if it's an SH or not, but definitely a car that we don't see out here at the road.
Yeah, and it's a 97 Honda Prelude. I don't think it's an SH. I'd be very surprised if it was an SH. The SH has the, I would call it like the trick differential, kind of an early forebear of those electronically controlled diffs, and they have some heat issues. Probably not the best for this, especially when you can replace and put your own differential in these front-wheel drive cars. He touts himself as a retired automotive expert, so he's probably taking my advice right now not to use that. Said he's been racing since he was 16 years old, started doing local circle tracks. We are going to a full course caution, Dan.
Believe it's the 68 of Craig McAfee.
Yeah.
That has found himself in the sand coming off of 14.
And it sounds like there were multiple cars that were involved down there. We'll try and get the number on the other car. I already have Chuck Hines on the pit lane in the green number 57 Mazda Miata. And yes, that is the Hines 57 green Miata.
And I'm going to guess he's the other car involved because that car from here is looking awfully dirty and dusty, and I'm seeing some gravel being kicked up as he takes off. So,
well, possibly so.
Yeah, that car is not nearly as clean as it was a lap ago. So, looks like, did the 68 get moving again? No, we got E-Crew on track, and we have a service flag as well. So, I think some gravel being kicked up and brought back on track.
All right. A couple other interesting cars and also drivers in the field. Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota's Bill Collins here this weekend driving in an STL Honda Civic. Now, I say it's interesting because for years, Bill used to race in Touring 2 in a Chevrolet Corvette. And interesting to see this car out here and for him to go to front-wheel drive. But he has got such a long history. When I first started covering the Hoosier Super Tour back in 2017, Bill went to every single round of the Super Tour with that Corvette, all 10 rounds, all across the country. I think he was the only racer that year to do it. 75 years young is Bill Collins. He was the 1972 SCCA Pro Rookie of the Year. And finished fifth in the Trans Am Championship that year, driving an AMC Javelin. Okay, so and as I mentioned, he took the Super Tour Championships in Touring 2 2017, 2018 in his Chevy Corvette, but got started racing in 1968 by doing ice racing. And had Jerry Hansen, who many know, another one of those multi-time SCCA national champions, as a mentor when he first started out. But I mean, great to see him, moving across and coming to grips with a very different chassis than he's driven over the last couple of years. Actually, I think it was 2 years ago he came to the runoffs in a B-Spec car. So maybe he's had a little bit of experience with front-wheel drive, but I like the experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, going for a Corvette to anything is always interesting. Like I said, I just picked up a Miata, so I'm not one to talk about at least going down in power. But going back to front-wheel drive, that would take a lot for me to go back to front-wheel drive right now. So right now we do have, like it says, the E crew down there dealing with the number. What did we confirm it was? These.
I think we said it was the. Yes, that car.
68.
68. Yeah, indeed.
The red MX-5
of McAfee. Yeah.
Norwell, Massachusetts. Pace Cars having cars in tow going down the front stretch. There's the 63, that Bill Collins Civic you were just talking about. The little flames on the side.
Yeah, I love the livery on that car. It's like it almost looks like a Lightning McQueen livery to some extent, except blue and not red. But he's got Deacon Greenfield in the Honda CRX. Also, Amy Mills in her STL Mazda Miata is the car directly behind that safety car. And I know Amy's looking for a little bit better run at the runoffs this year than last year.
She's had some rough runoffs.
Yeah, I mean, last year, when last we saw her, she was up against the wall coming out of turn 13, where the car just did this weird slow roll and it ended up on its side. And that's how she finished up the STL race last year. But it was very strong, and she's been incredibly quick on the Super Tour this year.
She had issues, I think, at Indy too, didn't she? If I remember correctly, like she's had I mean, if somebody needs a good run at the runoffs, it's going to be Amy. So.
Well, and interestingly enough, this car that she's in now it's not the same chassis that she was in last year. It's a brand new car, and she has been very quick. She's picked up multiple podiums this year on the Super Tour, and I'd look for her to put in a strong race here today. Right now, fastest driver, and we've only got 2 laps in the books, and one of them's behind the safety car. Excuse me, Mike Taylor. In his Acura Integra out of Cumming, Georgia, with Nick Leveroni, who was our 2019 national champion in Touring 4. He's the second fastest driver today. He's in his Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata. David Palfinier in an ND Mazda MX-5 with the hardtop. Palfinier out of Miami, Florida, has got a 234 234, 425, only 33 hundredths of a second separating our top three drivers at the moment.
And it looks like we are track clear. Two of the pace cars have pulled off. The third pace car is now shedding off at 5, which means we should be back to green here, I would say probably within about the next 30 seconds.
And there you go. They've dropped their the double yellows at all the corner stations. And we're back underway here with qualifying as we've got about 8 minutes remaining. Let me do this, Dan. Let me make a first call to the grid for our final qualifying group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call for Formula Atlantic and Prototypes. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic and Prototypes, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session, our last qualifying session of the day, is next.
So we are back to green full course as the 37, the 39, the 48, and the 40 all make their way past. So the 39, Mike Taylor, right there in that group, along with the 37 of Nick. Nick in the Miata going to try and chase down that Integra leading the way. Integra punching a little bigger hole for Nick to try and stay up behind as the draft going to come into play as they are already heading underneath it. The bridge and heading down towards 5. The 4-car freight train into 5 down the straightaway. Already here comes Amy Mills along with the 32. That is Deacon in that CRX. The 63 of Mr. Collins as well. It's a little ways back to the 09 of Maxwell Kilston. He's in that lone Ford Focus SVT. So he's trying to trace down the Prelude of Carl Young just in front of him. The two of them back a little off the pace at a 249 and a 252 respectively. Taylor still leading the way as he has gone purple in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 4, and top speed in the trap at a 129.0.
Listening to race control, they've got eyeballs on John Elder's Mazda Miata. By the way, we talked about Justin Elder a little bit earlier. This is his father, John, that is racing. And John out of Bloomington, Minnesota. And apparently the folks in race control wanted to see if there was anything unusual about the hood of the number 21 machine. I don't know exactly what that might be, but...
hey, if it's still attached...
That's right.
So our top two spots, the top spot did change hands for a moment as Nick took that pole away with a 233.4, but right behind him was Mr. Taylor. Taylor with a 232.5. So a second gap now between Mike and Nick leading the way here in STL.
Yeah, and I'll be brutally honest that if Pena does not post with that Honda CRX tomorrow, or more importantly on race day, right now, Mike Taylor, I think, is the favorite to win this race, which would be, well, first off, his wife, Tina, would be absolutely ecstatic. His teammate, John Sewell, who has also been incredibly quick during practice this week, actually practiced on just Tuesday and Wednesday, while Taylor only practiced on Monday. Sewell's on the pit lane right now with the hood in the air. And the team taking a look underneath there, trying to get him back out before this session ends. Sewell currently sitting 7th fastest in the field, but more importantly, almost 6 seconds back from his teammate.
So, normally when we see cars coming down the pit lane, it is to check tires, maybe do a little air pressure change, to check temps. So the hood being up, definitely not a good sign. Hopefully, maybe a shock change. We'll have to see kind of what it is.
Yeah, quite possibly. Might have been making a shock adjustment. He pulled out pretty quickly, not like he was going to be limping back to the paddock. And, he's back out on track. That's the number 48 now heading down into turn 1.
Taylor going purple again. Purple in all sectors except for 4, but definitely a personal best in 4. So Taylor looks like he's going to be dropping that pole time down. Pena, once again, was at a 2:31 earlier, and that was on Tuesday, a 2:31.1. So definitely some speed left out there as we are getting late in the day. What's the temp we got right now?
Let's tell you what. Let me push the magic button here, and we'll bring the weather up. There it is, 71 degrees. So it's dropped a bit in the last hour or so.
So, once again, today is going to be the coolest of the 4 days of action we're going to see. Tomorrow being the hottest, as it's supposed to get, once again, up to about 88, 89 degrees tomorrow. So, then we're forecasted for the mid-80s throughout the weekend. So today's going to be maybe that best time to set that fast lap with optimal conditions here. The sun already beginning to come down in the sky as we still have one session left to go here on day one.
And there you go. I've got Sherry Mack. That is Deacon Greenfield's auntie in the chat, reminding me that Deacon is 19 years old. They grow up so fast. Oh, my gosh. All right, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Formula Atlantic and prototype drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Formula Atlantic and prototype drivers, please head to the grid.
So once again, the top 2 setting their best laps that time by. The pole time has dropped down now to a 2:32.2 for Mike Taylor. Nick, a 2:33.0. And on the current lap, it is Nick that is green in section 1. Also setting his top speed. The top speed for the day right now is still by Taylor at a 1:30.0. But a 1:25.4. So definitely the Integra with the speed down the straightaways that the Miata unable to match, but the handling coming into play in the back section of the 4-mile road course here as a Mustang heading down track. I'm going to guess that's one of our hardship cars.
Yes.
Still Pena with a no-show, which is kind of the surprise for me right now.
Yeah, agreed. And he had, during testing, as you mentioned, not only brought that car up, had been bringing up both the STU and the STL cars Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for practice. We've got Brett DePedro from RP Performance, all the way back from Summit Point Way, saying, go Deacon, get it done. And Dan, this is not a good sign, as John Sewell back on the pit lane now after just one lap. And I think, well, they're checking some tire pressures now, but I think that it looked like he was going to put the hood back up. Bill Collins on the pit lane as well with his Honda Civic. And it looks like he's calling it a session as he hasn't been able to improve for the last few laps.
Yeah, well, it looks more than just checking pressures. Well, they may be checking temps right now.
Yeah.
So we'll have to kind of see if he goes back. Well, at this late in the session, we're only seconds remaining. So, yeah, that's going to be the end of the session for John.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining on the clock, 21-minute qualifying sessions. No time for him to get in another lap. So he's going to head back to the pits.
Just a check of the right front, though. So, you know, that might be something more than just a tire check. So, yeah. Hood up and then just a check of the right front tire. That is not kind of a normal routine.
Yeah, no, not at all. Especially, look, this track does a pretty good job of evening out those left-hand turns with right-hand turns. But, yeah, a little surprise there. Mike Taylor now pulls into the spot on the pit lane previously being taken by John Sewell and his team now, the same team, doing tire pressure checks, but being a little bit more methodical, going from front to rear, and looks like just a normal session for Mike Taylor went very, very smoothly for him. I hate to jinx things by saying that.
You had to.
I know it's all my fault, Tina. I'm sorry. Amy Mills on the pit lane as well in the 114 Mazda.
She's currently sitting 6th back there out of Manson, Washington, with a 2:36.4, so about a little over 3.3 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, and almost everybody now coming down the pit lane as the checkered flag is about to be, actually has already been displayed. So all the last flying laps will count, but nobody's really improved over the last couple of laps, and I'm a little surprised that after Craig McAfee ended up being taken back to the paddock by a wrecker, that nobody was able to leapfrog him, as he will remain fifth fastest, and hopefully that's something that they can get repaired for qualifying tomorrow, or more importantly for the race. Last driver, I think, to take the checkered flag is Chuck Hines in the number 57 machine.
Yeah, Hines, we believe was the car that was in the hubbub down there in 14 with McAfee. So Hines, looking quick, though, put down his fastest lap, that last one, with a 2:35.4. So a little dust on the car seemed to have worked, as that will put him outside of the second row.
Indeed, yeah. I was going to say, provisionally sitting on the second row, not a bad place to be for this race. And, I think one of the real unknowns, even though we did have a front-wheel drive Honda CRX take the win last year, is going to be, over the course of a longer race, the balance of these cars, and whether or not a much better balanced chassis like the MX-5 will be able to keep the tires underneath it, and should have a better time keeping tires underneath it over the long run, versus the Hondas and the Acuras that put such a heavy load on the front tires, and also, because of the weight distribution, on the front brakes as well. So we'll have to see how things play out. But that's going to wrap things up for our STL qualifying session. Let's make a final call to the grid for our last qualifying group. Attention in the paddock, Formula Atlantic and Prototypes. This is your final call to the grid. Formula Atlantic and Prototype racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. Just 21 more minutes of qualifying here today on Sunoco 260 Thursday, the first day of qualifying here from the 2025 National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco at Road America, is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Hagerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Hagerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Hagerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire X Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the Runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome back to Road America, the National Park of Speed. It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, and it's the last qualifying session of Sunoco 260 Thursday. It's our Formula Atlantics and our prototype racers heading out on track for their first of two 21-minute qualifying sessions here this week, leading to their national championship race, which is scheduled to be held to Saturday afternoon, right about now, right about 5 o'clock in the evening. So let's take a look. And what can you tell us about what happened in testing, Dan?
So in FA, it was kind of Mr. Fleck that had the pace on day 2, running 2:02s both days. On day 1, though, Peter in the second session at 2 flats. .9. So the FA group going to be kind of shooting for that 2 flat. Will they be able to break into the ones? That should be interesting. The weather kind of conditions right now are looking good. In prototype, it was Wolf back and forth. He had fast times in the morning. Fast times all kind of right there consistently, a 2:01.5, a 2:01.6, and a 2:01.7. Alexander and Wolf kind of the two to keep an eye on right there.
All right, so last year in Formula Atlantic, Dudley Fleck out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, took the win in his Swift 016. Actually, all of our top 3 finishers in Swift 016s. Hans Peter, as you mentioned, took second place with Tony Ave coming home in third. And over on the prototype side, of course, last year, 2 different prototype classes, Prototype 1, Prototype 2. Typically, the Prototype 1 class with automobile-powered chassis, while P2 typically with motorcycle-powered chassis. In P1, Matt Romer took the win over Chip Romer. Both of them driving Elan DP02s. Jim Davenport, a former national champion, finishing in third. And over in Prototype 2, Bart Wolf taking the win over Lucian Pancia and Tim Day. But this year, Dan, just a single prototype class, essentially a merging of P1 and P2. And we're seeing that a lot of the Elan chassis were sold. The Days, the Tim Day, and for Tim Day Jr., for example, actually was running a store WF1, not with us here this weekend. Also, I believe the Romer's not here.
Yeah.
And that leaves, and interestingly, after a single lap in the books, Todd Vanacore, who was our 2023 national champion in P1, currently your fastest driver, and Bart Wolf, last year's P2 driver of eminence there, taking the win here at Road America, is your second fastest driver. And again, both of them in that melded P prototype class.
Yeah, and like I said, Lee Alexander back there, he's running one of the stores out of Springfield, Tennessee, so he'll be one to keep an eye on. Again, battle of the chassis. When you have the stores You have the Alans, Van Diemen that's going to mix it in there as well. So a good mix of chassis out there in the prototype division, where it is mostly Swifts and Van Diemens in the FA group. So fast times already coming in. 2:04, so not a bad opening lap for Hans-Peter Ave, looking quick already as well. Talking to Tony last year, the open wheel thing was an interesting foray for him.
Yes. Jumping out of a GT1 car into a Formula Atlantic, I could see that.
Well, you look at the variety of cars that he ran. When you go from the Civic
in GT3,
you go to the GT1,
right,
and then you go into an open wheel. That is a lot of different driving,
and a lot of different driving styles as well.
Yes.
And and for him to come home with a podium, Tony is certainly already a GT1 national champion, came to SCCA road racing and pro racing, after winning numerous snowmobiling championships, also a slightly different style of racing, but always interesting to see what he's going to bring out next. Over in the prototype field, as we were talking about the Alans and the stores, there's always the one outlier, and that is the win first of Jason Miller, who is drives the Kohler win first. It's a 6-cylinder, 2-stroke motor. Makes this most amazing, this glorious sound. And also, typically when that car leaves the grid, it requires a note from the folks in race control to all the flaggers that car is smoking for a reason. It's not about to blow up.
So it looks like the number 29, one of our prototypes, John Godin, in one of the Alans, has come to a stop at the pit entrance. So turn 14 under a yellow 2.9 off on driver's right. Going to see if he can maybe get the car going and at least get on pit lane.
And what they're saying from race control is if he can't move, he's in a position, and it sounds like he's now back underway. What they were going to do is if he could not get the car moving, he was far enough off the line that they were just going to leave him there. But he has now gotten that car underway. We'll see if he comes up the pit lane. And there he is, the 29, pulls into the pit stall directly across from us. And we've got a local caution now over at 13, coming out of the Bill Mitchell bend.
Is that the 174 Bill Johnson?
Bill Johnson, yeah, exactly. And it sounds like when he came out of Bill Mitchell as he was coming up the hill, car pushed wide into the grass and spun. And as he spun through the center of the track, then went off track driver's right. He now has continued, and that local caution has been withdrawn.
Yeah, spin and continue. Saw that yesterday. One of our Formula Fords did that coming up the hill as well. So it's definitely one of those tricky areas because you're carrying so much speed coming up the hill. You got to try and keep the car under you as you make that hard left, that blind left-hander. So a lot of guys, the car not quite set up. We talked about earlier this morning about Bradshaw having some trouble back through the carousel and through 13 as well.
Right.
So that's one of the places where the car can get kind of sketchy on you.
All right, indeed. And so some calls coming in. Apparently, some smoke coming out of the back, not of the Jason Miller machine, but Tony Ave's Swift, and he put in an early quick lap at a 2:03.541. That was good for third fastest in Atlantic. Last time by a 2:08 and change, almost 5 seconds off that previous fast lap. And yet he is continuing to circulate. Looks like he may have found a little bit of time, but he is still, as he went through what we're calling Sector 1 here for the qualifying days, If you go to scca.com/live, it's Sector 4. He is still running about a tenth off of John McAleer ahead of him, and also 2/10 off of Dudley Fleck behind him. But now he goes, and it looks like, I was going to say, it looks like he's getting up to speed, just set a personal best in the speed trap. We'll see how that translates as he maybe tries to get some more heat in the tires and goes for a flyer this next time by.
It looks like Wolf may be to pit lane. No, Wolf is sitting over there.
Yeah, I think that's still the 29 of Godin, who came in a little bit earlier. And now,
that is the 28.
Yeah,
so that is Bart Wolf sitting over there.
Yeah, so. You're right. And as he's on the pit lane now, Dan, Lee Alexander out of Springfield, Tennessee, goes to the top of the leaderboard in prototype, turns in a 2:02.340. That is 36 hundredths of a second up on Bart Wolf. Todd Vanacore, another 2/10 or so back from there, or probably 200ths back from there. So very, very close running. That's a Wolf with a 2:02.698, then Vanacore a 2:02.716, and then 500ths of a second back from Vanacore is Jason Miller. Now, a little bit of a surprise, Lawrence Loshak, who has come out of, I don't want to call it retirement. He'd been doing some pro racing in TA2 for a number of years after having won numerous national championships here in the SCCA. He jumps into, and a huge surprise, jumps into a prototype car and currently running now sixth fastest in prototype, running in Elan DPO2.
Yeah, and it looks like Hans Peter down to a 2:09. Wow. So that matches his fast time that he had in practice earlier this week. Alexander to the top spot with a 2:02.3. It's a tenth and a half back to Jason Miller in P2 in prototype. And Loshak now finds his way back to third. Bart sitting on pit lane still in front of us now all the way back to fourth. So Bart came to pit lane in first. If he goes back out, he'll not be there as he's back in P4.
Down in fourth, exactly. But there's still a lot of time, especially when you consider that the provisional pole times in prototype are in the 2:02 range. The Atlantic's running in the 2-minute range, and we still have over 8 minutes remaining on the clock. That's more than enough time to go and do an out lap and maybe put in 3 laps.
Yeah, top trap speed that we've seen is by Jason Miller in that Wintrust at a 164 mile per hour trap speed.
My.
Just shy, 164.9.
And, they say they're always fastest before they let go. Thankfully, hasn't let go yet, but getting word of a lot of oil smoke coming out of the exhaust of Hans Peters, red number 66 Swift, currently your fastest Atlantic driver by a second and a half over Dudley Fleck.
Yeah, so that's not a good sign as he puts down that fast lap, and all of a sudden now trailing smoke. We'll kind of see if we can figure out where he's at. As car 46, that's James French in one of the Swifts. As Jeremy Hill able to pick up a couple spots. Hill drops down to a 2:08.006, picking up 2 spots, sneaking around both Harris and Smart. So.
And on the pit lane now is the 69 prototype. That is Perry Richardson.
The sun coming into play, at least for us here in the tower. If it's this bad for us, it's got to be bad for the drivers too as they come up the hill.
This time of day, yeah, the sun so low, and as we're looking at it here, I would think that as they come out of turn 1, heading down to turn 3, it's got to be very difficult, especially as the track drops away. But also just
coming
even
out of 5.
Yeah, I was just to say, coming through turn 5, you're going to be pointed up the hill right at it.
Yeah, I'd much rather be pointed down the hill coming out of 1 than coming up the hill out of 5. So the hurry downs, at least, again, you're going at least down the hill. So hopefully you can get at least a better idea or a better kind of shade with your helmet, depending on what you have. All these guys running tinted windscreens for the most part.
All right, just got word that Bill Niemeyer, driving the number 65 Sorcerer, I think that belongs like as a Formula V chassis. The Sorcerer just pulled off over at turn 5. He's going to take the way back to the paddock, so his day is now done.
So a 202.149 was just put up, and guess who put that up?
Who put that up?
Tony Ave.
Tony Ave.
Having issues with the car, he says.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Smoking makes it quick, I guess.
I guess so. Well, between he and Hans Peter, you kill all the bugs in town. All right, so we now have just under 5 minutes remaining here in qualifying, and going to the top of the leaderboard in prototypes, it's Lawrence Loshak out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in his Elan DPO2.
Yeah, great time there, 201.8. So when you're looking at the pole between both groups, only separated by less than a second. So both these groups, cars with very, very quick. Biggest issue we're having, I think, right now is a lot of cars being posted for sound, Greg.
Yes, exactly. Should also say here, yeah, and it's interesting because the regulations were changed for this event actually as the testing started on Monday, and typically most SCCA events, the upper sound limit is 103 decibels. It is for this event now 108 decibels, which is just ear-splittingly loud, and yet we still have cars that are crossing over that amount. I wanted to note here that the prototype or P record was set at the June sprints this year, and of course it was the very first national level event with the P class. Bart Wolf set the record at a 202.137, and now going to the top of the leaderboard in prototype, Lee Alexander in his store turns in a 201.180. Just absolutely, and again, not a track record because it's not being set during a race, but still almost a second underneath the track record that Bart Wolf set this spring.
Well, and Loshak underneath that record as well at a 201.8. So your whole front row right now in the prototype, both underneath that track record, and only 0.2 off of Hans Peter. So Peter at that 2.9, Lee at that 201.1. So 0.2 between our pole sitters in both classes.
Yeah, and in Formula Atlantic, track record set by Michael Malinin all the way back in 2012 here at the Runoffs. And we should note that this track was repaved 2 years ago.
Yep.
And it has definitely picked up pace amongst a number of classes. Malinin set a track record back at the Runoffs in 2012, a 201.496 in Formula Atlantic. And Hans Peter at a 2:09.23, so about a half second underneath the existing track record.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he can back that up. Once again, this is the second session that he's had that 2 flat. He may have felt as 2 prototypes going, I almost said door handle to door handle, went side by side, passes in the tower, flying down the front stretch. Once again, these cars trapping well over 150 miles per hour as our lone Neon going back out for a second hardship lap this afternoon. But absolutely flying, going down into T1, another one of our Formula Atlantics moving past. Car sitting across from us in pit lane, one of the lone cars and prototypes that's not black, and that is the 111 That is Loshak sitting over there, as he's got Mazda powered on the side. Of course, Mazda doing so much for us here in SCCA, including all of our 3.
All right, we've got a local caution coming up the hill towards the Corvette Bridge. We'll see it change. There it goes as it changes status. We'll try and get the number of the car. I believe it's
46.
the 46 machine.
French?
Yeah, James French, another former national champion out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, just right outside the door, practically currently running 4th in Formula Atlantic. And it looks like he's now gotten that car back underway. And that might be, Dan, also with only 30 seconds left on the clock, I was just going to say, well, that might be enough to cause drivers to abort their final laps there if they went through that caution zone.
Yeah, Shane Kennett, one just going by. He's currently sitting in P6 in Formula Atlantic. He is one of the Swifts. So right now it is Swift leading the way. The first Van Diemen in Formula Atlantic is Riley Harris back in 9th as checkered flag on the session. As more cars come to a stop down at the base of the hill. That looks like that is the 09 of J.R. Smart, along with maybe a second car. Is that what you're seeing, Greg?
Yeah, exactly. I think there's another car there along with, and actually the 46 Smart is making his way up the pit lane, but there is another car there. And we'll try and get the number on it here if we can.
That might be the same car that we thought was sitting outside the track earlier. But.
Yeah, that is quite possible.
The 10836 seems familiar to me for some reason. I don't know why.
All right, but regardless, that is going to wrap up the final qualifying session here on Sunoco 260 Thursday. And we've got one more day of qualifying, Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day, where we will have 23 tire rack poles set. And let's take a look here in Formula Atlantic, where Hans Peter will go into that second day of qualifying as your provisional pole sitter. 1.2 seconds up on the rest of the field, with Tony Ave second fastest at a 2:02.149. Then Dudley Fleck and James French, your top 4. John McAleer rounds out the top 5. Over in the prototypes, Lee Alexander out of Springfield, Tennessee. He's going to be your provisional pole sitter going into day number 2, with Lawrence Loshak just 0.6 back in his Elan DPO2. Jason Miller, another half a second back from there in 3rd. Bart Wolf, Todd Vanacore, rounding out your top 5. And as we said, both of our provisional pole sitters were underneath the existing track record here today. So, Dan, let's wrap things up here from Sunoco 260 Thursday in the first day of qualifying. What are you looking forward to for tomorrow for the final day of qualifying?
Well, for me, it's going to be seeing how the cars change. Today, weather was fantastic. Mid to low 70s, a bit of a headwind coming down the front stretch. Tomorrow going to be the hottest day that they've seen all week. It'll be interesting to see who can make the changes to keep the cars up there at the top. I'm not sure we're going to see maybe times improve tomorrow to where they were today, but it'll be interesting to see who is where, because the heat for the weekend is going to be in the mid-80s, which they have not seen at all this week. So who can make changes to keep their cars, if they qualified on pole, they can stay there in the hotter conditions. So.
All right. Well, that's good. As we said, that's going to wrap up the coverage. Want to thank you all for joining us here today. We are going to be back tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m. Central Time. That's 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And I want to thank you all for joining us. Have a great evening, everybody.
That wraps up the first day of qualifying in Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the 2025 Sports Car Club of America National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco, live from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Sunoco 260 Thursday has been brought to you by Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA. The 62nd running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco, are brought to you by Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA. Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA. Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA. And IMSA, a proud partner of the SCCA. Make sure to join us starting at 8 a.m. Central tomorrow for Day 2 of qualifying, live from Road America, where it's Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the Runoffs. For Dan and Greg, have a wonderful evening.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years at Time Trials Nationals, this club has plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
The International Motor Sports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Maza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Wines and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Haggerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Haggerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America driven by Tire Rack can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour, and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire Rack Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.